But anyway, Alex says, is that a general Civ 5 Discord or a PCJ Law one? So the one in the stream description is a general Civ 5 multiplayer Discord right now. Rion Heil, am I pronouncing that correctly? Ron Heil? Says, Heil, welcome to the stream, Ron Heil. We just ended a multiplayer game, but I think we're going to pivot to some single player in a minute. Roboto Chef says, get us that replay. Yeah, we'll end up uploading this to the YouTube channel, I think, so that everyone can watch it afterwards. We're actually in this with Sven. Let's leave this room now. Oh, Baddie messaged us. And then what else we got going on? Just checking stuff in Discord quickly. We left the chat. Okay, yeah. I mean, if Shoshoni's behind you in tech and has labs, he probably has no chance to defend TBH. Says available username. Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, he's perhaps got no army or something, or it's just like all RTs. It's going to take us like 5 to 10 turns to get over there. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, look, here, call me Ryan. Okay, Ryan. Nice to meet you. There's cool. I've never played multi. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so it's a generic multiplayer Discord server, but the PCJ Lord Discord server. Let me just get the link for you right now. At the moment, there's a little bit of strategy in there, but you can use it to ask me questions about Civ whenever you want. There's a specific channel for it. We'll list down all the mods that I'm currently using, and there's also a link to the multiplayer server in there as well. So that's what we got there. Anyway, it's on to Deity. So, chat, what should we do? Has anybody got... Ryan says, sure, thanks, I'm a total scrub at this game. Well, look, hopefully we can help you improve. There's nothing better to replace, to be honest, watching good players play Civ. And hopefully I classify as that. I mean, I can certainly beat Deity with a reasonable consistency, even though we got completely wrecked as India 2 games in a row earlier. But, you know, come in, hang out, see if you like it. And hopefully we can help you along. Invite's invalid. Oh, hello. To the Discord. Let's have a look. Can I join it? It was working a while ago. Invite's invalid. Discord.gg. Have I pasted it right? Let's see. No, that looks like the correct link, doesn't it? It's joined for me on my screen. Is it definitely broken? Well, I will fix it if it's broken. I'll send a new one. But it will be good to know, because if it's definitely broken, then I can update the social links. But that's supposed to be like an infinite link that never goes away, so that anyone can use it to join the stream or join the channel. So like, no limit on uses, expire after never, generate new link, copy. Roboto Chef says works for me. Well, I've got another link here. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. I just generated that on Discord. Try just clicking it instead of copying and pasting it. If you click it, it should open it in your web browser anyway. Ryan says, I play on Warlord and struggle to do anything other than cultural science victory. Yeah, well, we can definitely help with that. The most important thing is definitely growth, Ryan. Growth and settling cities. Definitely the most important thing for improving in Civ, I would say. And we'll show some techniques on how to do that on the stream. I would love to do an over-explain game right now, but I don't have time to finish it. What do you think, chat? If you want an over-explain game, maybe we can do that. I'll probably take, maybe if we get like 3 or 4 pluses for it, I'll do it. And we can talk through what we're doing. We won't have time to finish the game, but we can probably do about 4.5 hours of over-explain, and then we can perhaps finish it on YouTube afterwards. Ryan says, I'd go for it, need to learn. Alex says equals. I mean, if you don't want over-explain, it's perfectly fine to go for minus. Ryan says plus. Maybe I should do a poll. I've actually got a poll function that we can start using in the bottom of the chat. So let's open Twitch quickly. Available says plus. Sure, why not? It's whatever we want. I don't know whether or not I mean, most of you have all come through the YouTube channel. So I'm assuming that means that everyone's kind of looking for Deity content. Sort of learning how to play that kind of stuff. Can I do this poll? Okay, submit. Yes. Okay, so if you scroll down on the screen, there should be a poll that says over-explain game question mark. Unless we've got a lot of positives coming in. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got about 5, 6 pluses right now for over-explain. we are 20 viewers. So I reckon actually 6 pluses is more than enough for it. So I don't think we need to go through the poll. So let's do that. There's a posting complaints department here. See, nothing going on here. As long as we didn't get atted in complaints, we're more than happy about that. Been atted in rough server for new members. Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm not... Oh. Oh, you're trying to add the tryhard tag to me. Let's see. Oh, fair enough. Oh, I see. Yeah, fair enough. I just got given the... Okay, well, if I don't know if Rough Mercies is still in the stream, but he's just given us the tryhard tag, so thank you very much. I guess this game must have proved it to you, Rough. Well, thank you very much. We definitely do try hard, but yeah, not entirely sure if we're at the right skill level yet, but hey, we come in, we'll try hard. And we sim good enough to keep up with the best of them most of the time. So, you know, we'll take it. Just need to know how to kill people. That's what we need to learn. Need to learn how to be aggressive. Need to learn how to kill people. Anyway, over explain game time. We'll do it with a not particularly great civilization because... And who can we do it with? With a not particularly great civilization because we don't want to bias it too much. Ross says plus. Thanks, Ruff. So Spain, says Ryan. I've been enjoying... Rapture says, I've also been enjoying Availables takes and stuff. Yeah, actually, Available. It's been really, really cool to have you in the chat, actually. Available's been really, really, really useful for the games. He's been great at just pushing us towards that aggressiveness that we need. France, culture victory. Wait, that sounds like a pain. Maybe Byzantium. Assyria, says Ryan. Okay. We actually... Poland reroll until salt. Yeah, that's great for a learning game, isn't it? Great for a learning game. Now we'll take. We don't need Poland. We can do. All right, we're going to do coastal or inland. I'll tell you, we can do Assyria. We'll take Pangaea, and we'll go for our standard quick game pace, low sea level strategic balance on Deity. So this is the standard settings we're playing on multiplayer. It's actually a really nice set of settings because the strategic balance really helps you out in stopping you getting those completely zero production spawns. So, you know, while Legendary Start can be kind of cool and it really puts a load of icons everywhere, you know, especially when those icons get on river tiles and you don't get something like horses or iron, it can actually screw you over quite a bit. So strategic balance is actually a really, really nice setting. It's better than it looks. You know, you spawn with a lot of capitals that don't have a lot of icons, but the horses, the iron, the oil is actually totally worth it. Culture victory. You want me to go through a culture victory, really, chat? Culture. There's a lot of asking for culture victories on the stream. Oh, so I just had a bit of a stream lag. I hope it's not too bad for everyone. Getting a really bad upload speed all of a sudden. Hopefully that recovers. But our upload speed is bad right now. Does anyone know if it is actually good or bad? Can you just let us know? In chat. I'm pretty sure it's terrible. I think we're dropping frames due to lag left, right and centre. I think we're back. We were doing a lot of frame dropping, but I think that was just a small amount of time. Let's check it now. Still doing loads of network frame drops. What's this all about? Okay, apologies chat. It says you had to refresh. Good now, it seems. Yeah, I think we're good now. Okay, can we not do culture? I want to learn how to do other things, says Ryan. Okay, yeah, okay, everyone's better now. Yeah, it was bad for a minute, had to refresh. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, it was my upload speed. It's nothing to do with you. My upload was definitely bad, but we're good. Okay, we've got a culture game planned for the YouTube channel, actually. So if you want to see some tourism stuff, maybe you can watch their... Yeah, stream buffered quite a bit, but now it's fine. Down to maybe 20 FPS. It's very watchable, says Roboto. Control Alt Delete. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. So we've got a tourism stream on the channel where we almost made it. We were about to win it, but then we accidentally nuked a Shoshone Missionary. It's stream 8 on the YouTube channel. So if you want to check that out, we can do that. And there's definitely some tourism in there. Let me just drop the YouTube link. But all the social links are in the Discord if you're in it. So there's the YouTube link in case you want to see that. There's a tourism game on there where we almost did it. We have a tourism series coming as Brazil, so we can do it there. So I think what we do is we try normal stuff, and then we see how the game works. But honestly, I personally think the Deity approach to tourism is actually mostly the same as your approach to any other game until we get to about turn 90. Alex says, sorry, I only watched Civ 5 at 120 FPS. Lol, let's go.
The people bow to your esteemed will.
Oh no. I had a bunch of chocolate here and it's all melted. This is terrible.
Across the world you are known as both a scholar and a warrior. And yet the legends represent merely a glimmer of your true ambition.
Lol, we're coastal. And we actually have salt. Shall we see if salts are regional or it's silver? We're not really moving off the coast. Can't actually tell. Okay. Right, anyway. This, for anyone who's just joined in, is going to be an Assyria over-explained game. We're going to start most of it on the stream, and then we'll take it to, I guess, we'll finish it on YouTube, possibly. We might finish it on the stream if we really feel like it. So what are the settings for this game? We're on Pangea map size, Pangea, small map size, deity difficulty, quick game pace, with all victory types turned on except for time. We are Assyria, but we've spawned coastal. This is going to be interesting. There's no reason really to move off the start because we're on a river. We're not starting on a hill, but we're next to our wheat tile. We've got 2 luxuries within our second ring, including 1 salt. So I think we're going to go right here. So when would I move? Coastal is one of these weird things. Moving off the coast tends to go really, really poorly for you. So, and it's just because you kind of... The way the map is drawn, if you start on the coast, often a lot of your expansions are on the coast, and it is a huge, huge benefit to have your capital on the coast if your expansions are also on the coast. So when you start on the coast, it tends not to be a great idea to move inland. Sometimes you do want to move inland, sometimes you don't. But in those occasions, most of the time, you just, I personally never move off the coast. And oftentimes, if I see that I'm starting 2 tiles away from the coast, I will actually move to the coast as long as I don't give up all of my best tiles. So that, again, because if we see coast, at least 1, probably 2 of our expands are going to be coastal, and having a coastal capital really, really benefits both the expansions and your cap. Anyway, in this scenario, we're not going to move because we've already started next to a river. We've started next to a great tile, that's the wheat. There's no reason to move from this start. The reason to move would be to probably get better tiles within your first ring, or to start on a hill. If we try and start on a hill, that's multiple turn moves. We're going to have to take 1 turn, 2 turns to get onto this hill. And that takes us off of the river, and also we start 2 turns late, and we don't start next to our wheat. If we were to move up here, we move off the coast, and we just talked about why that's bad, and we just talked about why we don't want to move inland when we start with our settler on the coast. So, especially because we're strategic balance, but it's the same with legendary start, starting in place is actually totally underrated, and so I like to do it a lot, only if there's really an obvious hill to move to. But if I've got to give up this wheat and the river in order to do it, I'm not gonna. So let's go. And then we click production focus, and straight away we do that for something that's called the production focus trick. The production focus trick exploits the way that your yields are given to you at the start of the turn. And the order that you can see actually is in here. So what happens? Well, first of all, you gain all of your stuff, the production, the food, the culture, the faith, etc., the gold. You gain that at the start of a turn, not at the end of a turn. That's why if you have deals end over the end turn and you go unhappy and you were supposed to grow and you suddenly don't, that's the reason behind that. And the way it works, the order of the operations is kind of... The most important thing to note, really, is that this thing here, food, always comes first. And so it calculates your excess food. It figures out whether or not you've got enough excess food to spawn a new citizen. And if you have enough excess food to spawn a new citizen, then you spawn that new citizen, and that citizen gets assigned to your city based on the focus. Then you get given all of your other yields, including what is picked up by the new citizen, except for food, because food has already been calculated. So we call it the production focus trick because normally we use it to that new citizen, click production focus, grow it onto a production tile, e.g. this hill, this hill, and then we'll gain that production from the new citizen, even though we sort of weren't meant to, because it's the new citizen that we also gained at the start of a turn. So that's why it's called the production focus trick. You do it by clicking production focus and then manually locking in your tiles. You can lock in a tile just by clicking on it, but if your citizen is already in it, you'll have to click on it to unwork it and then click on the tile again to work it again. So this is why we do this. We lock our food down and then we click production focus for the production focus trick. Doesn't seem like a lot, but I promise you it adds up. Not only does it sometimes get buildings down from 2 turns to 1 turn, but also it usually is worth at least a building in the early game, or at least getting something good faster, be it a workshop, a university, a shrine even. It's important to get faster sometimes. So it's a really, really useful thing to do, and it does pay off eventually, because you do eventually get yourself an extra something. And we'll go pottery. The choice would be either animal husbandry or pottery here. I like to start with pottery to leave open the flexibility of a shrine or a granary, but you could argue that a good idea to do here would be to go animal husbandry to try and reveal a horse, because right now there aren't many particularly good tiles to work once we grow, but we can work this out later. Anyway, we can move to the next turn. And with this warrior, we see the ruin here, but what we want to do is end the warrior's turn on a hill, because a unit can move to an adjacent tile when it has more than 0 movement left, so even 0.33 movement counts. And we can explain later how you get 0.33 movement. But basically, moving onto a hill costs you 1 movement point, and I believe moving to a rough terrain tile also costs you a movement point, or like a forest or something, not entirely sure. But basically, if we move here, that gets us 1 movement, but we get no extra vision. If we move up here, we will get some extra vision on the land around us, and we can still get this ruin next turn. So we're going to move up here with our 1 movement point, even though it would normally cost us 2, and we can see some more tiles, and we're next to our ruin in order to grab it next turn. Anyway, in chat, Ryan says, is quick the most people play? It's the way people play on multiplayer usually, because no one really, it's so difficult to get 6 players together for a 6-hour game as it is. Standard games would last like 8 hours, 10 hours. So quick is what's played by multiplayer players usually, so that's why I'm playing with it. And Roboto says, I actually like Greece Diplo wins, despite how Diplo win can be kind of boring. Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, Diplo can be exciting, can be boring, but you don't do any war, I guess. Anyway, we can move on to the next turn, because we've got nothing going on. And we can take this ruin now. We've got gold. That's a fairly mediocre ruin, and we already have an expansion down here. Again, if we moved inland, this expand we probably still would have settled, but it wouldn't have been on, but it would have been on the coast, but we wouldn't have had a coastal capital. We can actually found a city right on this hill, get the copper, get the marble, and we're already on 4 luxuries. So we can found 4 cities no matter what. And generally, it's a rule of thumb. You should found the number of cities equal to the number of luxuries that you have. And if you can get lots of copies of your regional luxury and lots of trades with AI, you can even found more cities than the number of luxuries that you have. But it's just about keeping happiness up, and luxuries really do determine that. So we can keep on turning because there's nothing to see. We should probably just skip up there. We've even got a fish for this city, so this city gets even better, and a cattle. So that's really good. And we end our turn. Now, the one thing I didn't explain yet is why we went scout first. We went scout first because of 2 reasons. First of all, ruins are incredibly good. If you get some good things from a ruin, like, let's say, there's a city-state in here. If you get you can get something like population from a ruin. You can get culture from a ruin. Both of those are incredibly good. You can get a unit upgrade from a ruin, which is actually kind of helpful. A unit upgrade would be kind of helpful. Gold from a ruin. Gold is really handy. So there's lots of great stuff that comes from ruins. And so getting scouts out allows you to acquire those. If you don't build scouts, you actually won't get them because AIs and other players will get them from you first. Not only that, but we need to know where to settle. And we'll see in a minute how soon you actually need to be settling cities. And to settle them that soon, you need to be getting these scouts out so you know where you're going to go ASAP. We'll just rename this thing quickly. The stream before we get going. But we'll update the community Discord server. We'll say we're going Assyria. Assyria, community Discord server. We'll drop the community Discord link into the stream now because we're done playing multiplayer. There we go. Update that. Just change our tags while we remember as well. To single player. Okay, so we go. Anyway, Ryan says, isn't that close for a second city? This is actually an interesting thing, and I've got a guide video coming to the YouTube channel just as soon as I find time to edit it, talking about how to grow your cities big and fast. And so, I mean, it's not going to be like an absolute pro guide to growing cities big and fast, but it is more than enough to win on Deity and to be competitive, highly competitive on multiplayer, as you've just seen. I use all of those techniques in the game that we play. And what's quite interesting is that by the end of a Deity game or an Immortal game or a multiplayer game, you actually have to have gained all of your population by about turn 160. The Marbles Off River, I believe. Let's check. I believe the Marbles Off River. Yeah, the Marbles Off River, available username. Anyway, so you have to use up all of your population by about turn 160 on quick game pace for multiplayer and for Deity, and probably for Immortal too. You'll do well if you do it on Immortal. What that means is that the population in your cities, you tend to end up somewhere between about 20 in your expansions, between about like maybe about 23 and 17 tends to be where you end up. And your capital tends to get about 25 to 30. That's important because that tells you how many good tiles you actually need in order to make your city competitive. So let's take our standard 20 pop expand, which is actually it's actually reasonably good average, maybe even a bit above average for an expansion city. So at the end of the game, you need to work 1 research lab slot, 1 public school slot, 2 university slots, 1 workshop slot, probably a factory slot. That's 6. So you're working 6 specialist slots. You had 20 population. You've now got 14 population left to work tiles. So how many tiles do you need for 14 population? You need 14 tiles. So that is what we mean when we're settling cities. You only need 14 decent tiles in your city. Any more than that, and you're not going to be able to work them all. So instead of settling for cities that have huge space apart, what you can actually do is just settle for the best tiles that you see in your land and acknowledge that you only really need a good 12 to 14 in your city, and that city is going to be perfectly fine, the best it can be. So this expand isn't actually close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to be settling it 5 or 6 tiles away from the capital. So in this instance, we actually don't get any border overlap, but I would happily settle a city 3 tiles away from my capital, because combined between all of my city's borders, as long as I can get a good 12 to 14 for each of those 2 cities, it doesn't matter how much overlap there is. As long as I can get a good 12 to 14, because the cities aren't going to be working any other tiles anyway, because they don't get big enough. So that is why you actually don't have to space your cities particularly far. In fact, close is really useful because your roads are shorter. That's more gold per turn. You can get units to and from cities faster. That just generally speeds up your game, and it makes it easier to defend. And because you don't expand too close to the Deity AI or too close to other human players, it gives them less incentive to war you. Anyway, hopefully that explains it. And that kind of tells you how to do it. Anyway, here is evidence for the production focus trick. So right now we're on production focus. We have 4 production into our scout right now. We're generating +5, so we will have 9 production at the end of the next turn. If you so we would have 9 production if the production focus trick didn't do anything. So we need to see what happens. If the production focus trick does work, our population will go onto this hill, and we'll actually end up with 11 production towards the scout. Brian says, is it the same versus the AI? Yes, same versus AI or human players. Most of the early game is similar technique. Our regional is silver, by the way, so we didn't end up with salt in the end. Anyway, available username says, if you're doing tradition, that's about where you want your population. If you're doing liberty, your cities are fine at around 17 to 20 in the late game. Yeah. I mean, Liberty cities are fine even a bit small. Like 17, 16 is perfectly good for Liberty, and you're right, it's a totally viable tree. It's just on the vanilla maps, the situation for Liberty doesn't come up as often as the situation for tradition does. But yeah, it's a totally viable opening tree for sure. I've used Liberty to beat Deity AI. Our last stream, we used Piety to beat Deity AI. So, there's at least 3 trees that are totally viable. I would say that the easiest for a new player is tradition. Then Liberty is tough, but if you do it well, it can be super, super strong. And Piety is really difficult to pull off, but it does have things that do help you. But it's really, really tough in the early game, and that's where games are won and lost. Jerusalem, nice. We might get a Pantheon. If we do, it's God King. Wow, this is really hilly terrain up there. Really hilly terrain. I wonder if we can get a city in. Oh, the production towards the scout. 11. So there we go. So, and that actually got our scout down 1 turn. If we'd clicked food focus, we wouldn't have got that 2 production. We'd have been at 9 out of 16. And because we're only generating, well, now we're only generating +5, we would never have got there. So we've actually saved ourselves a turn on the scout by doing that. So that's where the production focus trick comes in really good. And we're just going to take this salt to work it. We're going to buy that tile. I don't recommend buying too many tiles in the early game. If you can be working 2-1 tiles, then probably worthwhile doing it, but you don't want to buy too many because that gold is quite useful. You will need to be buying tiles in your expansions, so always bear that in mind. We need to get vision on this area down here. And we can actually take a Pantheon. Okay, so what do we do for a Pantheon? Well, first thing to note is that we've seen double silver. And there's a concept called regional luxuries in Civilization 5. Regional luxuries, there's kind of, if you imagine the map to be divided up into sections equal to the number of players. So in our case, there's 6 players, so 6 sections. Regional luxuries are the luxury that spawns in an abundance in a given player's section. And that's what's called your regional luxury. It's the luxury that you should be able to settle most of by yourself. And it is the luxury that you'll be using to trade with other people, to trade luxuries in order to get happiness. So your regional luxury is important because it often dictates your Pantheon. If you've got a regional luxury that gives you a good Pantheon, it can be really powerful. And if you've got a regional luxury that doesn't really give you any benefits from Pantheons, then it's a bit different as to what you might take. In our scenario, we've seen 2 silver, but we've only seen 1 salt. So we think the likelihood is that our regional luxury at this point, and we should actually scout this first before we make our decision. Oh, we've seen another salt now. So we have no idea what our regional luxury is. Now, salt is a great regional luxury. And it's a great regional luxury because, 1, you can take Earth Mother, and that's faith. Faith Pantheons are super important because religions are an incredibly valuable part of this game. In fact, like religions are like, they provide you so many benefits that you just can't get otherwise. And there are so few ways to generate faith, especially early, that every time you can get a good faith producing Pantheon, you take it. And salt's great because you can get faith from it. It can spawn as a regional luxury, and it is a 2 food, 1 production tile. And when you put a mine on it, salt becomes 3 food, 2 production, and 1 gold. It is a ridiculous luxury. And that is why people often say that salt is the best thing in Civilization 5. Because 3 food, 2 production from a tile that you have to put 1 mine on. Insane. So salt starts are ridiculous. We need to steal Jerusalem's worker, which is why we're hanging around here. So salt starts are ridiculous. Salt is a great regional luxury. Given that we saw 2 silver, I was leaning towards taking God King instead, which is just the Pantheon that's quite good, by the way. Instead, we need to think about whether or not we want Earth Mother. Now, the thing about Deity AI is that generally they religion spam you, and it's really, really tough for you to be able to get a religion of your own. In that scenario, you will lose the faith from your regional luxury quite quickly. And instead, we actually don't even need a shrine. We might not even need a shrine. And so instead, we might, against Deity, like you should always take the Faith Pantheon if it's there, on Immortal or lower, and perhaps on multiplayer as well. But against Deity, there's an argument to be said for not taking the Faith Pantheon because you're just not going to get a religion anyway. Anyway, what do we take? So there's the Pantheon in the game called God King. Palace provides +1 to culture, faith, gold, production, and science. God King doesn't look very good, but God King is an incredible Pantheon to take if you meet a Faith City State early on. And that is important because if you are the first person to meet a Faith City State, you actually get enough faith for a Pantheon. So if you meet a Faith City State on turn 5 like we did, we got given 8 faith. That 8 faith is enough for us to get a Pantheon. And that's on turn 6. On turn 6, 1 production right now is plus, what is that? 1 production is plus 17% production. 1 culture is plus 100% culture. 1 faith is, well, I mean, we're not even generating any faith. 1 gold is going to give us extra 33% gold per turn. And 1 science is going to be plus 20% science. God King is ridiculously incredible when you take it early. So, in this scenario, because we got it on turn 6, because we don't know what our regional luxury is, if our regional is silver, we 100% take God King because it's too good early on. If our regional is salt, we're a bit more debatable, but because it's deity, we're going to take God King because 1, my 2 fastest deity victories were both God King turn 6, and 2, it's just an incredible Pantheon to take early on. So we'll take God King here. And we can notice our production is now up to +7. All these buildings are down a turn. Look, that was 755. It's now 644. Our science is now up to 6. That's added 20%. We've doubled our culture. It's just a brilliant, brilliant pantheon. The next question is what we do. We should probably build a worker because we're on salt. Improving salt early on with a worker is just great. So we're going to do that. And then we'll take animal husbandry for horses. Of these 3 early techs, generally the most important ones are pottery if you want a shrine. Animal husbandry to reveal horses on the map because horses give you bonus yields on tiles. So that's good. Mining, because you need to chop down forests and build mines. Chopping down forests is a really good way to get yourself a good production boost in the early game. We'll talk about it when we do it. And then archery is somewhat, it's not as great as the others. Temple of Artemis is a fantastic wonder. But most important is to usually get a couple of settles out before you build Artemis if you want it. So just FYI, Artemis is an absolutely fantastic wonder. It's better than Hanging Gardens. It is utterly insane. And it's because it's got this thing on it called plus 10% food. And that's actually plus 10% in empire-wide food. It's not plus 10% growth. It's plus 10% empire-wide food. On turn 100, you might be generating plus 150 food. So Artemis is giving you plus 15 across your whole empire. Hanging Gardens is 6. I had a runaway game where I was generating 250 food by turn 100 once. Artemis gave us 25 food per turn. Artemis is fantastic. It can be worth, 4 Hanging Gardens once you get to the mid game. It is ludicrously insane. And just to top it all off, you get plus 15% bonus towards producing archery units, just in case you want to go cross by someone. It's a fantastic wonder. Really, really good. All of the best players sort of advocate for that wonder over almost everything else. Anyway, available username says, yep, you take God King 2, one of your salt is desert, and you're only getting faith from 1 salt and iron early. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Plus the yield helps speed up the rest of your game. That's totally the reasoning we had. We're aligned. Good job we're aligned with the available username and their good tips. Aha. So here we go. So Ramcam Hyang, we have met him. Hello. Maybe we can steal his worker. We're a bit close, but maybe we can steal his worker. Another city-state down here. Hong Kong. This is interesting land. It's going to make this city difficult to work with the capital, but we'll try it. And Ryan says, oh, I didn't realise that. That makes it way better than the growth pantheon. Yeah. So are you talking about God King or you're talking about Artemis? I'm usually a little bit delayed from your chat, so it's quite handy sometimes if there's a bit of a, if there could be a bit of a misunderstanding, mentioning what it is you're talking about, it's quite helpful. Anyway, we're going to skip on because there's not a lot to do. We're just scouting right now to figure out where we're going to settle. Anyway, available username says, I think Shrine is good here too. Good to start working in religion now and try and take a worker from Jerusalem. Yeah, I might actually take the one from Hong Kong because we just revealed them. It would be good to start working on religion. I would love a worker though to get this salt upgraded. We do need religion. You are 100% correct. Faith is good for more than just religion as well. So that's one thing to note, everybody. Map. Nice. Okay, so this connects. That's good. The reason this is important is because if we settle a city in here, it will be able to send cargo ships to our capital eventually. We've also grown to a silver now. And apparently there's a ruin right there. We'll have to get that later. This warrior can scout a little bit more. But then I think we need to bring it home to steal a worker. If we steal a worker from Jerusalem, it's the worker for this city, which is probably quite good, especially because we're building a worker in the capital. We probably should steal our embassy. Gold per turn is worth a lot more now than it is later. We need to scout around this area to make sure we know where our expansions are going now. So that is why we're moving around here. Anyway, next thing to talk about is available username. Sort of hinted at it, and I've been hinting about it too. Is worker stealing. What is it and why is it important? So worker stealing abuses city-states, and it abuses city-states because when you declare war on a city-state, you can make first of all, it abuses the turn-based nature of the game. So you can declare war on a city-state and then take military action on a city-state on that same turn. Why is that kind of important for abusing the city-states and for this trick? It's because you can use it to steal a city-state worker. If you've got a unit, you can declare war on a city-state and if their worker is within movement range of your unit, you can capture it that turn. And city-states, they're open to being abused because you have the choice of when to war them and when to peace them. And you can peace a city-state on the same turn that you declare war on them. So what you can do is you can declare war, you can move in with your unit, capture their worker, and then peace. And the city-state won't take any adverse action against you. So worker stealing, that is the exploit. And the reason being is because workers are super, super important and powerful. In fact, having early workers is so huge for your game that a lot of the best players tend to recommend 2 workers per city. Probably 2 workers per city minus 1. But if you get a bit behind on your workers, then you might want to go all the way up to 2 workers per city. And it's because workers can add food or production to tiles. You know, we talk about a granary is a good building and it adds like 2 food to your city. Workers just continue adding and adding and adding. Every 4 or 5 turns, you add a food or you add a production, and they continue to add. Not only that, but they can chop down forests that give you production as well. Chopping down forests gives you production, and in general, you should chop down almost every forest you have, unless your city is so low production it needs a lumber mill. And so that early worker is really key, and so we steal a worker from a city-state in order to give us a nice early worker without having to spend... I mean, we're spending 7 turns building a worker right now. So that saves 7 turns of production somewhere, which is highly critical. Then, what else can we talk about worker stealing? Why is it such an abuse? Because city-states, there are no diplomatic repercussions for stealing a city-state worker if you declare war on city-states once. The way that diplomatic repercussions work for city-states is that if you declare war on any city-state once, and then on any city-state once, there is no problems with your relations with respect to city-states. Your influence still goes up and down at the normal rates. But once you've declared war on 2 or more city-states, or on city-states twice or more, and that counts if you declare war on one city-state twice, or 2 city-states once each, once you've done 2 declarations of war on city-states as a group, now you start having diplomatic repercussions with city-states. So, we do the 1 steal because there is no diplomatic repercussion whatsoever, and typically we only steal once, because otherwise another declaration of war harms our relationship with city-states, and we'll talk about it later on in the game about how city-states are hugely important to your game. So that's why we do it. Now you can leave the war open with a city-state and get multiple steals off on them, and that is totally get fair game, and you should consider that whenever you get the chance. But oftentimes you'll only be able to take it once, and then you'll only be able to take 1 worker without dying, or perhaps the city-state just won't be open to leaving that war open, because city-states won't give you units for free. If they see your units, they run away. Hey, look. Wow. Well, look. I was pleased about having a river. We have no civil service farms, apart from this. Instead, we have 3 horses. Wow. This is a crazy good capital. I mean, it's a bit short on food, because we've got none of our civil service farms, but this is a crazy capital right now. This is actually really, really good. Horse tiles are brilliant. It's a shame they're all on our river tiles, though. That kind of sucks bad. And the reason it sucks is because you need tiles with 3 or more food on them in order to grow. And in general, you want to be working tiles that have 3 or more yield of food and production combined on them. That's why we've been trying hard to work the salt, because it's 3 combined of food and production, and the wheat, because it's 3 combined of food and production. So you generally want to be working tiles with 3 or more food on them in order to grow. Otherwise, if you only work 2 food tiles or 1 food tiles, your growth rate slows every time you get a new citizen. Instead, your growth rate keeps up. Oh! If we want to work the Rock of Gibraltar, we're going to need to settle the Marble, or perhaps this grassland river. This is an insane game. There's the Maya. Hello. That is an insane game. 13 culture as well. We're having an insanely good game right now. This is kind of crazy. This is kind of crazy. Chat, would you like me to carry on with the insane game, or should we do a new game that's perhaps less insane? Because this is a ridiculously good start right now, and it might be a bit unrealistic. I mean, we can talk. We can talk about through everything that's going on anyway, so I'm not adverse to carrying on. But it's kind of ridiculously good. This is an insane start, especially if we get the rock. Ryan says, yeah, this is incredible. This is why God made food cargo ships, though, says available username. Yeah, exactly. We're going to talk about food cargo ships later and why they are so good. We might, depending on what Hong Kong's got, we might even kill them for their land if we need to. But anyway, we'll move on. We'll take all of our good stuff. But we're going for a worker now, because early workers really are so powerful. It's what makes stealing a worker so good. And so we're going to go steal our worker, and we look for it. Probably should go down here, stay away from the barbarians. We need to duck in there. Hong Kong's got 2 fish as well. And now we get to social policy decisions. So why is a culture ruin so good earlier on in the game? It's so good because it accelerates your ability to pick your social policy tree. And if we open tradition right now, we get +3 culture from tradition. So we actually do, our culture generation will be 4 times what it was previously once we open tradition, because we were able to get this thing. It stops us from, I mean, it's great in a number of ways, but basically it accelerates you through your early policy tree, and finishing your first policy tree is incredibly powerful for your game. Everything that you can get in it sooner is just huge. So that's why it's kind of so important that culture you're in is better than it looks, because it really, really accelerates you through your tree. Anyway, Ryan says, Rock of Gibraltar always seems to spawn in totally unusable spots for me, so this is absolutely incredible, especially seeing it so early. Yeah, it really is. Alex agrees, yeah. This is kind of incredible to be seeing it. Ryan says, okay, city-states in my games usually don't have workers until nearly turn 100. But do you play standard or... Actually, yeah, because you said you played Warlord, was it, Ryan? Yeah. So on Warlord, it's a bit different. City-states get their workers faster the higher the difficulty level. On Deity, they're going to get their workers pretty soon. And on Immortal, they get them pretty soon too. On probably King and below, it takes them a while to get city-state workers, for the workers to build city-states. But the payoff is that you need the workers less on Warlord because the AIs aren't as strong. But we'll show you what goes on anyway. But I promise you, getting those early workers is important. You'll just have to build an early worker at some point in a city. But it's not that bad, because there are things that you can adjust to make sure to get that worker. Anyway, social policy tree. What's important? First of all, the first thing you should look at when you're deciding on a social policy tree is your luxuries. How many do you have? Because each of the different social policy trees, they have different benefits, and it generally tends to be aligned with the number of cities you're going to found. Tradition tends to be good for 4 or more expansions before you build your national college. It's not 4 or more cities overall. Tradition, you can found as many cities as you want, really. But 4 or fewer, not 4 or more, 4 or fewer expansion cities before National College. That's what tradition is good for. And tradition, its benefits are absolutely insane because it has incredible amounts of food in it. Landed Elite, plus 10% growth and plus 2 food in the capital. Big. That plus 2 food is going to be plus 50% growth rate probably in the early game. And then you get another plus 10% from Landed Elite. Not only that, adopting all policies will grant plus 15% growth. Huge, again, another 15% multiplier. And a free aqueduct in your first 4 cities. That free aqueduct comes when you get to engineering, but you don't actually have to research engineering in order to get your free aqueduct. You get the free aqueduct the moment you finish tradition, not the moment you research engineering. You do not need engineering to get the free aqueduct. And that's important because it means you don't have to take engineering early if you don't need to. But that's very important, and you get that in your first 4 cities. And an aqueduct is an absolutely fantastic building, plus 40% population growth. Need I say any more? So tradition is fantastic for growing your cities. The problem is that if you try and found more than 4 expansions at the start of the game, you will get off to an incredibly slow start, and you will end up chasing the game in your capital. And capital size is an important factor in how your game goes. Bigger capital games tend to go quite well, and so capital size is super important. So building too many settlers that early on from your cities as tradition is just, it's a great way to torpedo your capital, which is why we only do 4 expansions or fewer. After your national college, you can settle as many other expansions as you want, totally up to you. And that is actually an interesting thing about tradition. But early on, you need to be 4 or less expansions in order to make the best use of what you get from tradition. So then Liberty is the next choice. Liberty is for 5 or more expansions before National College. And so why that is good, because you get +1 production in every city and +5% production in cities when constructing buildings. That helps you get all of your buildings out faster, and you get +1 production in every city. We just talked about how good God King is. Well, Liberty gives you that policy. It's the same. Not only that, but then there's this next policy, Collective Rule. 50%, well, basically double settler speed. So you produce your settlers twice as fast and you get a free settler. So that avoids the problem that tradition has, which is spending too much time building settlers. Liberty gives you a free settler and then doubles your production towards settlers. So Liberty, if you were to go 4 expands as tradition, you could actually get 9 expands as Liberty out with the same amount of production time in your capital. So that's why Liberty is for 5 or more expansions before National College. So then the question becomes, tradition versus Liberty, why? Well, it's answered by how many expansions you can fit in, really. Can you get 5 or more? Because 5 really is the minimum for Liberty, because Liberty doesn't have any of that growth. in it. And growth is the most important thing. Free aqueducts is huge. This happiness policy in tradition is better than the happiness policy in liberty. Free growth in the capital, +2 food, +15% growth. It's all insanely good. So usually, if you're going for 5 total cities or fewer, you probably want to go for tradition, especially if it's before National College. If you can find more cities, then liberty is a great play, because getting all of those cities out early is huge. The optimal number of cities for science is something like 8. So that's kind of why liberty should be chosen when you have the room, because you can get 8 cities. Science victory is super, super good. And so there's that. But also liberty does actually win in a couple of areas. It has more production than tradition because of Republic, and because of the building production helps you get through your buildings faster. So you have more spare production going around. Not only that, but you get a free worker. And tile improvement construction rate is increased by 25%, which is actually a meaningful difference. On top of that, liberty actually wins for culture. So, representation, you'll notice that there wasn't anything that really gives you culture and tradition. You get a free culture building, but that tends to be used for monuments. You build the monuments anyways, liberty. So, representation, each city you found will increase the culture cost of policies by 33% less than normal. That's huge, because more cities means slower culture in general. More cities gets you through your opening policy tree faster, but then results in having less policies for late game. So less ideology, less rationalism, less everything else. Liberty actually wins with culture, believe it or not. So that's an important thing. So liberty culture is actually not that bad. In fact, it's quite good. And it's also quite good because of the Golden Age. Golden Age is a +25% culture while they run. On top of that, then there's meritocracy, which is the liberty happiness policy. It's not as good as tradition's happiness. Tradition has this: aristocracy +1 happiness for every 10 citizens, and monarchy -1 happiness for every 2 citizens in the capital. As long as you make sure to grow your capital, in general, liberty's happiness policy does not start providing you more happiness until you've got about 10 cities. So that's the thing. That's why tradition is so good. So tradition actually has more happiness in it than liberty until you get to about 10 liberty cities. And not only that, all the happiness from tradition, you don't have to do anything for, you just get it. Liberty, you have to build a road between your cities. So anyway, we go back to chat now. Tino says, exception for small liberty empire like 4 cities is if you plan to early war in ancient and classical era. Yeah, so that is probably the one exception for liberty. You can go liberty and then use the extra production to do war in the ancient and classical era. That +1 production is a meaningful amount of production. You know, it can be like +20% or something, or +17%, or even if it's +10%. It's a meaningfully large amount of production towards military units, and that can all go towards building war units, and it makes it an awful lot easier for you to kill someone. Not only that, but then you have liberty, a social policy tree, which is meant for wide empires, and if you kill someone, then you'll have a wide empire, so you can start using it. And generally when you go to war, your culture is rubbish, so liberty gives you a nice boost to culture if you need it. So that's one thing. A lot of players though, like the 4 city early war tends to be more of a, I guess it's more of a play on some other like modded games. On vanilla, as far as I've seen, it's usually better for you to go 2 cities for ancient and classical war, or 3 cities for medieval war, just because of the amount of production it takes up from your capital in order to do it, and the fact that tradition is so powerful. But that liberty thing works too. If you're short on production and you need to war, liberty is definitely the play. But if you do have some production going around, it might make sense to go for a small tradition core and then go for the kill. Anyway, here, what do we see? How do you decide how many cities are found? The rule, as we said earlier, tends to be about 1 city per luxury. But if you can settle a lot of your regional luxury, you might be able to get away with more than 1 city per luxury. In this case, it doesn't seem like we're settling a lot of our regional luxury, and copper might well be Cyan's regional luxury itself. So we won't be able to trade Cyan because we'll both have copper, and we don't even know what our regional is. All we know is we're going to have 2 salt and 2 silver. So that's 2 trades. So that's like having, I guess, 3 extra copies of your regional or something. And so we're marble, silver, salt, and copper. 4 luxuries, 4 cities. And if we ever get the chance, we'll found this crab for 5th. But right now, we don't see a 6th luxury, and you tend to need that 6th luxury to go liberty. So we're going tradition. We haven't talked about honor or piety, but because honor or piety, we haven't talked about them because they are quite strongly inferior to tradition or liberty. And the reason they're inferior is because both of those trees give you nothing that you need desperately in the early game. In the early game, you desperately need food and you desperately need production. Tradition gives you food, Liberty gives you production, and both of them give you that in bounds and bounds and bounds. Honor gives you no food and no production, and Piety gives you no food and no production. In fact, because of the way that these two trees work, you actually have to build more stuff as Honor and Piety than you do as Tradition or even Liberty, frankly. So, I mean, Liberty has to build the same amount of stuff, but whereas Piety must build shrines. If you don't build shrines as Piety, you will lose your religion and you won't be able to use Piety's benefits. So Liberty, Tradition doesn't have to build monuments because of legalism. You can use the legalism to get a free monument. Liberty has to build monuments because it doesn't have any free monuments, but at least it gets +1 production to do that. Piety needs to build monuments and shrines, and it doesn't give you any help to do that. Apart from the opener does make shrines half cost, but monument and half cost shrine is still more than just monument, and you don't even have the production bonus to go with it. And honor just gives you nothing at all. It's just totally army. You can get more by growing your cities a bit and then taking honor than you can just opening straight honor often. And there are mods which make these other policy trees more viable. I haven't ever won a deity game as honor. I have won a deity game as piety, but it's just really tough. Anyway, Ryan said, how do I steal back an embarked worker? Yeah, so you have to wait for the workers to get on land in order to take it back, just as available username said. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it has to be. Anyway, available says, can you talk about the Liberty finisher? Because a free great person of your choice is extremely powerful when used correctly. Yes, that is actually super important. So Liberty actually has something kind of important. Adopting all policies in the Liberty tree will grant a free great person of your choice near the capital. You get to choose what that is. It can be anything. It could be a scientist planted for early science, because a scientist, I mean, right now, a scientist would double our science. But once you get to the Liberty finisher, that scientist could still really genuinely improve your science by something like +20%, maybe. So it's incredibly, the scientist can be a big boost to science, and increasing your science speed really, makes your trajectory go super upwards, races you along the tech tree, which gets you faster to whichever end game victory condition you're looking for. Now, what else can you choose? Actually, there's a couple of choices that you can do with Liberty. So you can choose the scientist, and that is a perfectly fine choice. Anytime you choose a scientist, there's no reason, it's not wrong. It's always a good choice. But you can choose anything else. You can choose a great engineer. And why is an engineer so good? It's because you can use the great engineer to rush a wonder. Typically on deity difficulty and on multiplayer, you're going to have time to build perhaps 1, maybe 2 wonders in an average capital before about turn 100. And, that is if you're having a good time. You're having a good time of it. Great engineers have an ability called rush production. It allows you to it basically allows you to one turn a wonder. So choosing an engineer gets you a 3rd wonder. It's 1 extra wonder that you would not have been able to get otherwise. And there are some absolutely fantastic wonders before turn 100 that basically it means that you should try and get all of them. You can't get all of them, but you should try and get all of them because they're fantastic. Sistine is fantastic. Forbidden Palace is fantastic. Leaning Tower of Pisa is fantastic. Alhambra is fantastic. Petra is fantastic in the right city. Chichen Itza is fantastic. Notre Dame is fantastic. Hanging Gardens is fantastic. Artemis is exceptional. Oracle is really good. So there are loads of incredible ones that can be taken, and an engineer allows you to get one straight away, and it usually guarantees it for you as well. So available username says, I like engineers are too good to one turn a powerful happiness wonder like Chichen Itza or Notre Dame, my preference. Yeah, Notre Dame is insanely good wonder. It's +10 happiness. There are so few ways to get happiness in the game, and they're all incredibly expensive in terms of production time, that being able to great engineer Notre Dame is incredible. Not only do you get 4th faith, but you get 10 happiness, which is worth 2.5 unique luxuries or trades. It's insanely good wonder. And that engineer from Liberty tends to come at about the right time to engineer Notre Dame or to engineer Chichen Itza, which has got 4 happiness, but also extended golden ages. And extended golden ages are huge for gold. If you're on a low difficulty level, you could use it to crunch down Petra. You could use it to get Sistine, which is, of course, incredible. Forbidden or Leaning, which is also incredible. So there are maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wonders in the medieval and Renaissance era that will become available to you between about turn 60 and turn 100 quick speed. That are all incredible. And getting an engineer just gets you 1 more than you otherwise would have been able to do. So yeah, so the Liberty great person, taking a great engineer for a good wonder is valuable. Don't take the great engineer for a rubbish wonder. Don't take it for gold. Matchu's a good wonder, but it's not worth wasting your engineer on. Take it for something that's really hard to get and incredibly impactful for your game. That's food, that's production, and that's happiness in general. But then once you get to these Renaissance wonders, you can start branching out into culture and into the Leaning Tower of Pisa. But especially earlier on in the game with your Liberty Engineer, you want to try and take something that's super, super impactful. And that tends to be happiness or production or food. So Petra is worthwhile. Oracle might be worthwhile. It's kind of good, especially if you need exploration. You can get hammers out of Oracle in some weird ways. But happiness and Chichen, happiness from Notre Dame, or you can save it for one of these fantastic Renaissance wonders too. So anyway, we're going tradition. That was a long time there, but we're here now. Anyway, back into the chat. Yeah, available username says, I think the one exception to piety being inferior is when you have a very strong non-faith pantheon, like food from citrus, wheat, or cats. Yeah, that can be really strong. The only problem is that piety still doesn't have happiness, and you don't realise how much the tradition happiness policy actually helps you when you're early on in the game. But I mean, you just have to rely on getting the early religion at that point. If you can take a food pantheon and then still get first religion, then yeah, sure, go for it. But you might struggle with population, which is why I don't often do it, and usually recommend the faith pantheon. Oh, the Grand Mesa is here. What? Oh, this is the Rock of Gibraltar tile right here. We can't step on it. How weird. There goes culture from jungle. We found 2 natural wonders already. We should have gone Spain. Yeah, let's sell that to the Maya. Keep our gold per turn up. We've explored down here now, so we can bring this back. And we've got our worker out, so that's immediately to, I guess, to chop down a forest and then improve the salt. Probably. We've got another social policy, which, tradition, the most important thing to get yourself towards is landed elite and monarchy in the early game. So oligarchy is rubbish. It's not particularly useful for us, especially when we're playing deity. So, but because taking this wonder production policy, which is fantastic in its own right, because taking this slows down the growth and the happiness too much, we have to take oligarchy here and go for it. So that's just a tip as tradition. Unless your game hinges on a wonder, don't take the wonder production, because you just have to get down to all of that other good stuff soon. Anyway, we finished our worker. We could actually still build a monument, but we don't need to. A shrine would get us going. A granary would allow us to grow. But I feel like we missed our chance for granary. Let's just go settler and get our cities out. And we've got mining now, so we can chop down forests and improve salt. Now, we need to decide what we need to do for... After you've got pottery, husbandry, and mining, the next choice is usually, what do I need to improve my regional luxury? In our case, we've got salt and we've got silver. Both need mines. This needs a quarry. Copper needs a mine. So we've got everything we need for luxuries already, so we can indulge a bit. And we'll indulge in bronze working because iron is +1 production to whatever tile it lands on. Anyway, Ryan says, I thought you got a notice when an AI declares war. I just got a worker stolen without knowing I'm at war. I don't understand, but the game I'm playing is just terrible. I've lost half my workers to wars I wasn't told that I'm in. Like, unfair. That's really interesting. You do always get a notification. They come up on your leader screen and war you. The only difference is maybe perhaps if you're on multiplayer, but you always get a notification. Did you never piece the AI? Or perhaps you didn't piece some city-states? Sometimes you have to piece the city-states separately from the AIs sometimes. So perhaps that's what's happened to you. Maybe you didn't piece the city-state, or didn't get peace with an AI that you thought you had gotten peace with, perhaps. Your versus AI. Yeah, you should always get told. So perhaps maybe you didn't get peace in the end. I don't really know. Wow, there's loads of fish down here. Loads of fish, loads of sheep down here. So we have to settle this Grand Mesa. It's kind of crazy. If we go right here, going right here grabs us a sheep, but it loses us a sheep. So we should probably just go down here somewhere. Optics would be kind of good for settling. Maybe we should indulge for optics. It's 10 turns, and it will just speed up our settler movement time a lot. So Ryan says, I'm restarting this game is lost. I never declared any wars. That's really interesting. That's kind of unfortunate. I mean, there has to have been a war declared at some point for you to be at war with, unless it's barbarians. It's not barbarians, is it? Barbarians are a thing in this game. Was it a barbarian unit? Because barbarians are always at war with all of you. Anyway, Alex says, if the AI catches you marching on them and asks what you're doing, should you lie or declare war? Depends how much you care about other AIs about what the AI thinks of you. So telling an AI that you're not going to war them and then warring them is a massive diplomatic minus. It will make like everyone else in the world hate you. So the question is, does it matter if everyone else in the world hates you or not? If it doesn't, then lie. And if it does matter, if everyone else hates you, then just declare war. Ideally, you move all of your stuff up at once. So ideally you move all of your stuff up at once, so you're ready to declare war on anyway. Generally, though, just kind of pick your moment and go for it with AI wars. Don't try to get into too much position. The AI is quite bad at war. They tend to come out at you when you declare war on them anyway. And if they come out at you, then that gives you a much better opportunity to kill their stuff. So it's not bad. Available username says you could also settle the first city with optics. It's not great, but it has some resources and can feed your capital. Yeah, it's really bad. The one reason why I probably don't want to settle it is because there's only one hill. If there are at least hills, I would do it. Like, coastal can make up for a lot, but if you don't have production and you don't have food, you just can't do anything. So I'm tempted, but it just doesn't have hammers. It's got 2 deer and 1 hill, and that's like it. But yeah. Anyway, Ryan, I would really check to make sure it wasn't a barbarian, because that could definitely be a thing. Barbarians are in there to slow you down, and so it could be a barb. If it's the AI, there must have been a war open. You can't be... Check with the AIs, perhaps. But yeah, anyway, FGS War says, not great, it's kind of understating it. Yeah. I mean, if we settle here, we can actually get 2 lumber mills, 2 deer, and a hill, and 2 fish. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's like 14 base production in the end game. We can send it production, perhaps. I'll settle it after National College, I think. But it might well be worth settling. It might. Let's chop this forest down for production. More salt. So maybe salt's our regional. We're still swimming around Jerusalem to try and steal their worker, but the worker hasn't come out yet. And that worker will go straight to this new city, whatever it is that's going for Rock of Gibraltar. Anyway, Ryan says, I don't know, this sucks, time for a break. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's difficult. It'd be good to figure out what that is, so you know for next time. A city down here also gets salt, so we definitely want to come down here somehow. This scout doesn't really need to go anywhere. We can just keep it there. Writing, nice. Oh, 2 more salt down there. We should probably try and squeeze another city in here somewhere, because there's more salt. They can't all be coastal. 1, 2, 3. So the closest coastal we can put to our capital is right here. For an observatory. And it gets all these tiles around the back eventually. But it is a bit light on tiles. But we'll get to work all of these too. And we can share some with the capital. Then we could put another city down here. On perhaps, if we found one right there. Or perhaps even found a city right here. We can then go 1, 2, 3 and found on the Tundra Hill. Or on this Tundra Hill for all of these sheep and the fish. And then capture all of this salt. So I think that's what we do. Rapture says, if you don't settle it, you know for sure that's where all the oil will end up. Yeah, it kind of will be, won't it? Kind of will be. Anyway, we've got 6 production for a saw. Not sure it was worth doing that. We'd have probably got more out of improving the salt, but we've chopped it down now. Get the settler out a bit sooner. But anyway, yeah, chopping down forests gives you production. So it's always worth doing it. Anyway, yeah, I think a city down here makes sense, especially right on this, because we actually get another copy of salt. So that's more of our regional to trade. We've got a lot of settles we need to do. Wow, all this salt now. There's our regional. It's all over here, not over there, next to our capital. It's all over the way over here. Kind of crazy. Right, now we can improve the salt. Let's just wait for Jerusalem. We want their worker. We could steal Hong Kong's too. Maybe we'll steal whoever's worker comes out first. Maybe that's the best play. Unless someone is hostile. Oh, Jerusalem's friendly. We should probably try and steal Hong Kong's worker. It gets to the city just about fast enough as well. And Jerusalem will be better for trying to get a faith ally. Let's maybe steal Hong Kong's worker. Available username says, I play Liberty 80% of the time, so my standards for cities aren't that high. Yeah. Yeah, this would be a fine Liberty city. 2 lumber mills, 2 deer, a hill, 2 fish. Perfectly okay. Needs a bit of help, but you can make it work. It will contribute in the late game. And that's all you really need to do. Especially if you settle it before National College. Terrible cities settled after National College are terrible without help. But, oh nice, Archer rune. But, oh man, Barbarian right there. But, oh here we go, we can grab ourselves 1 Hong Kong worker in a minute. We can actually multi-steal Hong Kong as well, so that's going to be good. But yeah, we should probably settle Tripada first, because it's a good city, and then we'll swim all of these settlers down after we get optics in 7. Because this is such rough terrain. Like, how many turns does it take us to walk a settler down here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 turns to get to this location. Or we wait until optics and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So optics is really speeds up that settle. Hey, if we put this city here, we can even get the sheep. So I think we do definitely settle like right here. Sheep, some stuff, and then another city down here in the tundra. And again, it's okay because there's all of this good stuff in here. We only need 10 to 14 good tiles, really. Right, one more settler now. Out this goes. And one worker for us. Bam, Hong Kong. Taken. And we can bring this warrior back now. Double hand axe in here is going to be problematic. And now, the thing I said about making peace with the city-state, we're actually not going to do it here. Because you can, if you look at your borders, you can only see one tile out from your borders unless that tile is a hill, at which point you can see a unit on it like 2 tiles away or something. Anyway, the city-state wants to put a farm here. So if we wait here with a scout, they can't see our scout. And so their next worker will come and improve this. And our scout will be here and we can run in and take it again. And they won't even know. So we're going to try and multi-steal Hong Kong. And I'm naming the worker Hong Kong so we know where we took it from. This is a nice plus to EUI. Enhanced User Interface mod. It allows you to rename your workers. And that allows us to keep track of whose worker we stole. If we go to war and we start bringing workers to the front to build roads, there is a reasonable likelihood that worker gets captured. If an opponent captures the worker, they can return that worker back to a city-state and gain 45 influence. So, if we're bringing workers to the front, we want to make sure we're bringing our own hard-built workers, not stolen workers. So we rename the worker to know not to bring it. There goes Great Library, turn 19. We'll get out of here now, and we'll bring our new worker back. This settler, unfortunately, can't move out to its new position, so we'll move here. Because this hand axe is threatening us. And this archer needs to come back now. We just need to make sure that we don't have any barbs spawning in this little row, so that we can settle it. We perhaps even need to deal with this camp. Do we go on the marble and come off river? It gets us one closer to the Rock of Gibraltar, but it takes us away from the copper. Yeah, we don't get the copper in range if we go on the marble, so I think we need to go here on the grassland tile. So we'll wait for that. This hand axe unfortunately wants to terrorize our worker, so we're going to have to go and start improving some tiles. Perhaps probably the horse for settler production. And now we need to kill this hand axe. I don't know how best we do it. Probably move away for the moment. And we can chop this down, or we can bring this to the new city. We need masonry next though to get that luxury online. So we'll do that soon. But we need to bring this back and start working on some horses. And we now take legalism for our free monuments. So we got a free monument in the capital. And that's going to boost our culture even more. Yeah, he's gone for our salt. That's going to get pillaged, unfortunately. We need to settle this now. We could go on this hill up here. But then that takes us out of range of Gibraltar. So the only city that we can settle within range of Gibraltar and the copper is that one right here. So let's do that and buy the tile. And we can probably grow before working it. We don't need it immediately, but we do need it eventually. But we've claimed it now, so that's perfectly good for us. This really does want to cause us some problems. The scout can clear this camp. So we'll bring the warrior back to handle the hand axe. We'll get the scout in here and just chill. And then we need to save these workers. So let's move them around. Make sure they don't get taken by the barbarian. But the barbarian will pillage our salt anyway. And we're doing okay. We got it online for a moment. And we've lost it again. But hey, happens. City bombardments are your greatest friend at taking barbarians down. So it's something that you should always pay attention to when you're playing the game. Is there like a city bombardment that I can do that will... Or is there a way that I can place my cities or use my cities to help against barbarians? That's why settling cities this early is so impactful for your game. Barbarians can become a huge problem. But by settling cities early, you claim the land. You can use city bombardments to kill barbarians. And because barbarians, they spawn on tiles when no player or city-state has visibility, you get visibility on tiles and block barb camps from spawning there too. Anyway, available says it's good to settle around the hills since the governor doesn't prioritize hills very much. Yes, that's another important point. So your city borders naturally expand based on the amount of culture your city is generating. Hills are harder for your borders to expand to than flatland tiles, but hills are incredibly important to your city. So by settling in the middle of all of these hills, we get a bunch of hills in our city, despite the fact, we get a bunch of hills in our city, which is going to really help our production. There is the Mayan city over there as well. And we'll keep building. Yeah, we can't lose a worker, so that's fine. We'll get one of these workers over to Nineveh when it's safe. For now, we just need to improve the cap. We'll wait here with a warrior, just let the barb hand axe do its thing. And we'll try and we'll deal with this barb camp down here so that we can get our settle off down here easier. Are we working these tiles? We're not yet, but we should. Just because these are the best tiles to be working for us. Harun al-Rashid, hello. We'll swap embassies now. I want to know where you are. Over there. Okay. Hand axes keep coming. We're working hard right now. And now we can take out this camp. It's a shame it's actually not being quested by a city-state. So let's stand there for one turn and see if we can get Jerusalem to quest the camp. Because if they do, then we can clear the camp for a bunch of influence and get them as allies. And we can take that down now. We'll finish these horses before coming back to improve the salt. But we need to improve the salt soon so that we can trade it away for one of these AI regionals. Oh, Pie Lover joins the stream today. Hello, Pie Lover. I'm going to call you Pie Lover Pie. Because you have Pie Lover and then you have Pie. Does Are You Make Civ Great available username? Oh, that's interesting. Do you know each other? People from perhaps the NQ world. Okay, this can now swim because we've got optics. So let's swim. And then we can get one more settler. This barb camp also can't produce triremes to come get us because it's iced in. So that's why we're happily just swimming our settler away. And then we'll work the Rock of Gibraltar. And then once it's grown again, we'll do cool things. We can take this. Yep, we're working all of this stuff now. Good. For one turn, we can do this. One more piece of gold. So we'll keep swimming. We kind of honestly need the warrior to block, but perhaps we can get the archer in to safely land. We might need the warrior though. We should bring the warrior down just in case. I wonder if we put this city there because of the fact that we need to bring the warrior down. Maybe. That might actually be quite sensible. And now this tile is better. This is 12 production. That's also 12, so we'll take the gold here. We've border grown to a fish in Nineveh now. Let's see if we can get Jerusalem to desire this camp. Our archer is having a tough time dealing with all these barbs. We might be able to get this down there anyway. This can come get the salt. And then this can improve the silver, and that's luxuries, and then we can go help Nineveh. We can heal this for a second. Now we've got masonry for our marble. We can go back and get iron now with bronze working. Now that we've got our floating settlers being used. Okay, we can step this archer up now and dispense with this hand axe. Come up here. Yep. Carry on with our plan. We don't want to damage this hand axe now because otherwise the Mayan scout will come and take the camp. And we are trying to save the camp for Jerusalem. So we don't damage the camp, we just stay here and hope that it gets desired at some point soon. And this Mayan scout continues to move away. So we can now put a shot into the camp, especially because the warrior is there. We need to convince the warrior to go into the camp itself. This is now done. So we can go get it in the water to support. And we can now shoot this. And then move up here with a settler. And then hopefully next turn we can go on this tile, defend it. And then we've got iron. Nice. We've discovered iron right here. This is an incredibly good capital. And we can take tradition food because we're not desperate for the happiness. We're going to have loads of luxes up soon. And we can trade now salt for gold with Harun. Or do we trade silver? We should probably trade... No, we'll trade salt. Because we can get another salt in the capital. So let's trade it now. We traded away our last copy. But I promise you, the Deity AI is never going to go unhappy. So you might as well just trade away the last copy of your lux to guarantee that deal. Because otherwise the AI trades it away to someone else. Okay, and now our archer can take this tile. We can instant heal. And then we can take this tile with our settler. And then this will also allow us to bombard this barb camp from the city. And so it's again helping us deal with barbs. Let's shoot that and hope it convinces the warrior to get back into the camp. Nineveh now grew, and now we can just work this marble. We're actually going to get this silver improved, so we might as well work this instead. Capital's only got 1 turn left on the settler, so there's no point in working this for settler production. We might as well just work the better tile from Nineveh. And that's just to get the granary out. Typically, 3 pop is a really nice intersection early on with your cities between growing them, but also, yeah, we're going to have to move up here and be careful. Between getting them grown enough to be able to get them to do useful things, but then also to be able to get your buildings out faster. Tano says, what pantheon did you take? God King. We met a faith city-state on turn 5, so we took God King turn 6. Hong Kong is being wrecked by barbarians, which means there's a camp down here somewhere that we're going to have to handle. We're going to need a military unit at some point. Perhaps use our gold to buy an archer when we research archery. We need tiles, but we need to handle these barb camps more. This barb has come for us. Unfortunately, we're going to have to go back. Yeah, because there's no way that we can save it. If it captures us, what do? We can't take it back, so we need to move away. And then this needs to come and probably actually swim with our settler, because we need to start helping out these new cities. So let's actually get this warrior up into our spot, and we'll move this worker over. If we can ever click it here into our sewer to start swimming, and we can found this new one now. Work the sheep. I think that makes sense. Working sheep is a nice thing to do early game. We'll just handle this barb that's right here. We could almost buy this salt tile, but as I said, we kind of want an archer. An archer is always a reasonable purchase early game. Let's take one. And then now that we're done with settler, the next thing to do is probably a worker or a granary. We're a little bit short on workers, so perhaps we build a worker and then we'll build a granary. We took early tradition food here, so I think we can avoid the granary for perhaps one worker and then go to granary afterwards. Now we have all of this. I wonder if we can go for... I mean, we need to go for something else. Let's go for philosophy. We've delayed long enough. See what we can do about this barb. Yeah, it's just moving around and generally being annoying. We can use this archer to come up and handle it. This Mayan scout is being annoying, but we can at least give this a slam to protect ourselves. Make sure we can kill that on the next turn. And this can now come down and get the wheat improved. And this worker will come and swim to our new city. Getting workers out to expand is extra important in the game because your expands need help to get going. So early workers is always key. So we're building a nice early worker in Assyria right now. We should get one in Nineveh after the granary as well. Yep, barbarians incoming now. So we can kill this. So that's guaranteed. And then we can use our archer perhaps. Come down here to finish off the hand axe. No, but at least we've protected our tile. And we can take scouting on this scout and heal it. And now look, the barb's got another barb in the camp. But finally the camp has been desired. So when we kill the spearman, we can capture the camp. This settler goes up there. And we probably need to bring this worker down to Nimrud. Well, this worker can come into whatever new city this becomes. Goal return from Ram ended. Okay. And we can bombard this camp as well. We should move forward one and then bombard the camp. Oh, a fish. Wow. We've actually got another fish. Alex says, just raised a forward settle by Deity Morocco. Nice. Nice. Nice job. That's kind of cool. I like it. We don't need the warrior here now. We probably need the warrior. This city is never going to need the help of the warrior, so let's move it away. Probably needs to try and handle the barbs around here instead. So we can take the camp now. Apparently there's another barbarian down there, so let's shoot it. So this camp is now handled. We can bombard this barbarian, and then we can start city bombarding over there, and we can move this archer up to try and find out where this camp has come from, basically. Grow in Assur next turn. Make sure we've got production to grow to. Yes, we do. And we can settle the city. We're going to go unhappy for a bit. We need to get more luxuries improved. So one of these workers needs to go over and get the marble. But we should wait one turn so that the capital grows. And then we'll found the city. Anyway, Accepted Piano joins the stream today. Welcome, Accepted Piano. It says 4 cities, 2 workers, turn 35. Very nice start. It's an incredible start. We got early God King, which has really, really boosted us along in like the best way. But yeah, we should grow this city once before we settle the new city. Like so. And then we can found, because we're going to go unhappy anyway. Might as well really lean into the unhappiness. And we can work. We can actually purchase this iron tile to at least get this city building a granary before anything else happens. And this can float around to the new city over here. This can float over here to cut down that deer probably. It's actually a plains hill, so we probably don't want to do that. But we'll find something else to do. And where is this barb camp? Spearman. Probably have to retreat for the spearman. We're going to need the warrior to handle it, but we'll get the warrior there. Now we need happiness. Improving this is kind of pointless without happiness, so we'll go for the marble now. And Asura grew, and we'll work flat production, and we'll get another... Can perhaps get another worker before the granary because we are unhappy. We will get happy in a minute, but it won't last long. Barbarian camp's going to go down this turn. Yes. Jerusalem, there we go. So we got Jerusalem as mega friends, so that's going to give us faith. Eventually, when we get an artist, that will work too, and we can shoot this spearman now. This worker can come over. We don't really want to chop down the deer because that's on a hill, so we'll lose food for production, and this city is going to be short on food. So let's instead try and come down and support in here somewhere where we can. Maybe get a mine on that tile. Not quite sure yet. It's a prime candidate for... Yeah, let's get rough terrain now. To be honest, it's a prime candidate, and we've got another salt in this city, but we can't work it yet. Salt will be worked by this city eventually. And we need to get this marble up, so let's just move over. In fact, we can put one turn into this pasture and then come back out. And this needs to be a worker as well from Nineveh next. Anyway, the Thomas says, is the Raging Barbarians, or are there just a lot at the moment? This is a very normal amount of barbarians. You often get a lot like this, especially on, well, I mean, Deity doesn't really make a difference, but you can often get a lot of barbs like this. We actually need to move this worker down to help out in Nimrud. Nimrud is where we're going to get a lot of value from the workers. This is actually a pretty normal amount of barbs, honestly. So you should expect to have to deal with this many on Deity. And we're doing a really good job of handling them right now because we're settling next to camps, which allows us to use city bombardment shots to take down the camps. We need more happiness from tradition in about 3 turns. We can shoot this. Yeah, let's shoot it and then move the warrior around. Probably should have embarked. We've got one more worker now, though, so that's to improve things in the cap. Let's get this food. We can't improve this deer yet, and chopping it down is not good because that city is short on food. We can chop this forest down, and the reason we do that is because chopping a forest in your first ring that you own is plus 13 production. There's no way improving anything around here gets us plus 13 production in 4 turns, so we're going to chop the forest. It's nearly time for another Hong Kong worker still. Heal the scout. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out where this barb camp is. We actually probably want to do this swap. We should have healed the archer for a turn, but I guess we'll heal it now. Seems reasonable. And let's get this iron online because otherwise there's not a lot else to do. We're not growing right now, so there's no point in... Wow, look at this around here. It's kind of crazy. Nimrod gets better and better the more we see of it, though. This Snow Hills will be like 2 production in the late game or something. Anyway, Raf joins the stream today. Welcome, Raf. Says evening, PC. Evening, Raf. How are you? Welcome to the stream. You unfortunately missed our multiplayer action, but we're on to a Deity over-explain game. And so we're having a bit of fun with this right now. Maybe need another worker in Nimrod. It's got plenty of production. A lighthouse would be good in here too. We've actually gone for lighthouses and we can buy the tile. Scarab Budapest, hello. Okay, let's heal this. And if a city-state worker pops out here, we can just take it. Yeah, there's a hand axe in there. So we can eventually take down the camp, but not quite yet. We haven't sold any horses to the AI yet. That's something you should do on Deity as an exploit, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Okay, so this now needs to do we want a farm? We want to improve the salt, but we don't have a unit here, which means that we can't risk it. So we need to probably... This worker can go over here. Let's get a farm, and we'll get a pasture on the sheep. Rastus, how did your multiplayer game go? The multiplayer game was fun. In fact, Rough Mercies just gave us the tryhard tag on his community server because we actually managed to win a non-salt game on multiplayer. It was weird, I think, to say the least. So we had a bit of a slow start. I need to go turn the light on 1 second. We had a really slow start because we spawned with a bunch of jungle and not a lot of production, which got us really behind in our capital. But we eventually managed to go 3 cities before National College, didn't build a wonder, focused on getting our cargo ships and stuff out. And we had our expand build Petra. It was an incredible Petra city. Not a lot of food, but so many desert hills. And it got a late Petra. So we were kind of happy about that. Barbarian here now. We're going to have to deal with this before we send cargo ships. A note for us, get a trireme. So we went for a 3-city core, and we were kind of outgrowing the rest of the lobby because we used cargoes, and apparently everyone else really sort of didn't. And so we were top food for a long time. We were going to kill a city-state, but in the end we found a nice island, believe it or not, an island on Pangaea to settle a force, so we settled that down. And we just outpopped everyone on 4 cities. Anyway, we choose to go autocracy, and it turns out the lobby's gone for a big 3v1 team on us. So Sven convinced to, probably third and fifth place. Babo Luther is one of the followers on our stream. He was probably third place, and then fifth place Assyria to war me right before we got to planes. So Greece, who is Babo Luther, comes in with all of their army. Assyria comes in with frigates. We're not ready because we're expecting to purchase a bunch of planes in about 3 turns. And Sven convinces them that Sven's going to join in and help kill me. But basically Sven doesn't commit. Sven cheeses on it and goes labs instead and uses third and fifth place to slow me down. Anyway, we get this close to losing a city, but we managed to purchase a bunch of Great War bombers just in time after Oxfording biology and using our great general from engineering Brandenburg in order to get our oil online, purchased a bunch of bombers, and they couldn't have come 1 turn too soon. And so we just fended off the frigates. And then Babo Luther, unfortunately, only had a bunch of lower tier units, and so we were able to hold our oil and our capital until the Great War bombers were freed from the frigates, and then could turn around and take out Babo Luther's units. At that point, we pieced both because their attacks broke down, and they knew that they were just handing Sven the win. And then after that, well, we were already going to skip labs. We were going to do Great War bombers to bombers to tanks, and well, we skipped labs anyway, and we kind of rolled Sven. We skipped labs, so we skipped radio and we skipped plastics. We got bombers about 3 turns later than Sven, but because we had been building loads of units, whereas Sven had been doing stock exchanges, hermitage, all of that stuff, we just had a massive army. And even though he had B-17s, we had 6 AA guns, a whole bunch of RT that went into rocket artillery, bombers, fighters, all of that, and we captured his capital while it had 6 B-17s in it and killed him. And then the final remaining relevant player, Mad, CC'd because I think Mad skipped schools to go, and he was probably third place, either third place or fourth place, and it seems like he skipped schools to go and artillery 6th place. So he just ended up conceding at the end of the game because he'd obviously gotten so far behind tech by skipping schools and going arty that he couldn't keep up with us skipping labs. It was kind of crazy. So we won the game by concede from Mad, by ear from by about 2 players. 1 died, and then Sven, who of course also died. So it's kind of crazy, and I'm really, really, really loving the fact that we just managed to pull the win out. I thought we were going to lose. I thought we were dead in the water, but basically Sven screwed himself. Sven was definitely second, and he got statue from Freedom because we went autocracy for Prora to go for our tanks and bombers and air repair and all that sort of stuff. So Sven was going to win this game, and if he'd sent just 5 units, they'd have killed me. But Sven, because he reneged on his agreement, that actually lost him the game in the end. So it was quite a bit of a nice bit of, someone reneges on their agreement and it actually cost them the game. So Sven definitely cost themselves the game by not joining in the war. But yeah, karma, exactly, karma for sure. Available username says it was glorious. Yeah, it was absolutely wild. I loved it. We got a bit serious for a time there, but yeah, we eventually brought out the win, so I was pleased. Anyway, Raf says, yeah, Ruff has had some bad experiences with Mad as well. Yeah, Mad, I'm not sure what happened. I was watching Ruff's stream when Mad frigated Ruff, even though Ruff was trying to get together a frigate coalition against game leader England. What? Why does Mad frigate in there? It doesn't make any sense. He's even not that far away from England, so I thought it kind of strange. He came in all in frigates and just took Ruff out and decided he thought that was going to help deal with England, and then ended up conceding a few turns later. It was kind of strange, wasn't it? Anyway, we've got happiness from monarchy, so we can grow a little, but we can't grow a lot. But we should at least flip this to salt for now, and Nimrod can sort of carry on its merry way. And this archer, now it's done there, can go and try and deal with this barb camp. But Pylab says rough mercies. Yes, rough mercies. Yeah, Ruff, the other streamer. I saw you all in Ruff's chat a little while ago. Good streamer. While we're here, actually, let's shout out Ruff. Ruff is a very good player of Brave New World Civ. He plays a lot of multiplayer. Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed watching his streams. So if you're looking for anyone else to watch, especially while I'm offline, Ruff Mercies is a great player to check out. He's an incredibly good player of Civ. Nice guy, chill attitude. I'm going to link his Twitch in the description. just in case you're interested. But there it is. I'm an avid watcher of his stream myself, so just in case that's something you're all interested in, there it is. This trireme is a little soon, and we need cargo ships. But we do have to deal with this barb camp first. Let's just give this a hit. And now we're happy again, so we can definitely grow. So let's do that. How do we do it? We're building a granary here, so we can work a deer there. And then that gives us the salt over here. The salt, please. Yep, the salt. And then we can finish this farm up. We're going to grow there. Going to go here. This is good. This is all good. And yeah, we have this hill now, which is ours. Let's work this instead of the silver, just so that we have something for our capital. We need to be working this now we can grow as well. So let's work that. And we get our triremes soon. We've got philosophy. Now we need to think about what we want to do next. A good thing to think about, actually, is that trade routes are incredibly powerful in Civilization 5. They are incredibly powerful. So it's worth looking at your tech tree and thinking about what trade routes you need, because internal food cargo ships and caravans are huge for growing your cities big, fast and early, which just snowballs into everything else. So there's one trade route at animal husbandry. There's a second trade route at sailing. When we look at our land, you might often desire to go for civil service because of all of the food that it gives from farms. But when you open like this, often you don't have that many civil service farms available when you get to civil service. And in fact, I mean, look at our stuff right now. We don't even get a lot of food from it. We get a lot of production from it, but we don't get a lot of food. In fact, all of our civil service farm towers got covered up in the capital. So why is that important? Because down here on engineering is an additional trade route, and that gives you food equivalent to 4 civil service farms. You know, you don't want to think of it like 4 food and that's 1 civil service farm, because the caravan or cargo ship does not require you to use a citizen to work it. So you should treat it as kind of extra food, more like the civil service improvement of +1 food per farm, than thinking about it more like just +4 food, like something that you can get from 1 citizen. So as coastal, everything gets doubled for internal trade routes. So an internal cargo can be worth like 8 civil service farms or something. It's legitimately insane. So engineering is a great place to go next. Once you've got to philosophy and optics for your national college and for fish, is to then go for engineering to go get that 3rd trade route. And that means you then need to work hard to build those trade routes. And that's what we're doing right now. We're building workers, and we're building this trireme so that we can patrol our land to make sure any trade routes we send do not get pillaged. Raf says, you just need more multiplayer experience, but seems like you have enough. Yeah, I've been watching Raf has been like game changing for my multiplayer skills. That's why I've spoken kind of so highly of him when I've recommended him, because you know, watching him has been absolutely game changing for my skills in terms of playing multiplayer. This one turn isn't really worth it because we're going to get this improvement done soon. I watched a lot of a guy called 11 Billion, who was someone that you played with a lot at the time. I managed to gather a link to his YouTube channel and watched a lot of it. And 11 Billion was a good player, but he didn't do a lot of aggressive play. And that is definitely the one thing that I had been missing from my multiplayer game. Like, you know, we play Deity. We have a lot of good Deity victories on the channel. So we know how to sim enough to be relevant. You know, I'm always competitive with those pro players in the lobbies in terms of SimCity. So what I needed to be better at was winning the game. And I only knew how to do that through stealth. So watching Ruff has been just totally invaluable in terms of helping me learn how to go out and win games with war. You know, doing expos, doing crossbows, doing chariots, doing, you know, all of the cool stuff. That's that dealt with now. Good. We've got our trireme so we can protect. Now, where do we have to worry about barbarians? We don't have to worry about barbarians anywhere down here, because there is no place a barbarian camp could spawn and put a trireme in the water. So all we have to do is block barbarians coming from camps somewhere down here. And there might be a camp down here that could be a problem. We should post a unit up there at some point. But we've got that trireme and it's defending us enough to be able to get these cargo ships now. And so we'll absolutely get them. Anyway, available username recommended Colossus. I really don't like going Colossus because the AI definitely already has the tech. And I just don't like challenging Deity AI for wonders like that. But we could do it. There's no reason not to. We actually kind of need some food in Assyria at some point. So let's get a farm. But yes, I've absolutely loved watching Ruff for kind of his insight on how to war. And I mean, Ruff's been having about a rough time of it. Hey. Ruff's been having a rough time of it so far in the games that he's played. Because he's been getting some really unfortunate stuff. But he's a good player. I've learned an awful lot from watching him for sure. We can finally sell iron to Harun. How many will he accept? So this is a nice cheesy thing that you can do on deity difficulty. It's actually more useful the higher difficulty you go. And that is selling your strategic resources to the AI for gold per turn. We are not going to be warring early. We're not going to be needing chariot archers. We don't need knights. We don't need swordsmen. We don't need any of that stuff. You know, pikemen, bows, crossbows, they're more than enough for us, which means we don't need these strategic resources. So let's get value from them and we can sell them to the AI. Now on lower difficulties, it doesn't work because the AI doesn't build enough military units to need extra strategic resources for themselves. But Deity AI spams so many units that they have a raging thirst for any strategic resources that you can get, and you can exploit a kind of a rounding exploit in the game. So the AI actually values strategic resources as base as 1 for 1.5 gold per turn. Now that, for some reason, the AI will accept the rounded up value of 2 gold per turn. But if I sell 2 iron to the AI, I will not be able to get 4 gold per turn for it, because what happens is that 2 iron equals 1.5 times 2, which is 3. They won't accept 4 because now what they're accepting is a round value. And if we sell 3 iron, we'll be able to get it for 5 gold per turn, because we get the first 2 for 3 and then the next one for 1.5. That's 4.5 rounded up to 5. So we'll be able to get 3 for 5. But if we sell them 1 each, we can do 1 for 2. And that means we can sell 3 iron for 6 gold per turn. And that can really keep your economy going. Now in our case, we only sold 2 iron for 4 gold per turn. But next time it comes up with AI, we'll do anything else. Anyway, Gandalf the Gay joins the stream today. Welcome, Gandalf the Gay. Says, what policy tree have you gone? Tradition, right? Yeah, so we went tradition because we didn't see enough luxuries to settle to go liberty. I mean, we couldn't settle this crab because that's Mayan territory. Copper is actually Siam's regional, we think. So we've already, that's our 4th lux. And so salt is our regional. So we really didn't have the luxuries in order to go 5 cities. We could settle this terrible furs later on, but this is not a pre-National College expansion because it's so bad. It's a post-National College expansion for sure. So we've gone tradition. Well, welcome to the stream, by the way. I think I saw you'd actually follow us, Gandalf, so welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you here. Friends with Arabia? Are they at war with anyone? Nope, let's do it. So that's good. We appear to be starting on the friendship train with AI, which is a really important thing to note. The friendship train is what lets you get research agreements with the AI later on, which are absolutely invaluable. There we are. Look, we can sit this right here, maybe, and get some vision on this island to make sure barbs don't spawn. And then as long as this trireme doesn't come past us, then we're all good in the hood. We've got another fishing range now. This city needs the fish, but our capital would probably be better to work it right now. We can work the horse, though, so we don't need to work that. And we now need to choose production here. We'll go library now. So the next thing that we need after founding our 4 cities is to think about National College. National College is a hugely, hugely powerful building because it's 3 science and plus 50% science. It's huge. It's an incredibly powerful building. So we want to get the National College next. So we're thinking about libraries now. After all of these workers that we're building, when we're building another worker here, I guess we're working a lot of food right now. We could be working production. We might need to think about what's going on there. Let's see what happens next turn when we grow to the tile. We can finally get this sheep up. And we'll keep working towards engineering for the aforementioned reasons. It's even better to go engineering when you're coastal. It's still a perfectly reasonable idea to do if you're inland, but particularly if you're coastal, it's good. And we've got another worker still from Hong Kong. We'll make peace now because otherwise it might kill our archer. We don't need any more than 2 workers from them anyway because we've built a bunch. So we'll name this Hong Kong and we'll peace. We're doing over-explain today, by the way, Gandalf. Just so you're aware, we're having a bit of an over-explain game. We've already talked about a lot of stuff, but we're going to talk about more. Now more food for Nimrod. That's going to grow next turn. Good. And these cities grew as well. We need to be working that sheep, and we need to be working this marble, and we're going to get the worker in 3 turns, so that's perfect. Okay. Once this size improved, we'll work that for the food. But right now it's perfectly fine how it is. We're going to need a second trireme to police these waters. I mean, we almost should probably post this archer to get view on this location and then get this warrior in to claim this thing and make sure we don't get any barbs spawn on here. And then we do only need 1 trireme to police our waters, which is good news. So we're just trying to control barbs right now, make sure they don't cause us any problems. Nimrod. Okay, yep, Nimrod grew. We'll keep working that tile. It's quite good. We need the production because we're also built a worker here. And then we need to get a royal library built. We're running out of happiness anyway because we haven't been able to get another replacement salt online just yet. And we'll improve another farm. We need to improve some of Kartikulti Ninurta's tiles. So we'll send this worker to get the sheep, and then this worker can fill in for the capital of Assur. Brilliant. So we've got a cargo. The question is where to send it now. Do any of our cities need help? I kind of don't feel like they do, so we might get a lot of value in sending this to the capital to really accelerate the capital's growth. The reason growing a new capital is so good, especially as tradition, is because of firstly this thing, monarchy. -1 unhappiness for every 2 citizens in your capital. So when you grow your cap, you can, and we'll move this to Kartikulti Ninurta straight away. When you grow your cap, you are getting less unhappiness for each citizen that you grow, so you get a lot of benefits from growing the capital city. But on top of that, we'll chop this forest down even. But on top of that, your capital is where you're going to be building your national college, and you get plus 50% science in your national college city. So you're getting plus 50% science from, we'll move this over perhaps to go get this deer. So you're getting plus 50% science on each of these citizens that you gain as well. So each capital city citizen is just worth more. And in general, a strong cap is a good way to have yourself a good game. Map ruin, really? A map ruin here? And we'll kill this trireme so as to get it out of our hair. And we probably want, honestly, another cargo, because these are so valuable. And then maybe a royal library, but we might find a way to get another cargo ship out. And we'll send one to the capital to really accelerate its growth. Your capital is also where you're going to be building world wonders, which makes it incredibly important to have a big capital. A big capital can make out for a really poor rest of your empire if done well. Anyway, we've got happiness now, so we'll trade away, again, our last copy of salt to Pakal. And that's to guarantee us getting this cocoa. If we waited until we got our actual duplicates online, he might trade it away to someone else. So we trade away our last copy, because Deity AI literally never goes unhappy. And this salt is a great tile for Nimrod right now. That's perfect. Wow. And then this worker can come for the sheep. And we can chop this down. And we've got our new worker in Nineveh. So let's get ourselves some more food. It's going to need a little bit. Chop this down. And this archer can heal right there. And we can just pull this back here. Sleep the trireme right there to block barbs coming in. Get this down. And now we have vision on every land tile. Apart from these over here. But as we know, no barb triremes can get out here. So our cargo ships are now 100% safe. As long as we send them within here. And in fact, if we were to push this trireme out to Nineveh, we might find that our cargoes are even 100% safe to Nineveh. But I feel like these cities need the help, not Nineveh, because they don't have a river. Let's chop some forest down for Kartikulti Ninurta now. And we need to heal this archer and get this pasture up. Let's move around, get some scouting done. See what we can do around here. See if it is safe to send triremes all around like this. It might be that this camp sends triremes up through here and we have to keep our trireme back. But as we said, oh, we love the King's Day in the capital as well. Wow, that's kind of cool. We love the King's Day, by the way. Each of your cities desires you to get a luxury resource online, and they'll give you a We Love the King's Day for doing it. That is big because, wow, 21.6 food now. This is insane. This is why coastal cargo ships are insanely good, by the way, people, just in case you didn't know. And we can get this out 1 turn earlier by working that as well, so let's just do it. So, what was I going to talk about? I totally forgot what I was going to talk about now. Probably doesn't need any help. If anyone remembers what I started talking about, please let me know, because I've just totally forgotten talking about these cargo ships. Probably about cities that need help and stuff. I imagine that's what we were talking about. We love the King's Day. Yes, thank you, FJS War. Yeah, so each of your cities desires a luxury resource. Enhanced user interface is very nice in that it displays the resource that it demands below the city name right now. But if you can't see it, you can just click in to a city and you can see it right up here. We'll look over at this city. Resource demanded incense. What does We Love the King's Day? Gives you plus 25% growth in your city. So it's a huge growth modifier. So try and get them wherever you absolutely can. We should actually buy the salt so that we can trade it away again. Let's just do that. So it's a huge modifier. So it's often worth trading away the last copy of any of your luxuries for one of the AI's luxuries if it gives you a We Love the King's Day. Because that growth is massive. And again, the AI never goes unhappy. That's something that we cannot drill in about Deity AI enough. Worrying about AI unhappiness is an absolute trap on Deity because they never go unhappy. So instead we adapt to that and just simply do whatever's beneficial for us because it makes no difference to the AI. We actually don't need this archer to stand there. We need the archer to stand 1 tile closer. It's just closer to our city that way. And we got this cargo up now, so we need to figure out somewhere to send it to. I think Carticulti-Ninurta is going to be the struggle bus city the most. And it's also got plenty of hills, so we send Carticulti-Ninurta the next trade route. Let's have a look down here. Riga, hello. So this camp can actually spawn into us, but it's got to go through Riga and Hong Kong first. So we're relatively confident, but we should be safe and post our trireme up here somewhere. Make sure. There goes Petra, turn 52. And we've grown here. We want to work this sheep, perhaps. We actually probably want to work the production, because we're now sending a cargo ship here. And the cargo ship allows us to work more production, and we get this salt online. It's still going to be a 2-1-1 tile, so that's good news. More food are going around. So it's going to grow in 1. So we want to grow to production for our production focus trick. So we just do that. A stable will be huge in Assyria. I've just realised that. We maybe go for engineering and then go grab that stable, because that's ridiculous. Yeah, nothing else needed here yet. Okay, so we're moving on. We can trade for Ram. So Ram's got spare dies. We'll trade away silver, because we know we're going to get a duplicate of that eventually. So we can get that dupe online, and instead we'll trade away our iron now for GPT. We can only go 1 for 1 here, but actually let's save that just in case it gets more gold per turn soon. And there's another silver. Actually, we probably aren't. Maybe I should have not waited. This actually we can't get. I thought it was closer. That might have been a bad move. We probably should have sold the iron for it, but we've done it now. And we can't really undo it. Wow, there's a worker in that camp as well. If we can get an archer down there to clear that camp, we could get Riga's ally really easily. We could also get Hong Kong's ally too, so we should try and do that. Asur group. Want to leave that on there for now because it's just the best that we can get in terms of yields. And this archer can stop and heal here. Now, there's an important thing to know about barbarians. And the important thing about barbarians is that they cannot spawn on icon tiles. So they can't spawn on Lux tiles. They can't spawn on, these deer tiles. They can't spawn on fish, not that they would. Can't spawn on iron. Can't spawn on copper, etc, etc, etc. They can only spawn on tiles that do not have a resource on them. And that's super important, because it means that we don't actually need to have vision on this tile to stop a barb from spawning on it, because it's got a deer on it. Barb camp can't spawn on that tile. So we've moved back to get our archer closer to Asur, so that we don't have to move it so far in case we need it. Up here, for instance, barb could spawn on this tile because we can't see it, but they can't spawn on the silver or on any of the sheep, because again, barbs can't spawn on tiles that you've got vision on, and they can't spawn on icon tiles. So that's another helpful thing to know about controlling barbarians, is you don't have to have vision on every tile, only every non-icon tile that a barb could spawn on. So important. Anyway, available username says, this might be a good time to talk about which building you should tech first, workshops or universities. Good point. We should probably think about that. Can we build anything in here? We can probably get a watermill before this royal library, can't we? 5 turns, yeah. Watermill would be valuable in this city for sure. So let's do it. There's no fish, so there's no point building a lighthouse. In here, it's lighthouse next. In here, it's definitely lighthouse next. And in here, lighthouse doesn't do anything, so we need to figure out what we do next here. How many workers do we have? That might define what we do. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 workers. We could squeeze for an 8th, but to be honest, I feel like we've got enough. So I think we'll stick at 7. Actually, we've got a lot of rough terrain, so maybe we'll take a worker for the 8th. We'll think about it. We might actually need a lighthouse here anyway for food tiles. So maybe we build it, but I don't know yet. But yes, so what should you tech? Workshops or universities? So there's a common train of thought in the Civ 5 community that, you go for the science beeline in order to keep up with science with all of the AI. Now that is all well and good, but if you rush for universities, what you do is you go civil service and then you go education. And the problem with that is that when you get to universities, often, not only do you not get a lot of benefit from civil service straight away, because, I mean, look how many civil service farms we have improved right now, like 2, 3, not a lot of benefit. But not only that, but when you get to building the universities, your production often isn't high enough that you end up building them in like 10 or 12 turns or something ridiculous in your cities. And your cities are too small to work the scientist specialist slots that are actually there. So while you could go for education, it is the maximum greed. It does get you universities faster, but it sets you really behind in terms of your building queue. However, there's a second path that you could take, and that's workshops at metal casting. And so workshops are huge for your production. They give you +2 production and +10% production in your city. So it is a crazy good production bonus for the early game. And the benefit of going workshops is that it gets your production time down. so that instead of being 10 or 12 turn unis, you know, you could be probably 8 turn uni at the worst, but in a lot of cities you'll end up building 3 or 4 turn universities. And that small delay often means that when you get the unis, you can start working the specialist slots anyway. So a lot of good multiplayer players, actually, they go metal casting even before civil service because of what we talked about with the engineering trade route, about how it's so good and that it can often be worth as much as the civil service farms that you would have gotten from civil service. But then also it takes you right next to metal casting, gets you those workshops, allows you to get those universities built much faster. The thing to remember is that there's no need at all to get your unis built before turn 90 minimum on quick game pace. There's just no need to have them done that fast. So you take the option which gives you a better overall empire, which is to go workshops, because you get this production earlier and it helps get you ahead of your production queue as opposed to behind. So, you know, by turn 100, perfectly fine for unis. If you get them on turn 100, you might be a little bit behind competitively in science, but that doesn't matter. Sometimes it's not the best thing to be the science leader anyway in the lobby, but you know, otherwise it's just, you know, turn 90 to turn 100 is a really nice sweet spot for universities, and going workshops, then civil service, then education gets you right there in the sweet spot. So that's what Available was talking about in terms of what building you should tech first, workshops or unis. You do get unis faster by going unis first, and I will not deny that, but it just, you get ahead of the game a lot better by going workshops first, but only on Brave New World. An important point to note is that if you play Lek mod or NQ mod or Hellblazer's map pack, anything where the actual land that you get given is much better, because the land is stronger, you don't need workshops so much. Workshops are less impactful, and in those cases your land is often good enough to go unis first anyway and still spend 5 or 6 turns building it. So in that case you can go greed because your land is better. But on the vanilla Brave New World maps, you tend to be so short on production that going for workshops is just the better play. So we have this food tile up now. We've probably improved one more food tile to share. And then the scouts get vision up here so we don't get a barb camp spawning anywhere we don't want it. And chop down some more stuff. Another food tile here. We built this. We should get another sheep, perhaps. We don't need the sheep right now, though. We can wait for the border expansion. So why don't we just try and bring this to Carticulti Inerta? And then we can move on. Do we get salt soon? 2 turns. That's good. That's happiness for us. And then we need to probably buy out to this other salt. So let's just buy this now. And in fact, we can buy this and just work the salt. We've bought half the way there. We might as well buy all the way there. We need to get that up for another AI trade. We actually need to buy this copper, but we're going to get it in 6 turns anyway. We've been spread faith, whatever it is, the thing that allows you to purchase pre-industrial units with faith. Kind of funny. Our sale's going to grow, so let's give it some food so that we can make use of the production focus trick. Carticulti Inerta is going to do it. Same thing. Production focus trick. Nimra's going to do it, and it's already set up. Anyway, Gandalf says, do you plan on conquering to catch up in tech because you're Assyria, or is that ability not that useful? So the Assyria's ability becomes more useful the slower the game pace, and it becomes more useful like that because war becomes more difficult the quicker your game pace. And it's because units take and receive damage and travel at the same speed, but technology, growth, production, etc. is all sped up on quick speed compared to unit movement and units taking and receiving damage. What that means is that typically when you have some units, usually a tech advantage or a unit count advantage is what gets you the win in war. But on quick speed, that unit tech advantage you have can be very, very small. It can be an incredibly small window. And similarly, traveling across the world can often take away your unit tech advantage. And so because the game pace is on quick game pace, generally against the Deity AI, war against the AI before you get to artilleries is almost like, it's not doable. You can do it sometimes, but in general, like 95% of the time, perhaps even more often, going to war before crossbows is kind of a death wish, because what happens is the AI will already get musketmen before you get crossbowmen. And so if you turn up with comp bows and your AI has got pikes and knights, you're dead. If you turn up with catapults, the AI is just going to kill you. There's a lot of ways that the AI can just out-advance you in tech, conquering so early. So as Assyria, we're actually being peaceful this early on in the game. And the reason we've chosen Assyria is actually because we wanted a non-OP Civ to demonstrate over-explain tips, because we're doing an over-explain game. As it happens, we got an exceptional start. But hopefully some of these tips are still valid. The most important thing I would say is those cargo ships that we were talking about. They are the most crucial piece to this. And see, we're almost top crop yield on Deity. We're actually only 4% behind. That's because our pop is doing so well as well. So that's something we have to remember. But yeah, unfortunately, Assyria's ability, not particularly useful on quick game pace. But if you play on standard, or if you play on marathon, or the other one, whatever that is, then Assyria's ability really comes into its own. You can chariot archer the AI with Assyria. Use their thing to keep up in tech, and use chariots to go get yourself your 80 cities. That is totally 100% optimal for super fast science victories. So Conquest as Assyria on Deity is great if you can find the time to do it with chariots. The problem is that on quick, there's not really enough time to do it with chariots, but if you're on standard or slower, there's almost just about enough time to do it with chariots. So yeah, we're not going to be using much of Assyria's game. By the time it gets to actually us wanting to war, we will probably be ahead of the AI in tech. Yeah, we've expanded to that. We need to get more food for Carticulti Inerta. I should probably stop saying its entire name as well. Should we buy the sheep? No, we're going to get improved soon. Let's go for the deer. And we can bring this back to protect our cargoes. So let's chop this forest down. This archer can come out and try and get the camp, perhaps. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're going to need more to deal with that camp. I wonder if we can bring the scout over. We're not going to lose the archer, thankfully, but it's a pretty tough spot. Huh. Apparently the AI didn't want to shoot us. Let's back up one and then hit. We actually need to get away with this worker, but we're going to chance our luck here. Let's bring this over as well, and we can finally improve our last copy of horses. This warrior needs to stay down here, so we've got vision on this tile to stop barbs from spawning there. But I would absolutely love to bring this archer back to handle the camp, and we can, because this trireme can get us vision on all these tiles that we currently can't see. Hong Kong has vision on these two, so we only need to have vision on this, and we're golden. Nineveh's going to grow, so let's find some food for the production focus trip. We've been spread, apparently, culture from faith from marble, so that's pretty cool. And now we need to move on for this deer, get this up and carry on. We actually need copper for Nimrod, so we're going to complete that quest soon. Let's move towards our copper, because we're going to get it in 3 turns, hopefully. And yet we've got this marble up now with faith, so that's good. We're getting even more faith. We lost friends with Jerusalem, but we've had this faith pantheon replace it. And this archer can come along to try and handle the camp, and we can keep shooting this and improve the sheep for food. We're going to get a mine here to improve production in Carticulti Inerta. Typically, when you're sending internal food trade routes to your expansions early, it's to work production in those cities. So that's what we're going to work really hard to do here. Honestly, like that. 1 turn, Royal Library. It gets the lighthouse done faster, so we'll do that. Oh, we've got this food up now, so we can actually work the food. That's not bad. And we grind to our iron with the production focus trick. So we're down with all of our libraries, so it's now time for National College. It's 8 turns. That is why growing your capital early on in the game is important. Because we're at 9 pop, we've got an 8-turn National College. If you've ever wondered why some of your National Colleges take ages sometimes, solving it like that, damn it, we did wrong with we did a bad with our workers here. We did a real bad, and I accidentally moved this archer as well. That's so bad of us. Anyway, we need to get this assault online. We can give this a slam now as well. When I say slam, that's just lingo terminology for Civ players to mean hit something with a melee unit. And see that we can use this tile, but we're going to be wanting that mine eventually. We can move over to the copper. Oh, we've met Germany. Hello. Let's find where you are. Do you want anything? Germany wants iron, so we can go and do our cheese trade again. And then Siam wants horses, so we can go do 1 cheese trade, and they don't want any more anyway. Harun al-Rashid has got gems, which we can't afford to buy, unfortunately, but we should have considered it. And we're not building aqueducts, even though we've got early engineering, because we're going to get the free ones from tradition, and we're going to build this cargo ship straight away, because that's going to be big for food. We need to send another trade route to the capital, probably. Let's chop this hill down, chop this forest down, move on. Nineveh's, yeah, it's going slow. It'll grow. Portugal, hello. Available says NC build time and all other national ones are also affected by how many cities you have. The more cities you have, the more expensive they are. Yes, that is very true. That is actually a very, very good point to make. And one I actually thought about suggesting, but totally forgot to suggest. But yes, that is an incredibly good point available. So National College and any other national wonder like the Oxford University, your Circus Maximus, etc., the amount of production they cost depends on the amount of cities you have. The more cities you have, the more they cost. So that is why building loads of settlers out of your capital as tradition early on is also a huge, huge problem, because what happens is your city stays smaller because it can't grow while making settlers, but then after that it has to build a more expensive national college, and so that can really, really screw with the city. And by the way, turn 59, tradition finisher. That is the power of the early culture ruin. That is why early culture ruins are so, so good and probably the best thing to get. Beyond getting a pop ruin when you're at pop 3, they are probably the best thing to get. So we've finished tradition, turn 59, and we now have 3 aqueducts in all of our cities. So we're getting 9.6 food from the capital one. We're getting 2.3 here, 1.38 here, 3.68 here. Loads of food and 3 aqueducts in turn 59. Typically, if you don't get the culture ruin, you'll get it in the late 60s as 4-city tradition, and about turn 75 as 3-city tradition. So that's why that early culture ruin is so incredibly valuable. And we got one here, and we got tradition finished turn 59, and now our growth really will explode, because we've got aqueducts up, and aqueducts is a huge, huge growth explosion. This archer was coming over, wasn't it? We don't need the scout here anymore. We've got an archer coming. AI scout can't see this camp, so let's hope that... I mean, we need to kill this. Let's hope that it doesn't run in and take it out, but we're not too bothered if it does anyway. Nimrod's got some more... Oh, we finished a lighthouse here, so we can work that, and now that's big food as well. And we should probably build a shrine, because we're going 4 cities on 4 luxuries. The shrine will be important in making... The Colosseum, sorry, will be important in making sure we stay happy. Over here, there's no more food to be worked yet. I guess there kind of is if we want it. Can we grow next turn if we do? No, so let's not worry about it. We need to get through production here because we need a Colosseum here as well. Assur's going to grow. An interesting thing to know about tradition. The way that this policy works, the tradition finisher, is that every 10th population point is free in each city. So growing from 9 to 10 will not cost us any happiness because of the aristocracy policy. It's not like minus 10% unhappiness in your whole empire or whatever it is, or something like that. It's the 10th population point is free, and then the 20th population point is free, and then the 30th population point is free. So that is something important to remember. So this, we're not going to lose a happiness because of this growth. And we want to try and work some food. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of food going around in the cap right now. We need to give it some help, but we can, for now, work that sheep, and that's going to be a nice tile, and that makes maximum use of the production focus trick, because again, you don't get food from it, so we get the food before. So Mausoleum goes to Maria. We should consider a wonder once the National College finishes. If Hanging Gardens is still there, we'll build it, but to be honest, I don't want to build it because it's not a good demonstration of how to really grow your cities properly in the early game. And hey, we can take this camp. That. Nice, and then we need to go get some more food for these cities. So we'll improve this one, because again, it's shared between the capital and Nineveh, so we can choose which city we want it for. And we should probably start on a road now. Now, while we're here on this rough terrain, it makes sense to get a road, because otherwise we'll have to come back and, you know, take all of that movement, all of those movement penalties again. Apparently we got a city-state that liked us for doing that. Budapest liked us for killing that camp, so yay us. Unfortunately, they're hostile, and hostile means city-state influence degrades faster, so we won't be their ally for long, but they might give us 1 military unit, which could become quite invaluable. This city is going to grow. Let's take a little bit of food. And hopefully we can get some Colosseums up in time now. Oh, there goes the Hanging Gardens. So we are unhappy because everything grew. We need to get this salt up, and then I think that will be... Because we can't trade salt, right? Yeah, we can, but we've only got 1 copy. We need to get a trade in, and that will get us happy again. We need to try and find a way to buy these gems off Arabia. We're going to get the copper online too, and that's going to get us happy. While we're unhappy, though, we should just work all production that we can. Because we're going to be unhappy for a couple of turns here. This is going to grow anyway, so we might as well let it. It's going to be only like 1 turn of unhappiness. And then we can start getting some trades, and then we'll work on the roads between our cities. We've done a really bad job of scouting this game. That's because we've needed to defend our territory a lot from barbarians. But we should at some point go and do some scouting. Get another trireme out and go... Actually, because we're not locked in, we can get another trireme out and scout the world. In fact, I'm quite tempted to just go get another trireme right after National, especially since Hanging Gardens is now gone. We can kill this and then move over with this one, because this is our scout upgraded archer. Scout upgraded archers keep the bonus that they had to movement. And now what do we need? Probably one worker to go help the cap, and then this worker to go help Nimrod out. Got salt online, so we aren't happy again yet, but the copper does get us happy again. Now we need to try and trade salt away to an AI. We could sell salt for gold. So let's do that. Try and sell salt for gold. Because then what we can do is use this gold to buy the gems off Harun al-Rashid. And then next turn when this deal runs out, perhaps we'll be able to like sell horses or something to him. And that gets us loads of happiness. So we're ready to grow again. App ready to grow. Carticulti Inerta is growing. We can actually work this now because we want it. Nimrod can grow, so we'll work the sheep. We can actually buy this deer. That's a great tile. Let's buy the deer. Tile purchasing is quite important early on as tradition. If you can spare the gold, it can really accelerate your cities. You just need to make smart choices about like tile purchasing for like random stuff that you don't need right now. Not particularly great, but tile purchasing for something that increases your food is probably a really, really good and useful idea. So I quite like tile purchasing for that. We need to send more food to... I mean, it would be great to grow the cap. We also... Yeah, all these cities are otherwise growing fine. So let's grow the cap again, because our cap is high production but low food. So we'll send it from Nimrod, because that is our safe trade route. And we have this archer. We'll take Barrage. I'm a big fan, by the way, of taking instant heals on your military units, especially on Deity and especially early on in the game. People often tell you to greed it by taking a promotion on that unit to improve it, either its combat strength in rough terrain or open terrain. But there's something to be said about keeping your unit in the action. Now, at a time like this where we don't need to handle barbarians, keeping our unit in the action is not particularly useful. But if we were at a point in time where we need to handle barbarians, keeping our archer in the action can be the difference between being able to clear camps and not. We can get the lighthouse done in one if we work one extra production. So let's do that. And we also need to make sure to get our Colosseums at some point. We can do one here. Gandalf says, have you got Legendary Start on? No. We have Strategic Balance on, which is kind of standard multiplayer settings. We need to go up here and then come in here. Probably wasn't the right way around. But yeah, so we've got Strategic Balance on, which is standard multiplayer settings. And we're just showing how Strategic Balance is actually quite a good setting to have. It's not... You get a lot of rubbish-looking capitals, but they're better than you look because... Wait, what? Is this iced in? Oh my god, it's iced in and I didn't realise. Well, this cargo, then, it needs to go to... Can we send one from Nineveh? Oh, no. So, Nineveh to Assur. Yes, so we can send from Nineveh. Didn't even realise. Nimrod is totally iced in. Lol. Because of this ice right here. It's small little ice bay. Oh, well... We'll just send the trade route from Nineveh. And now that means we're going to need to send this trireme out to protect. That's what we were talking about earlier. And we got vision all of this land with our archer to make sure barbs don't come in now. Anyway, Nimrod grew. We need to be working this sheep. And then... Yeah, so anyway, Available says, you think Stoneworks over Colosseum is better? Your happiness is okay and it's +2 hammers. +2 for a Stoneworks. I mean, it's +1 hammer for the marble, isn't it? Or does the Stoneworks actually give a hammer as well? Oh, the Stoneworks actually does give a hammer as well. That's kind of interesting. We could certainly be tempted. Yeah, I wonder, actually. I wonder what would be better. We need to work this food in the cap. Cap's very short on food right now. I wonder. I mean, it's a really slow Colosseum. But if we build them, we can get Circus Maximus down. But Stoneworks improves our cities. And anyway, FGS War says, wow, I didn't notice that ice either. Good thing it has 2 fish. Yeah, I was intending to try and like trade it or something, but yeah, that's totally iced in. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know, actually. I don't know whether or not Stoneworks or Colosseum is better here. The only reason I'm leaning towards Colosseum is so that we can get Circus Maximus, which is something that I quite like to build. That's why I'm often found going Colosseums before circuses. If there's a case to be made that I've got a city that can actually build the Circus Maximus in a reasonable amount of time, I like to do that because... And now we can send this food to Assur. I like to do that because then you get the Circus Maximus. Even though the circus is cheaper, you at least get the Circus Maximus then. So road here, road for there, and we can come up here to go get this food up. We can keep this archer hanging out up there. So we're perfectly fine out here with this city. So we now need to focus on improving the cap. So we get some hills up, especially hills that we can share. So Assur grew. Work the iron, that's fine. Carticulti Inerta grew, worked this, it's fine. We need to get it some food tiles in this city soon. Nimrod doesn't have a lot either. When we get civil service, we can play around with some stuff. Anyway, circuses, colosseums, lighthouses. We should probably build a stable next. We've got our colosseum, so we can get a stable here as well, because we've got loads of sheep. And Carticulti Inerta is still building its colosseum. We could really do with that artist for Jerusalem. It would get us faith. And now we're into medieval era, so we can start on workshops. And we got gifted a composite bowman. Nice. Kind of like that. Nice combo gift. We're going to see if we can still kill this camp near Riga. So we'll put these out here to make sure that we can't get any barbs coming in and messing up with our stuff. We actually desperately need to buy specifically one of these 2 tiles out there for food, but we can't right now. So let's improve the iron for production. We've got a civil service farm up there for the capital. We should probably build roads though to Nineveh. So we'll do that. We can grow in 1. We're working probably too much food in this city. So we should probably let the next 2 growths go to production. And now we can go to civil service. And then finally be ready for civil service farms. This is one of these rare games where we might have actually been ready for early civil service. But we actually could get a workshop now. What's it worth? Probably because we don't have that many sheep here yet. We can get a workshop next here. And we can go workshop after the stable in the capital. And the one big benefit about going early workshops as well is that, I mean, given we've got Colosseum and Circus in the cap, let's just get a workshop done in this low production city. We've got another one coming from here as well. Another great thing about going early workshops is you can work the workshop slot for a great engineer. Yeah, let's be friends. As long as you're not at war, you're not. Let's be friends. You can work the workshop slot for a great engineer and again, secure yourself one of those fantastic Renaissance wonders. Because working the engineering slot actually gets the engineer out in time. So it's always quite nice as well to perhaps go for one of those early great engineers with an early workshop so that you can actually engineer down one of those wonders and get 1 more than you otherwise would have expected to get. Oh yeah, we didn't watch about the growth here, but there's no food to grow to anyway in the capital. Nineveh grew. Yep, we need to work production now for sure. Nimrod grew. Yep, work food actually here, that's fine. Civil service farms need to come. They need to come soon. We get 2 food from anywhere around here, not really. That's fine. We probably do need a lighthouse in this city so that we can have food tiles to work. Let's keep swimming this archer around to see if we can get the camp. And then we'll just come out here to make sure that we can't get any barbarian incursions. This thing is kind of done scouting, so it can come back here. And we'll release one of the triremes to go scout the world. Chop down this forest. If you chop down a forest on a plains tile, it doesn't really change the yield unless it's a forest on a hill. But you always want mines on hills anyway. So just another good point for anyone who doesn't know out there. You could go up to get the sheep. Or come down here to get another road. Let's go get the sheep. That other worker can do the road. That's just an interesting thing to note is that if you've got anything that's on flatland plains, you should almost always chop the forest down unless you need it for a lumber mill later in the game. You can grow now. I guess we can take extra production because we need to get through the lighthouse. Oh, wine and salt available from Portugal. EUI really helps with this, but we need to make that trade now. So we guarantee ourselves the luxury again. So we can move up to get our roads down. And then this can move down towards probably try and chop some stuff down. And we've got a stable now in Assur. And so this production has just gone up. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4 extra production from that stable. And then that workshop's going to be done almost immediately. Wow, a mountain range. Kind of crazy. We should build our road to Nimrod now to make sure we've got good gold per turn. Roads are pretty big for gold per turn. So that's why we're pushing building them right now. We need to get another trade route to Carticulti and Inerta if we can. I don't know if we can. Now, Gandalf says it's worth doing farms on those hills in the cap, right? By the lake. Yeah, it is. We've got so many hills, our capital is not short on production. Typically, I like putting farms on civil service tiles anyway, regardless of whether or not they're hill tiles or flat tiles. And that's because if you put a mine down on the tile, you only get 3 yield of food and production. And it's going to stay that way until you get chemistry, which is miles up here. Often you're not going to get chemistry until perhaps even if you've got replaceable parts sometimes. So you get 3 production from that tile for a long, long time. Or you can put a farm on here and get 2 production and 2 food from civil service. So you get more yield of food and production. So unless I'm absolutely desperate for production, I will almost always put farms on them. There goes Notre Dame. Okay, and we need to work max production in this city. So let's do that. Make sure it doesn't get completely stalled in its building queue. Our deals with Harun al-Rashid ended. Unfortunately, he doesn't want any more stuff. We can get more iron trades with AI. And then Siam can do it too. Oh no, Siam's negative GPT. Maybe Portugal will do it. Yeah, Portugal will do it. Hopefully someone's going to want horses at some point. Anyway, we handled Nineveh's growth. We can almost do this, right? I mean, we probably should just do that. Oh, we've actually got another farm now, so we can grow. We really need to work production in that city, though. We need a fishing boat out there ASAP. Like that. Get the road. And then this archer keeps on moving to the camp. Hopefully it's still there. Chop that forest down. Get another farm up there. And this mine can get going. We get civil service next turn for the big growth bonus. And now we need happiness. So we're going circus and Colosseum straight away in the cap. And then eventually we'll get the Colosseum over here. And it would be kind of good to clear. That barbarian camp is designed by like all these city-states. If we return the worker that's in that camp, we could get huge amounts of influence too. So let's maybe try and see if we can handle that. There's a horseman in there. We could stay embarked off the coast and try and snipe this camp when the city-state moves their composite bowman at. When the city-state kills it with a composite bowman, we can perhaps snipe the camp. So I think we're going to try and be cheeky there and do that. And now we can get that civil service farm up, connect to Nineveh, and then get another civil service farm. We finished civil service now, so our food is absolutely exploding. It's totally worth working that tile now, and we can just work extra food for the time being. We'll get to all of these production tiles. That city needs help though, and it should work production soon. No more food to grow to here. We'll work our workshop. Try and get ourselves one of these Renaissance wonders. And see, we've got some more civil service farms going here. We need 28 gold to try and buy this tile for more civil service farm in here. And then Nimrod has got plus 12.6 food now because we upped our civil service farm stuff in here. And we need gold as well to purchase all of this stuff. We're only going to work the workshop in the capital. There's no need to work the workshop elsewhere. But we actually kind of desperately need some food. And AI went Renaissance turn 72. And we haven't done good scouting. So I wonder what we do with our spy. Apparently this is going to go down next turn. City State won't be able to take it, so let's just lurk. See if we can get through around there. Another farm. Around here, we can't really do a lot, so let's bring it back to the cap. And try and do some more scouting. I would love to get this spy into... I would love to get the spy into a cultural city-state. That's one of my most common plays. Because, again, we don't really need to spy text off the Deity AI. We can afford to get away with kind of doing whatever we want to some degree. Because we'll catch up eventually with all of our growth. But right now, we can't get a cultural city-state because we haven't met one because of our bad scouting. So let's see if we can find one to put our spy in. There we go. So camp has been cleared. And we can go move mode. And clear it and return Riga's worker. So Riga is super allies. And we now have our spy in here to maintain the alliance. And we'll move it over to a cultural city-state when we get one. And let's try and get our spy out to go meet the world. We need to buy one of these tiles. 7 gold required. I mean, we've got roads up now. Maybe when we finally complete all the roads for these cities, perhaps we'll have reputable gold per turn. But we kind of need the golden age right now to get good gold per turn, and we don't have one. So Nimrod grew again. Need to work another civil service farm next turn. And Carticulti Inerta grew again. And it grew into the workshop slot. We've got the Grand Mesa for some gold so that we can buy it some good tiles. Actually, yeah, we finished the lighthouse now. We can get a forge is only 1 tile. But we've got like a 2 tile stable. So we can build a stable and then we are going to want something like a shrine. Let's stay out here so we can buy some stuff. We need to buy a lot of tiles, so we need to get some markets. But what do we do next in the capital? Probably do work on our gold per turn by getting a market. And then we can go for things like gardens. A writer's guild though. We could take exploration hammers with an early writer's guild and that would be pretty powerful. We'll get a shrine and then a market here to start working on our faith. And then we do actually need a workboat as well. Let's go workboat first. It's pretty important. We need a workboat to send round to this city. Perhaps we get the workboat from the capital too after the writer's guild. Now we can move on. So we're allies with Riga. That's happiness. We could perhaps try and keep Jerusalem, actually. Only 60 influence away. We might find the natural wonder. We could get like a double rig and get Jerusalem for faith. And so that feels a lot better because we're already allies with Riga. And this other city-state actually wants us to get our regional, our own silver back for ourselves. Which is going to hopefully be an awful lot of happiness again from the mercantile city-state. Man. Pikemen coming in. Oh man, the barb camp spawned there again. We can take this back though now. And perhaps we've got an archer that we can bring back to help. Yeah, this one. Eventually. Can we buy this tile yet? 3 gold required. So we'll get it next turn and we'll chop this down. We now need to look out for tiles over there. We've got a lot of tiles to purchase now. Because we've got very hilly land. And this civil service farm is now done. So we need to work that here. So again, just pushing civil service farms to be top food. We're top food and top production on Deity right now. And apparently we're only 2% behind in tech, which is crazy good. We can sell more iron as well. Didn't realise we'd improved another iron source, but we had. So we can get more gold per turn off this. And this is what's going to fund our tile purchasing. All of these deals with AI. And that's also why strategic balance, again, is just so good on Deity. Because you can sell all of this stuff and you can't sell it on lower difficulty levels. That's good. Gonna grab myself something to eat. Antwerp, hello. Let's hope they move away from that tile. We need to buy these tiles in the capital. If we shoot this, do we die? Probably not. Let's do that. And we lost some deals. So we need to get the deals back. Cocoa for salt again. Does he want horses? No. So we need to make this deal. Or do we perhaps... Do we perhaps pay for it, the Lux? I mean, we're going to need the happiness at some point. It will avoid building Colosseums for a while. Let's pay for it. And use this gold per turn again. And we can buy this extra food for this city. Where are we going next in here? Nowhere reasonable. So we probably need to bring this worker back for the time being. Build some more roads. We don't need this archer back. We can just keep this archer here. Protecting our stuff. And the Sir grew. And so we're working kind of pointless production right now. So why not work a Writers Guild? Got this extra food in Assur though. We got plenty of food. So we can work the Writers Guild. And an early national epic would be pretty huge as well. Maybe a garden first. And then the national epic. We need a market too. Garden, maybe market, national epic, perhaps something like that. This is the benefit of high production, is what we're feeling right now. We're getting more food. Anyway, Kurdo says, "Hey, I'm back. How did the multiplayer end up?" Oh, the multiplayer. It was quite the explanation. Kurdo, it was quite the explanation. We could actually perhaps ally Hong Kong by buying this silver. But I want to get it back. But we won. Silver with dies with Ram ends next turn. So actually, we don't need to do anything about this quest at all. Good. But yeah, so the multiplayer game was kind of crazy. So we ended up being game leader because we settled 3 cities before National College. Got Petra, an insane production city to help out with a really, really low and slow production capital. Anyway, we were pop leader on 3 cities. And then we founded a 4th city because we found a really, really cool island. And so then we went up to 4 cities and continued to be an incredibly runaway pop leader. Our growth was insanely good. We had huge food because we got both trade route wonders, Petra and Colossus, and so we used all of those 7 trade routes for food, and it was utterly insane. So we were game leader, pop leader, tech leader, all of the rest of it. We decided to go for something fun and skip labs to go planes into our Greek neighbor, and then planes and land ships to go kill America, and then hopefully use planes and land ships and rocket RTs to go kill the world. But basically, America, who is probably the other player in the lobby, the other strong player in the lobby apart from ourselves, they formed a coalition with Greece and Assyria that were nearby to come and attack us. So Assyria came and attacked us with frigates. Greece came and attacked us with just every single unit they had, whatever they could build. And America came over with some units. So we got caught off guard. We were about 3 turns away from being ready, and we weren't ready. But we luckily were able to use Oxford to take biology, of all things. We just built Big Ben. We were able to use a great general from building Brandenburg Gate to get our oil online, and we purchased 4 bombers. 4 Great War Bombers, that is. And we were able to use those 4 Great War Bombers to kill the frigate attack, and then kill the rest of the units that were coming to us. Anyway, those 2 units, those 2 players, they'd gone irrelevant by going to war, which is really unfortunate. So then they sort of pieced us out so as to not kingmake. And as it turns out, America had kind of been in the mix, organising everything. And they just totally betrayed their teammates. Instead of joining in the war, America, who was 2nd place, decided to go for labs instead. And in the end, that lost them the game. If America had come in to help kill us, we would have died and they would have won. But instead, America decided not to come attack us. That gave us the opportunity to mount an actual defense. We did actually defend. And then we were able to win the game. It was kind of cool. Really wild game, and I absolutely loved playing it. We need to deal with this camp. Hopefully Budapest will desire the camp again. And we can deal some damage to it. We need to heal our combo before we do anything else there, though. As much as I'm tempted to start working. There's our natural wonder. Nice, Ricarda. Can we get any of these tiles soon? Not really. Let's get a mine there. Wow, okay. This is a really interesting Pangea. Ricarda sounds insane. Yeah, it really was insane. But we won. We clutched out the victory. We managed to kill America with our Great War Bombers, and then our bombers, and then AA guns and rocket artillery. And we won because Shoshone on the other side of the world, instead of trying to compete for labs, decided to basically skip schools and go artillery to kill 6th place. So we ended up even being science lead after that, which is kind of crazy. But available username says, yeah, that was a great game to watch too. It also highlights why autocracy is, in my opinion, the best social policy tree. Absolutely. I am loving autocracy more and more the more I play it. And it's because of things exactly like that. Just its flexibility. Not only does it have the best military production, but you can afford to purchase units if you're in desperate trouble. I mean, Freedom also has 6 infantry. So that's, you know, it's sort of neither here nor there, but just the amount of firepower that you get from autocracy is insane, especially because you can get air repair. Oh, this Siamese prophet you were talking about available. I totally forgot to mention about that in chat. Yeah, it's unfortunately got a religion in it, so we couldn't steal it for our own religion, unless we can steal someone else's religion prophet and found our own religion with it. Nineveh grew. We need to work production now in Nineveh. This fishing boat is eventually going to get to Nineveh. I mean, we're bringing it there because it just needs every ounce of food that it can get, but still, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Assur can grow, and it's got another food tile now, so let's work that. Nimrud. Yep, it grew. No more tiles. We need the sheep. We desperately need tiles right now. And we need gold for that, so we should probably get... This market is critical in Assur. I mean, it'll be a super fast uni, but then we need to definitely go market after that, and we go market here in Kartikulti Ninurta. We can go university straight after a workshop here, because we don't need the happiness, and then market into university over here. And this, by the way, is what we're talking about with going workshops before universities. So we'd originally spoke about how it's generally accepted that you could or should go on the science B line. We can actually do can we do 3 here? No, we can't, but we need to keep this deal going, but we can't risk the AI taking it. We're not going to get enough gold per turn to buy it, so we're just going to have to swap salt for it. Or perhaps silver again. Did we complete our city-state quest yet for Hong Kong? No. Are we going to get another salt? No. Let's just give away our... Let's give away our salt for it, just in case. And then we can sell more iron to the AI to feed their insatiable appetites. Anyway, we're now at unis, and can we get... We've got 3 turns to Renaissance. Let's unwork the Writers Guild. 5 turns to Renaissance now. Hopefully, combined with the university, that will get us into Renaissance in time to take 0 filler policies, and we can open rationalism. Anyway, Available says, yeah, you can do that. I've stolen profits to found and enhance religions before. It just has to have 4 charges. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. If I knew that, I might well have done it. Interesting. Anyway, Ryan says, Autocracy also has the best happiness wonder in the game with Prora. Such fun, even if you're not going to war. Yeah, Autocracy is the best for happiness, period. Because if you can build Prora, and you can take Barracks, Armory, and Military Academy happiness, it's a huge amount of happiness. Autocracy is definitely the best happiness for sure. I highly, highly rate Autocracy's happiness. Highly. But yeah, it's kind of good. I love it. Yeah. Please. So yeah, I love Autocracy. Like the late game happiness, like the policies, militarism, air repair bombers. It's an exceptional tree. Statue is a great wonder too. Autocracy is also truly brilliant. Oh, thank you. Oh, needed to drink some water there. My girlfriend came and saved me with her own water bottle. And has very, very thankfully filled mine back up. You'll notice with the new stream setup, you can't see her anymore, but she's been here and she's always very, very helpful to me on the stream. So thank you very much to her. Right, we need to get this hill up. But yeah, Autocracy is a really fantastic tree. I absolutely love it. We're going to grow everywhere. We're ready. But yeah, so we're going to get these unis. And so... chocolate is killing my throat. And so the first thing to talk about now is what to do about your initial policy tree. Your initial policy tree is pretty much 100% advisable to finish it. Whatever you start, finish. Don't go 2 points in tradition and then like 3 points into liberty or something like that. Once you start it, finish it. Because especially these two, liberty and tradition, and frankly piety, they have fantastic benefits for finishing them that outweigh really anything you can do by mixing trees. You know, you need to put 1 for the opener, 2, 3, 4, 5 in tradition to even get food and happiness, not to mention the wonder production. So tradition, there's just so much great stuff to take in it. It pretty much never makes sense to take anything else and deviate from tradition, unless you've got absolutely loads of culture in the early game and don't need to build a wonder. At which point maybe you might drop a point somewhere if you desperately need it. Liberty finishes it for that great engineer or great scientist. We talked about how good that was earlier in the stream. And also, the last policies you tend to get are representation and meritocracy. Representation is huge for culture. You don't want to miss that as Liberty. And meritocracy is like the only happiness policy Liberty has. So again, you don't want to miss either of those. So by mixing trees, you give up the best of each tree, frankly. So you should always try and finish your starter policy tree. Even with piety. Because finishing piety gives you +3 culture from holy sites. So you can drop profits down everywhere and really give yourself a strong culture game. So that you can use like piety, rationalism, all sorts of stuff to try and improve your game there. So all of these starting trees give you great bonuses for finishing them. So it's better to finish than to mix and match. Especially because most of the fantastic policies, especially in tradition, have, you know, are right down here at the bottom late on. But what should you do after that? Well, there's a concept called filler policies. And so filler policies is basically saying, in the game, you might have already heard that rationalism is just OP and broken. Rationalism is 100% the best policy tree to take that is not your opening policy tree, full stop. It just is. And it's because science wins games. There is just so much science in rationalism, it's unbelievable. +2 science from every specialist, that's huge. By the way, secularism is huge. Humanism is 25% great scientist generation. Each great scientist you bulb is like 5.3 turns worth of research. So you can accelerate the game with great scientists. Free thought is science from trading posts and +17% from universities. Insane. So these 3 policies are just killer. And it just works out that because science gives you relevant military units, because science gets you access to great buildings and just, you know, everything, that rationalism is just so much better than everything else on the vanilla game. So they've developed a kind of a thing that we call filler policies. And so to open rationalism, you need to be in the Renaissance era. So if you need to take a policy after you finish your opener, but you're not yet in Renaissance, you have to take a policy or even 2 in one of these other trees. And so that's what we call a filler policy. It's the policies you use in these other trees before you go into rationalism. And these filler policies can surprisingly define your game. You can take exploration for extra coastal movement, which gives you a big bonus towards naval combat later in the game. Not so relevant for Deity, but highly relevant for multiplayer. And then there's this policy, Maritime Infrastructure, which is totally fantastic. +3 production in all coastal cities. It doesn't look like a lot, but right now +3 production would be +30% here. It would be +10% here, plus but 11% here, and it would be plus about 8% here. So maritime infrastructure is fantastic because of when you get it, it can just be so powerful in helping your cities get extra production. It's great. Commerce, if you want to focus on gold, and there is a fantastic policy called mercantilism in commerce that allows you to purchase items cheaper. Combine that with Big Ben, combine it with autocracy, you can buy 10 bombers for 3,200 gold. Aesthetics helps you get through. Basically, aesthetics lets you get some extra culture. It helps you build your hermitage easier with cultural centers, but then the opener gets you faster writers, artists, and musicians. Patronage is for city-states, but also what's quite important about opening patronage is it gives you access to a fantastic Renaissance wonder, which is the Forbidden Palace. It's not as good for happiness as Notre Dame, but by the end game it is. And it also gives you 2 votes in the World's Congress to grant you some control in there if that's what you want, which is usually what most players would want to do. So patronage can be great as well. And then piety can be used as a filler policy. If you need to get your shrines and temples built faster, piety can often be a good idea. Say you took temple happiness in your religion, so you can take piety and build temples and shrines in half the usual time. And then also on top of that, say you're Egypt, you've got a unique temple, you want to build it. Say you're Songhai, you've got a unique temple, you want to build it. This policy lets you build those temples because otherwise you might struggle to get them built early on enough in the game to be impactful. And then liberty is also actually a viable filler policy tree as well if you've opened tradition. Going liberty and then opening tradition usually probably a bad idea, but going tradition and then taking a point in liberty can be quite good. And it's because opening liberty unlocks the pyramids. So if you're short on workers, you can build the pyramids. Pyramids isn't often taken in multiplayer games. You can build the pyramids really late and get 2 free workers and improve all of your tiles faster. So that can be really cool. But also 1 culture per city. Right now 1 culture per city would be adding plus 33% culture. So liberty can actually be a nice pick for culture. And if you need workers, all the better. And then finally, there's honor. Honor is obviously focused around war. Thank you. We can use honor if we're planning to kill a player in the medieval or Renaissance or industrial eras. And that's because honor gives you extra great generals. Great generals are a big power up in terms of military strength. But also you can use them for citadels. And citadels are the main reason to go and find your way through Great Wall. You might often think that Great Wall is a really difficult wonder to attack into because you don't get all of your extra movement. But no, we're still building a university, but thank you. But if someone's got a Great Wall and you're their neighbor, you can use a great general citadel improvement to steal their tiles. Their tiles become yours, and now those tiles that were theirs that now are yours, well, you can now move through them without the Great Wall presence. So that really allows you to break into the Great Wall. So there are a lot of good things to be had from all of these policy trees, and unfortunately, whichever one you choose just tends to, there's a lot of debate to be had. In general, if you're coastal, you can never go wrong with exploration, and regardless of whether or not you're coastal or not, you can never go wrong with commerce because gold per turn is incredibly powerful. And patronage, if you think that you've got any city-state allies, or you think you can get the Forbidden Palace, you can also never go wrong with patronage. However, liberty, honor, piety, and aesthetics tend to be more niche use cases. Your filler policy must be aesthetics if you want to do tourism. So it's just something to say. Anyway, Available username has put some really great comments in chat, by the way. Available's got some really nice things to say. So I would only mix trees if you have a very specific reason to do it. In my experience, going tradition to get free monuments and no maintenance units or a free settler and the hammer bonus are the only 2 ways to make piety kind of viable, for example. Yeah, interesting. Although were you here for our piety game, Available? We just went straight piety. We had the world's worst early game, but we used piety for pagodas, and then we were able to use Jesuit to catch up all of our science later on. It was kind of insane. Now, Gandalf says, what's the best Liberty Civ in your opinion? Rome? I don't play a lot of Liberty, but generally, the best Liberty Civ probably isn't. Rome's production bonus is great. I'm just going to put that one out there. So Rome is a decent Liberty Civ. But Liberty really struggles in terms of gaining itself happiness and kind of getting itself, happiness, production, and growth. So, civilizations which find a way to give you those extra actually tend to be a lot better. So, one fantastic Liberty Civ could be something like Egypt. Egypt's a fantastic Liberty Civ because you can take a filler policy and piety and build quick temples in all of your cities. Egypt's temple gives you happiness. Liberty desperately needs happiness. So Egypt can be a great Liberty civ. Ethiopia, despite its abilities, can also be a great Liberty civ. And that's because Ethiopia has a monument replacement called the Stele that gives you faith as well as the culture. And faith allows you to get a really early religion, which allows you to get pagodas or temple happiness or food or whatever you need to make your game work. So that's why Ethiopia is cool. Celts can also be a good Liberty civ for the same reason as Ethiopia, but not quite so good, because Celts get faith from settling their cities next to forest. So you can again go Liberty as Celts, get that faith, turn the faith into production, culture, happiness, whatever you need it to be. So the best Liberty civs tend to be the OP ones, because they're just OP, and then civs which actually find you a way to get yourself things that Liberty just lacks compared to tradition. And so, you know, it's happiness, so Egypt's for temples. Celts can also help with Cayley halls, but it's really difficult to get Cayley halls built. You can also do, I mean, as Available said, he's actually got a pretty decent list. Ethiopia and Egypt, because of what we talked about, by using religion and turning religion into whatever you need to make up with. You can also go Babylon, because Babylon is just flat out OP with the writer. Greece is good, because you can kind of get loads of city-state allies. China can be quite nice, because China's libraries are free. So Liberty tends to struggle a lot with gold per turn. So if China gets libraries, then you can get the libraries for free. It's kind of cool. But yeah, I also kind of like the Celts. Someone like Russia is okay, because they get extra production. But again, it's kind of difficult. Because you don't get happiness, it's difficult to use it. Typically, it's whichever civs can turn their bonus into happiness tend to be the best Liberty civs out there. So that's why Rome is a bit down, because they can't turn their Liberty bonus into happiness. But Ethiopia can, Egypt can. Babylon's just science. Greece can keep city-states, all that kind of stuff. So the early academy keeps your science up, and also bowmen are fantastic units, as Available said. But yeah, so it's kind of like, you know, there are various ways that you can do Liberty, and there are a bunch of strong Liberty civs. Obviously, all of the OP civs are also good. You know, Poland is a great Liberty civ, because Poland can literally do whatever it wants, etc., etc., etc. Poland might be the one civilization that you can actually do sacred sites with, for example. So there are a lot that can go on, but it's typically whichever civilizations can turn their bonus into happiness tend to be the best Liberty civs. But if they can't turn their bonus into happiness, they at least have to be able to turn their bonus into production or into food. And what I mean by that is either turning faith into happiness or just kind of doing whatever you want. But yeah, some good chat about bowmen actually. Yeah, I've heard about that. Babylonian bowmen are incredible. They're a really good unit. I watched a YouTube playthrough of a guy who basically professed that his deity strategy is to kill AI with bowmen, which I thought was kind of crazy fun. But I mean, it's a reasonable strategy, because the bowmen are just really good units. Typically, and we should probably talk about this, is like what makes... Are we going to get a rig soon? Yeah, Jerusalem, 1-turn rig. And then perhaps we'll just go away and go sit in Buenos Aires for the culture. What makes a good unit is actually a kind of interesting discussion. We need to grow here. We got more than enough production. Let's just grow. We probably don't want to work this Grand Mesa. We need to buy tiles though, which is why we're doing it. Oh, we probably should have said something to Ram to get a good positive diplomatic modifier. We got plenty of food in this city now though. But yeah, bowmen are almost as strong as combos, but like half the cost. Available turn 6. I'm eating, don't worry.
Okay, good.
I actually just ate a bit before we came in. Yeah, they're fantastic units. Bowmen, they are fantastic. So what makes a good unit? So some units are good, some units are good, some unique units are bad. Generally, the best unique units are replacements to units that are already good. So let's take a good example actually. The Ottoman unique unit is a Janissary. It's a musketman replacement. The Janissary is a fantastic unit. It is, every time it kills something, it gains 50 HP. I've seen people steamroll other people with Janissaries. But it's not quite so useful, especially on Deity, because it's at gunpowder. When are we going to get gunpowder? Well, if we're playing Deity, After schools, probably, we'll get gunpowder. And by the time we get gunpowder, our enemies can be teching to lances, they can be teching to Gatling guns, they can be, you know, even perhaps part of their way to flight with rifles or something. So the Janissaries become just less good because our opponents are getting better units by the time that we would end up with the tech to, you know, do land units. But also, yeah, available to Janissaries are also land units, and Ottomans have a coastal bias, so they can be a bit awkward to use for sure. But yeah, and so they're great. And it's the same with the Sipahi. Sipahis are Lancer replacements. They're, again, brilliant units, but they're just, you always get industrialization and scientific theory before you go anywhere down here. And so, especially on Deity, on multiplayer it might be a bit different, but on Deity it's 100% the case. And so your opponents just have good units available at the same time those unique units come down, and it's just very, very difficult to use them. A unique unit is only good if it can actually be used, and so that is something that a lot of units do struggle with. But yeah, so in the wrong spot. Anyway, Ryan actually makes an interesting point. Lol, that's the same reason I've never built a Panzer in my life as Germany. Just in the wrong spot on the tech tree. It is. But what's kind of interesting about Panzers and tanks in general is let's follow the path from combined arms, ballistics, flight, steam powder, railroad, combustion. We do not need electricity. We do not need radio. We do not need plastics, and we do not need replaceable parts in order to build tanks. And this can be actually incredibly useful. Not on Deity, it depends how many people you've got to kill. But going tanks after public schools, when you only have one person left to kill, can be incredibly brutal with autocracy. So can landships, by the way, but particularly tanks are incredibly brutal with autocracy. And that's because with autocracy, you can get a promotion on them called charge. It's plus 33% combat strength when attacking a unit that's damaged. You can stack it with autocracy's bonuses, Clausewitch's legacy, no zone of control, and you can just go into infantry with tanks and just slaughter them. And the only way to defend that is bombers. And so look at how many more techs you need to defend that with bombers. You need radar, ballistics, electronics, parts. If you're going bombers, you're probably going plastics, probably going to get radio. So tanks, if you only have one player left to kill to win the game, you can skip labs and just go straight for tanks, and they can be exceptionally good. But yeah, you have to be willing to skip labs and do autocracy in order to actually get the tanks at a reasonable time to make them useful, because you need to be hitting that enemy with the tanks before they get bombers. And if you do, you're going to slaughter them. But if they get bombers, you're going to really, really struggle. And you might still slaughter them if you can bring some AA guns, because you do need AA guns as a prerequisite for tanks, but it makes it an awful lot harder. But it's like a 1 or 2 person kill thing. It doesn't kill the world, which is why you don't see it played a lot on Deity difficulty, because on Deity you actually have to kill the world. There's always going to be an AI on the other side of the world that's gone labs that you're going to have to kill in the info era, probably. But if you're in multiplayer, often a few players go irrelevant, fall really behind in tech, you might be left with only 1 or 2 players to kill. And in that scenario, it's actually better to go for something like tanks to slaughter them, rather than it is to wait until after plastics. Because the longer you wait, the more opportunities you give your opponent to try and catch up with things like bombers, you know, do an artillery push on you, something like that. If you know that you've got the tech lead and you can make a move on them, it's better to kill them as soon as you can. So tanks can be really good for that. And I've been slaughtered by tanks on multiplayer once myself. It is not fun, but it's kind of like a fantastic move. But you must basically take autocracy to do it, because you need those stacking promotions in order to make them brutal. But yeah, in general, the best unique units, you replace units that you'll be able to use at a reasonable time frame. And so what are the best units? Archer replacements are brilliant because archers are great units. I mean, we all know that ranged units are the kings pre-industrial era, like point blank, ranged units. So any archer replacement is great, although the Incan sling is not that great because it runs away, but the Babylonian bowman is brilliant. Chariot archers are archery units, so any chariot archer replacement is also brilliant. Think war elephants as Egypt as a prime example of how, I forget what they're called now. War chariots as Egypt are great. Indian war elephants are great. Yeah, Incan sling is like the worst unit in the game, says both sides of them. But yeah, so the Indian unit, it's a war elephant, and the Egyptian war chariot are fantastic units as well. Other units you use a lot of, composite bowman. No one's got a composite bowman replacement, unfortunately. But then you sort of move on and you get to crossbows. There are 2 crossbow replacements, of course. Oh yeah, Hunnic horse archers as well. Hunnic horse archers are brilliant. Crossbow replacements are exceptional because crossbows are exceptional. So English longbowmen, Chinese chickenoos, brilliant. And then there are actually a couple of knight replacements, one of which is the best unit in the game. So knights are melee units, but Arabia gets the camel archer, Mongolia gets the Keshik. Keshiks are great units, particularly on Deity. On multiplayer, Keshiks are a little bit more difficult to use because they can be abused by knights a bit. But camel archers are insane. They are like 21 combat strength and they are ridiculous. And they're a ranged unit that can move in, shoot, and then move out after it's shot. And so they don't even have to take any damage. The camel archer is like the one unit you can actually kill the world with. They are exceptional. So those knight replacement, but other knight replacement units are also quite nice because knights are quite close to your normal tech path. Right now, for example, we'd find it very easy to go knights. We'll go crossbows. We're going acoustics for our rationalism opener, but it's very easy to go knights or crossbows and kill someone with them. So they're really, really great units. And so most of those medieval and pre-medieval and pre-medieval units are great. There are also some other great units though. Frigates, we all know how powerful they are. England has the Ship of the Line. Again, just an exceptional unit. Andrew says the Ship of the Line ratio. Yeah, well, you can't use Ship of the Line to kill inland capitals. That's the only thing. But yeah, Ship of the Line are also exceptional units. England's replacement. That's why England is so fearsome. We've talked about unique musketmen and unique lancers being a bit difficult to use. Yeah, that +1 range and they can. Well, what if it's like 5 tiles inland? No, they can't. That's just the thing. Like, camels can kill the world because you can even embark camels. But Ship of the Line can kill everybody except inland capitals. But yeah, I mean, you're quite right. There are really no cannon replacements. Some cavalry replacements can be quite good because cavalry can be actually quite effective even after you've gone, schools and stuff. So there are some good cavalry replacements as well. But in general, normal cav just does fine. And then the only other great unit really is probably the one that comes up here at radar. There's the American B-17. And that is, I mean, it's not that great, but what makes it so useful is that air repair is a very, very, very important promotion to take on bombers. Anytime air repair is available to you with a bomber, you should absolutely always take air repair because it's so good. Your bombers heal 25 HP a turn, regardless of what they do. And that keeps them in the action all the time. Basically means you never need to stop bombing. And America has the B-17. And the B-17 starts with the siege promotion. It starts with a promotion, which means that you now only need 2 more promotions on the B-17 to get air repair. Usually you need 3. So what America allows you to do is the B-17 gives you immediate air repair regardless of whether or not you go autocracy. And so B-17s can actually be quite powerful in that respect as well. That's a good overview of most of the powerful units. There are also some which just can be ridiculously good. The Danish berserkers that are a swordsman replacement are ridiculous as well, but they're kind of fun. You probably can't use them so effectively in Deity, but you see people do mean things all the time with Danish berserkers, the swordsman replacement. Zulu impies are obviously fantastic. Everyone knows how good Zulu impies are. And actually, Zulu are also great because Zulu are the only other civ, apart from America, that does not need Brandenburg Gate or autocracy to get air repair straight away. Because Zulu units need less XP to get promotions. So if you build military academies as Zulu, you actually get air repair on your bombers regardless of what social policy you take, which is different to every other civ. So that's kind of cool. So actually Zulu can be low-key quite a good civ, even if you don't use their MP, because you can get air repair straight away. They can actually be incredibly good themselves. Anyway, we need to keep these unis down, and we need to make sure to keep our culture as low as possible. But we've got a lot of good chat in chat, giving us all of these great units. Yeah, available using it. Yeah, so yeah, Ryan says about the tank thing. That's pretty insane. Haven't thought of that. Haven't played much multiplayer. I pretty much always go for labs as soon as I can, but it might be fun to try something different. Yeah, it's really hard to skip labs on Deity because you have to kill 6 players. But depending on what you can do on multiplayer, that's why multiplayer is so fun. Multiplayer opens up more strategies than Deity sometimes, so it can be really cool to play, and you can do all that weird and wonderful stuff. Oh yeah, available username loves the Droman as well. The only civ in the game that can ancient era ranged boats can be a complete game changer. That's very true. Dromans are also very good units. Unfortunately, it replaces the melee boat, so you have to bring a scout along with you, but you know, a ranged boat replacement is just as good probably. Like I can stomach having to bring over a scout to get a ranged trireme that can just like obliterate things for no reason.
Es wäre in eurem Interesse, dass ihr dieses Angebot sorgfältig prüft.
Friend Germany, cool. Okay, we need to speed up acoustics. How do we do that? Can we get this down to 2 turns? Oh, we're so close. We need to open borders with Germany.
Vorwärts.
How much more do we need? How short are we? Oh, we need 61 science. I think we're going to have to take a filler policy. Realised way too late, unfortunately. That's kind of bad play from me. You should always be aware of when you're going to enter the Renaissance era, in case you can do something like this. Were you buying that deal with Arabia? We probably were. Unfortunately, we can't buy it now. We don't have enough gold. We're just going to have to let it sit there. See if we can get it eventually. We got loads of city-state allies though, so we don't need to waste the gold. We'll work a workshop now because it's the same as a hill. But at least we get workshop points. Available says your unworking writer slots. I was trying to do it to try and sneak into the Renaissance era and not have to take any filler policies. But it doesn't seem to have worked out that way. Unfortunately. I would love for it to do so, but I don't think we've quite got there. Then we get open borders with Germany.
Was nun?
They didn't do the deal. They want 3 GPT for it. We'll wait, see if we can afford to pay for something at some point. Let's work some gold. We can pay for this Lux. No, we don't need to pay for the Lux. We've got more than enough happiness. Let's just give the gold up to Germany and go through his land, meet all the city-states. We also need to get this spy into the cultural city-state now. Buenos Aires. You're working. Oh, work research. Yes, we could work some research. You can get it to 2. It is close. Yeah, we can try and work some research perhaps. How much more do we need? 41. I don't know if we can get it in the whole empire. It will be worth it if we do. Oh, how far away are we? 6.22. We're 6.22 away. We can probably get that with our growth, right? When we grow, we can get that. Because we'll get science from our population. Yeah, let's work research. Let's try it. Do everything we can. We need to avoid, because it's the rationalism opener is so powerful, it's totally worth doing ridiculous things like that for it. We even get a golden age in 2 turns. We're delaying all of our stuff right now to... Sorry, this has caused a divide between us. We're delaying all of our stuff right now to try and squeeze this down into the same amount of time frame. So we've been dumb. This is why you should probably manage your artist specialists a bit better. 1-on-1. Brilliant. Brilliant. We're going to get it. We're just squeaked in. Nice. Great spot available username. That's something to notice, by the way, for anyone who hasn't played a lot. And we can now go back to work in the Writers Guild. Is if you need to squeak that through, sometimes you absolutely can. We're going to get our engineer. We're actually going to get a scientist first, but we should probably go for the engineer. We can work this for the culture too. Maybe we need to unwork the silver now for the food. But otherwise, that's fine. Okay. And we're still 1-on-1, so that's good news. And we're not going to go unhappy and spoil all of that. And we're not going to like end a golden age or anything, so we need to watch out. Where can we go? We're going to grow here. Yeah, we've got a tile to grow to. Good. We got our population points as well in Nineveh. And we got our cities connection established, so we've got some gold back. Which is good stuff. But yeah, thanks. Anyway, let's have a look. The ships of the line, anything in chat. If anyone asked a question that I missed, by the way, please feel free to replace it. We've been talking a lot, so it's sometimes we miss things. But if I ever miss something in chat, you can either leave it in the Discord for later, or you can just flag it to me again. If I missed the question, I never ever mind answering it. Anyway, Available says, I think getting an engineer first is all right. You can use it on something like Leaning Tower. That would be totally worth it. Yeah, I think so too. I think we're going to do that. We need to work this for one more turn. But yeah. Turn 83 Rationalism open. They're pretty powerful. Nicely done. Yes, yeah. FJS Wars giving Available username credit. That was very good play there. There we go. We can take this tile now and get another civil service farm. Try and deal with this camp. We can actually grow to this as well. We should probably just work this food because we need it everywhere. Still 1-on-1. Good. Hopefully we can get this silver soon. We don't really need to improve any more tiles in the cap, so let's just wait for it. I don't know what this worker's doing here. We get this hill, perhaps. We need to buy some more tiles, so we need some more gold. But yeah, that's pretty sick. That's a good thing for anyone who's listening that doesn't know about that. Is you can work research sometimes to try and squeeze in try and avoid a filler policy. It only works if your tech is super, super fast, but very powerful if it is. And so we've got a no filler policy game, straight into rationalism. Brilliant. 83 is insane. Got to wait a turn in German territory. It's fine. Get some more hills. I guess we'll wait for that silver in case we ever get it. This can come back and get that up now. That has to wait there. Another barb spawn, but that's okay. We weren't really worried about that. We're running out of things for our workers to do, but that's fine. This is why 2 workers per city is so powerful. Because if we only had 1 worker per city, we'd be really chasing the game. We'd be working unimproved tiles everywhere. But something that's incredibly game-changing, and we can take research off here too, something that's incredibly game-changing for your cities is actually to be working all improved tiles everywhere. That can be incredibly, incredibly game-changing. What do we got? We're only 5% behind in tech. We actually do have a chance at leaning here. I wonder if we hard build the Sistine Chapel too. We're actually first into the Renaissance at Sistine, so we can probably hard build Sistine. Anyway, Gandalf says, is there a competition or list for the world record of lowest turns on Deity? There actually is on the Civ Fanatics forums. There's some people that have been dedicated to super fast science victories. We're not going to be anywhere near close, but this is actually looking like a really good game. We've got 51 population. It's turn 83, 4 cities, super early rationalism, unis. But yeah, there isn't anyone else, I don't think, because I think 597 is 1 person. That's us. So we're going to go for it. We can still generate our engineer. We can probably give up this university slot now to get extra production and then bring it back when we need it. But yeah, the Civ Fanatics has a Hall of Fame that they do. We're not going to be challenging for it because they're usually done on standard and they can be done on turn, you know, some people have done it on turn 200 on standard. You tend to need 8 cities for that. So we're going to be doing pretty well on 4 though. Honestly, this game may be my personal best. It's that good. And this is kind of what we mean about growing your capital early and stuff like this, and why growth is so important. Because growth is science. And right now, all we've done is grow with coastal growth. And we are on some lit science game. And it's all to do with that 51 population and the fact that we got it early as well. Probably don't need more production. We can just... yeah, we can grow onto another hill and use that. We're getting spammed by missionaries right now. I don't know whose religion is better. Temple Happiness in here from Siam. And we've got... what do we got? Nothing. Oh, Jesuit from the Maya. So we want the Maya's religion. And we should probably build some shrines and temples. Nimrod. Nimrod's not ready to work university slots yet. Actually, kind of is. Because we don't need the workshop here. So we'll give that up. We need to purchase this sheep. Which means that it's again not ready. We want to be working all of our good tiles before going into the uni slots. So we'll work this and then we'll grow into the next one. This city's going to get them in 1 turn. Don't need to do anything there. And then here we're just waiting to grow to one of these civil service hill tiles with this worker. We're waiting for the silver up there too. Need that one as well in this city, but we're going to get it in 11 turns. We actually also need to get some more gold to purchase out to this fish. Oh, the available username says, I think that's one big bonus that gets overlooked with Liberty. The more cities you have, the more scientists you can generate. Getting a scientist every 4 to 5 turns late game lets you get so much better timings than everyone else. While you're on the subject of scientists, yeah, it's true actually. That's part of the reason why 8 cities is so optimal. Because it allows you to get extra scientists. You get huge science to bowl with your scientists. And then you get extra scientists on top. Yeah, we're working every single ounce of food in the cap again. You just have to make sure to do that. Kill this barb camp, if we can. Another uni finish, so let's get a temple. See if we can get some faith for that Jesuit. And then we can get this farm up, so it's a good job we waited. 2 turn growth, can it grow in 1? No. This one will. And so we probably want to, again, take the approach of growing into the university. In fact, here, we can probably just double uni slot because we're ready. We only have production tiles to work. And Nimrod, yeah, we're going to grow into that university slot. So that's good news. And then we've got a good gold per turn now. That's mostly getting all the roads up. And we've got a compass for another trade route. And we're going to take astronomy because observatories are a ridiculous building. They're plus 50% science. And we can get one in Carta Cortina Inerta. It's got the production to get it built as well. So we'll take astronomy. And then we'll make our way to guilds. We'll take astronomy. We could compete for leaning. I kind of want this observatory though, and then we'll make our way to chivalry, and we'll decide when we get there what's better out of banking and printing press. Okay, what pop are we on? 52 pop. New research agreement. We need to get some of those soon, but we're currently using our gold to improve our cities, which we're hoping will pay us off in the long run. We should probably work food. Got more than enough production now. That's true. Available says leaning will always be there. No, observatories will always be there. Leaning won't. Yeah, alright. I'm feeling convinced. We can at least make our way partly there. We need to get this cargo up though. We need to find somewhere to build it. In here. Perfect. 2-turn cargo ship. Our production is insanely good right now. And this is kind of a good demonstration because if we look at our empire, there's not a lot of food. But you don't need a lot of food as coastal. As coastal, what you need is hills. Coastal often struggles with production, but internal cargo ships are so brilliant that they can make up for really, really poor food as long as you can send those cargo ships. And that's what we're seeing right now in this empire. We're quite low food, but we're sending cargo ships everywhere, and that allows us to work all of our production. And so we're getting really great production out of our empire, just because we can actually afford to work hills. So it's an interesting and very useful point to note. Let's go for leaning. Fine, I've been convinced about leaning. I don't go for leaning enough. Good, get Jesuit back in the cap. There goes Himeji. Bring this pikeman up there to sit in the city. And this cargo was going to Assur. We can send it back. We can advance maybe. We need to get ready to get one of these other civil service farms up. Oh, Larsa, hello. How are we doing in terms of city-state alliances? So we're allied with Jerusalem. We need to get our artist guild up so we can get that great artist for them. Still allies with Riga. Plenty of time left. We lost alliance with Hong Kong, but we don't really need it. We've got 14 happiness. Available says, I mean, if you don't have hills, you can just send hammers. That's why I love the coast. Cargo ships are so strong. Yeah, that's true. You can even send hammers as the coast. Unfortunately, because coast tends not to have a lot of land, we need to actually be working stuff in this city. It's not good enough to work universities right now. But yeah, coast can even send hammers with the internal cargo ships. Internal cargo ships are ridiculously good. You should probably build it immediately every time you get one available. Sometimes you might decide not to build a caravan, but cargo ships are almost inexcusable. 6-turn Machu. YOLO. Why not? See if we can get it on Deity. Let's queue something up behind it. Like a forge. No, an amphitheatre. See if we can get it. Can't go anywhere from Nimrod. The question is whether or not to give Carta Cortina Inerta more stuff, or to give Nineveh more stuff. I think we need to give Nineveh more stuff. We're going to wait here outside this camp, just in case we can get Buddha the Pest to request it again. Doesn't really need to be killed. And now what can we do in here? Go wait, I guess. Let's wait next to our good tiles, because we're ahead of tile improvements. And that's really important, as I said before, to be working all improved tiles. We're actually building a Colosseum here. We should get the stoneworks. A watermill would be +1 for this city. Cargo ship done here, so let's go amphitheatre now. We've got loads of production, and that's highly, highly, highly beneficial for our game. Or we can actually sell some horses to the Maya. They probably still only want one. Maybe they want more than one. Yeah. I think there's a lot of coastals. So perhaps there's not a lot of desire for horses. Those inland units. Available says, yeah, I've settled so many cities with the only city centre on, or 1 or 2 land tiles, but tons of fish and atolls. Just send hammers, and it ends up being competitive with some people's capitals. Yeah, for sure. Coastal can make up for a lot. Like, yeah, if you ever hear someone bashing coastal play, it's not true. Coastal can have, those cargoes can make up a lot. And access to the world is surprisingly important for actually winning the game, particularly in multiplayer.
Dass ihr dieses Angebot sorgfältig prüft.
تعال دعنا نتاجر.
Apparently we were selling a copy of Salt somewhere, so we just traded it away. Good stuff. That's more happiness for us. We've been waiting thousands of years for that silver though. I don't think we're ever going to get it. Might eventually. Yeah, Nineveh desperately needs this tile as well. Let's just buy it so we can work on it. And we have this cargo now to go to Nineveh. Oh, this one's a carticle to Ninurta. And then this one to Nineveh. And we can... does it need catching up or does it need food? It needs food. Generally, I like to say, if you can send food. And try and work production with hills and stuff. Because you usually get a bit more growth. If you can grow into the hills, that's usually quite a good thing to do. We need a couple more tiles here. 6 turns here. We can just accelerate that process. And now we're kind of done with tile buying. Yeah, just one more up there. And then we're good. Yeah, these deals ended. We acquired gold, so Nimrod loves the king. And Assur grew. And hopefully we get Sistine next turn. Fingers crossed. Turn 89. Turn 90 is going to be the earliest Sistine I think I've ever built. Which of these is cheaper? Physics. We'll go physics and then printing press. Anyway, Gandalf says, excluding coastal when ice is blocking you out. Yeah. Yeah. Then you, yeah, then I don't know what you do. After that, it's true. Pretty tough. Sistine? Sistine. Sistine is a great wonder because rationalism requires culture, which needs you to get social policies. Sistine Chapel helps you get through to all of these rationalism policies. So that's why we really prioritize Sistine Chapel there. It's also it's an easier wonder to get on Deity, because Deity AI tends to enter around the bottom. So if you try and enter acoustics, you have a competitive chance of even hard building it, which we did just then. Can even build opera houses now and try and get an early hermitage. This early production is being really, really huge for us. We are benefiting from this like no tomorrow. But yeah, if you're blocked in by ice. Ice does control barbs and you won't get frigate rushed. So available makes a really good point. I mean, the thing about this is like you try your best to not settle blocked in when you've got your own empire. And that's where you get all of those like heart-worthy canal cities popping up. When someone does something like that. You can grow in 1 instead of 2 here. You can also do it here. But we don't have anything good to grow to. Could grow into the uni. Let's do that. And now we've still got loads of happiness. This is crazy. Oh, anyway, the next thing that we should talk about is what to do with great writers, great artists, and great musicians. So, you'll notice we built the Writers Guild early. That's because we wanted to do a lot of culture. We're not generating the engineer anymore. There we go. We can get the engineer again. We worked that to make sure that we got in, but we want to take leaning if we can. So, what to do with your great artists, writers, and musicians? So, a lot of people often turn them into great works because it's +2 culture, +2 tourism. But the thing that you have to consider is how long is the game going to last? So in a normal game on Deity, you're probably expecting to be done in less than 200 turns. This is really early for a writer. A common writer tends to come out turn 95 or turn 100. On turn 100, there's 100 turns left. 2 culture per turn is 200 culture. But this writer, write political treaties ability, if you save it, it is 5 times your current culture per turn, pretty much. So, it's 5 times your current culture per turn. Now, right now, it's not worth a lot. Right now, you would get more by turning it into a great work because, 200 is bigger than 121. But we can just wait. And this continues, it's whatever our last 5 turns worth is. So if we end up at some point doing 100 culture per turn, then our writer will bowl for 500 culture. That's 2.5 times the amount that we would have got if we had turned it into a great work. And so what you should do is you should always save your writers, because we're not going to stay at 28. We're going to make sure culture gets up to 100 by the end of the game. We're going to get that 500. It's going to be better than our 200. So we save it, keep it hanging around, and use right political treaties at a moment where our previous 5 turns of culture was sufficiently high. Because to get all of these social policies that we want, it requires a flat amount of culture. So, you know, it's not like multiplicative or anything like that. It requires a flat amount of culture. So bulbing the writer for the highest amount of culture it can possibly do is the best way to get us to the social policies we want. So you always hold writers, and then you burn them for right political treaties once you've got your hermitage, once you have a cultural ally, you know, once you've finished a golden age, because golden ages give you plus 25% culture as well. And so you bulb them right up the end of that maximum value, get the maximum number of social policies, the maximum number of social policies you can from that. Writers, it's exactly the same story. A great writer, so turn it into a great work, 2 culture per turn and 2 tourism. 2 culture, again, it's 100 culture basically by the end of a deity game. But how can it be done better? Well, writers turn into golden ages. A writer golden age gives you something like plus, is it 25% culture from golden ages, or is it plus 20%? Either way, it's kind of big. And if we do that with a writer when we're doing, say, 60 culture per turn, that'll take us up towards, what is it, like 72 culture per turn or something? We're getting that extra percent. And so that golden age, actually, yeah, the artist golden age. So it's 6 turns on quick speed. And that says 12 times 6, which is something like 60. And then, like, it's 78. So it is a bit less than what you would get from turning into a great work overall. But golden ages also give you other stuff. You get a big boost to every single tile of yours that produces gold, produces 1 extra gold. And you get is it like a 20 or a 25% production boost in your cities during a golden age. So artists don't quite pay themselves back in culture, but also they do at the end of the game if it allows you to get your writers to higher culture. But not only that, and some of your later artists actually do even pay themselves back. It's only the first ones where this 200 even really matters. You know, for your second artist, your third artist, your fourth artist, they do give you back more culture than you get from turning them into a great work by the end of the game on deity, which tends to end by about turn 200 on quick speed. And even if you don't end at turn 200, maybe it ends at turn 220, all of your important stuff needs to come by turn 200. So that's why it's kind of important there. And so the artists, you can use it to get that big production boost, the big gold boost, and at the expense of maybe 30 culture on your first artist, but every other artist also pays itself back in terms of culture. So artists and writers, always save them and bulb them at a convenient time. Writers, when you reach the maximum amount of culture you think you can do, so you've got hermitage, you've got a cultural ally, you've got your guilds up and you're working them. So that tends to be about turn 130, turn 140. Artists, save them for when that production boost is going to be most impactful. And so that tends to be, you can production boost when you're building factories to get your ideology 1 turn sooner. That might save you from getting same turned. You can production boost when building schools to get your schools up 1 turn sooner. So, and that's just great because it's always better to get your scientist buildings 1 turn sooner. And you can production boost for plastics to get your labs built 1 or 2 turns sooner. So that is when you want to use your artists. And in that way, they always pay themselves back. And after one of those 3 bursts, either at factories, at schools, or at labs, you'll be at your maximum culture and you can burn all of your writers for maximum culture there too. So that's how to use writers and artists in the pro way. Obviously, if you're doing tourism, you have to turn them into great works. That is a totally different story. But if you're not doing tourism, you don't have to turn them into great works. An available username says, it's not too late to do tourism. Yeah, lol. Yeah, kind of cool. But yeah, the artist golden age, Andrew. But anyway, yeah, so we're not going to try to do tourism. We're going to over-explain doing a normal game here, hopefully. But that's why we're saving this writer. And we're going to do the same with the artists when we build them. We're just going to mark it right now so that we can actually get gold for research agreements. Hey, I've had late game capitals which don't build ops within 2 turns. This capital is insane. We're unworking the uni slots right now, by the way, available so that we can get this engineer out. We never got it. There's Sophia. Oh, and Sinai. Hello. Good wonder. Golden Age ended. That's unfortunate. So we got a growth in Nineveh. We want to work this unless this is done. It's not yet. Particles in inertia grew. Want to work the iron, we planned that. Can't bow down in the camp. We're waiting for Budapest to desire it. Maybe bring the pike down, at least to Nimrud, just in case its help is needed. We need to buy this tile when we get enough gold. That's why the market is so useful. Unfortunately, it's not increased our gold per turn, but it has stopped us hemorrhaging gold per turn, which we would otherwise have done. So we get Matthew though, that'll be big for gold. There's the engineer for leaning. No AIs at printing press yet. So we might actually have a shot at this. Even after going Renaissance at acoustics, but that's the power of rationalism finisher for you. Not rationalism finisher, rationalism opener. I don't know what I'm doing with this worker, we might need to delete it. Artist guild next turn. Sleep the engineer, we'll use it to rush a good wonder. Leaning tower. Let's make it worth getting that engineer by at least giving us a bonus towards scientist generation. We're going stoneworks now, is that good? Need a garden. And then we can go amphitheatre here, which we are. Let's hope we get Matthew. Fingers crossed. Cool. That is great for our gold per turn. We got this tile improved now as well, which we need to work. Well, we actually don't have anything useful to work it with yet. We'll do it next turn. That's fine. All of our cities are starting to cap out now, but that's also okay. Can't buy that tile yet. It's really expensive. I don't know if we want to buy that tile, but it is more food for the city. And now we've got the engineer. We can work our artist guild. And we can go back to working the university. Don't actually need to work the workshop slot anymore. And then we can grow to some production. Save that workshop slot for when we want to work workshops later with secularism. Do this. This is better. Grow in one so we can actually put the uni slot in now. So we're working all unis everywhere. Nice. And now our cities are doing well. This is a really, really great game. We're progressing really fast here. Don't need to work the workshop yet. Nineveh grew, we handled that. Nimrud grew, we need the food. City's going to be quite small, but it's high production, and that's okay. Hey, we can buy the fish. Done. How do we work the fish? One of these civil service farm tiles. And these workers are doing nothing. We should probably delete them for gold. But I always get very protective about my workers. And now Bucharest desires the camp. So that paid off, and we're now allies with Bucharest. They'll give us a couple of military units. And apparently some scouting. Because we didn't do a good job of that. Yeah, there's probably no point in... If we want to buy a tile, it needs to be that one, but we can't reach it. But all of this growth, by the way, we're on a ridiculous game right now. 61 population. 4 cities turn 94 is not something normal that happens. And that is all powered by these coastal cargo ships. So there's a +1 win for those for sure. It is all coastal cargo ships. I would like to claim there's anything else, but it really isn't. That is cargo ships. And if you've got good rivers, you can do the same inland with caravans, but that's why they're so important. We're being punished for having these workers lazing around now, because Jerusalem wants a quest. This cargo can go back to the capital. We can scout some more territory. Friendship with Arabia ended. We should get that back. They're kind of bad, though. They might not be worth getting a research agreement with. We need to get a research agreement with some AI, though. Need to. Oh, we're out of things to build in this city. Cool. We should probably get the Circus Maximus, then. A seaport would do okay here, but we can't actually get any sea units out. So, awkwardly enough, we kind of probably do have to build our Circus Maximus. That's okay, though. Don't have anything else to build. Circus Maximus is a good thing. We'll keep this down here so no more barb camps spawn. We'll bring these workers back because Jerusalem wants a road to get allies with them again. So we're going to go do that road. Anyway, available username says the capital is growing pretty fast. I think it's time to get a musicians guild. Yeah, it might actually be. Particularly because, I mean, we're working all food tiles right now anyway. We're only growing to production. And I mean, our production is already high enough. We complete the national epic. We can get the musicians guild for more culture. Oh, another bot to ban. Ban, there we go. But yeah, Riga, we're probably going to lose Riga soon, are we? We need to send them a trade route. It might be worth sending Riga that trade route eventually. And that's because the maritime city-state, it gives us like extra food in the capital, growth rate in the capital, and 1 food in our expansions. Yeah, so 3 and 1 right now. So we might not get quite everything, but we also get the happiness from Riga. So we might consider actually either paying for Riga or sending them the trade route that they want, depending on what we need. Save faith for Jesuit, methinks. Oh, yeah, you can buy a mosque also. Oh, interesting. But yeah, we could probably save faith for Jesuit. That's why I built these temples. We should get this shrine up. But we built these temples for Jesuit. So I wonder if we keep that. I don't know if we're going to need to Jesuit stuff down. It might be better to try and save for... I mean, it's kind of always worth speeding up buildings in your capital. We'll see how long it takes. Because the thing is, like a 6-turn speed up is totally worth it. But like a 3-turn speed up, which might be what ends up happening, is not worth it. Opera House, yep. We also need the Forge. We should probably go Opera House while we can, though. They're not going to be an industrialization for a while. We could go Forge. At least it gives us some production for what we've done. This needs to move over. This needs to go here, and this comes up on the hill. We can get this road to Jerusalem. Don't need this down here. We'll keep moving it back, I guess. But yeah, Jesuit would be nice. But I'm sure maybe we can find something else good to do with it as well. Let's check the AI. We're competing for the favour of the same city-states, apparently. We need a research agreement with Germany. That's the next step to really speeding up our game. Yeah, only one neighbour. It's all right to greed Hermitage. Yeah, we will greed Hermitage for sure. I definitely don't deny that we want to do that. And we can even go World's Fair here because we've got like great production. And that's another social policy. We might even win it if we're lucky. I mean, we're falling behind Germany's production now, but Germany might not put all of their production into the World's Fair. And at that scenario, we can actually win it. And we can get these roads up. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing with these workers. They're kind of pointless. Need to find a way to do something with them. These cities are starting to slow down in growth now. That's why we kind of like this tile for more food. We've already got more food. We probably don't need to be working the Grand Mesa anymore. It's kind of pointless. Nineveh's going to grow. It's going to do what it needs. Good. So we're starting to run out of food now. So where are we at? So we're 62 population and starting to run out of food. So freedom might be a good choice here because we could do with continuing to grow. Secularism. When you open rationalism, you should always take secularism first because +2 science from specialists is actually quite huge. Let's have a look at what it does immediately. 209 to 251. So we've just added almost 25% science. But we can also do cool stuff because we're not working all of our workshop slots. So drop that in there. You give up 1 hammer and you get 3.66 science. Done. Drop this in here. Give up 1 hammer, get another 3.66 science. Done. Workshop slot here. We are going to grow to something, unfortunately. But workshop slot done. 2.66 science. This city here, again, 1 hammer, 2.66 science. We've just gone from 209 to 264. So, secularism, exceptional. It's just added 25% science. So that is why secularism is always the next thing you take. And you go and immediately change a hill for a workshop slot for that science. Oh, didn't you plan on rushing Pisa Tower? Oh my god, I forgot to rush Leaning. LOL. Yeah. Thanks for that comment, Gandalf. We totally forgot to rush Leaning. We're still the only one there, so fingers crossed. Also, you have an artist to bulb with Golden Age and you could overflow really well. Yeah, we probably will for sure. We could give up some coast tiles for market slots, but what I really want to do is grow right now. These cities are still a bit too small to stagnate. Everyone forgot about that. They're still a bit too small to stagnate. That's why this maritime is kind of important to us as well, but we don't have the gold to really do much with it. There we go. Okay, leaning's done. Now, the question is what we do with our Leaning Tower Great Person. I'm inclined just to take a scientist and save it here, because it saves us great scientist points in the capital. Because we're about to get one in 2 turns, we save these points and carry them over. We don't really want another wonder, and we can always buy an engineer for our ideology wonder later, but we need to keep the flexibility open. So scientist is always a good bet. I would like to take a scientist. You could take an artist, you could take another engineer to get another wonder, but we've already got Sistine and Leaning. Let's take a scientist, let's greed those points. Save it for the end game. So we've got ourselves a scientist. We need to get these roads up, this road up, and this can keep moving around. Cahokia, just sit there for a turn. Spy, oh, Sachinlai, hello. Yeah, this archer can just stay there. And we can wait. Yeah, no, we can just go here. Don't need to do anything else. Surgru works in production, but we're going to need to be working the Musicians Guild slot soon. And Nimrod grew as well, and we need to be working those farms. Nimrod needs some help. We should probably send a banking caravan to Nimrod. Because it's got a lot of tiles that it needs to use. And I prefer the caravan to Nimrod at this point over... What can we trade with him? Not very much. Let's trade the silver. We'll eventually get it. But anyway, that's the next thing that we was going to point out. So Gandalf says, when do you think it's worth it to stop putting down academies? So there are schools of thought, but academies with scientists actually works in the same way as what we just talked about with writers earlier. If we bulb our scientists now for science, it's going to give us like 5 times this, or like 5 and a bit times this. So like 1,250 science or something. To get to your endgame win condition, you need a certain amount of science. Like it's just a flat amount of science, because all you have to do is add up the science to all of these texts. So if we bulb now, generally speaking, well, if we bulb it now, we get like 1,250 science. At the end game, we might have 900 science. So if we bulb it at the end game, that could be 4,500 science. So generally, you don't really want to bulb early on in the game with your scientists. You could look like, you could kind of, you can save them until later to get more flat science out of them. So the question now is academies, because you can also put them down for flat science. Well, this academy right now, we put it down, it'd be like 8 science. What's that? About 7% extra, maybe. Or something like that. It could be worth a lot. But the thing to think about with academies is what percentage science are you getting out of your city, and how does that progress you through the tech tree? So you could probably plant a scientist actually turn 100, and that might be good, and I'm actually half tempted to do it. So that could be good. But generally something around about 100 to 110 is when I stop planting scientists and I start hoarding them all for the end game. The only other intricacy with bulbing scientists is that actually someone's done the math, and basically if you're bulbing your scientists gets you your science building 6 turns faster, your next science building 6 turns faster, then you actually make up the lost science from bulbing early on. So you make up the lost science from bulbing early on, but you also get to work that scientist specialist slot sooner. So it's kind of one thing to... So it's kind of like... So you can actually afford to bulb scientists before the end game if it gets you to your next science tech 6 turns faster. Should we greed schools? I was thinking about industrialization, but our science and production is so good we can probably go straight for schools here. We could even Jesuit one. But yeah, everyone's talking about cargo versus caravan. Yeah, I don't actually know. Do you think I should go cargo? We can just cargo the cities, I guess. It is more food. We can grow Carticulti and Inerta, I guess. It's just a shame to leave Nimrod sitting here all sad times like that. But I guess we just do it. It's more efficient. I'll tell you what, I've been 1 over. We can build the cargo out of the city anyway. Let's do it like that. But yeah, so this is about scientists. So about turn 100 to 110 is when I stop putting them down for academies. I'm used to always saving them, but I don't actually know whether or not it's better to put it down as an academy right now. Probably... I mean, it would be a nice boost, but it's not as big as secularism, which is probably an important thing to note. Anyway, let's go. Anyway, Babo Luther says, still going strong. No, we don't want this research agreement. We want the German one.
Was nun?
Yes, we are still going strong. We're doing our over-explain game on Deity. Anyway, let's save this. So we've got a lot of science saved up. I like to save them like this, but I believe planting might in some ways actually be a good thing to do. But definitely, generally, advice that you see on the internet is to plant them more often than you should. So, yeah, you don't really need to plant them too often. FJS says, this game is not going to go as long as normal considering your strong start. So probably even better not to plant the scientist. Yeah, that's actually a good point. This game might end turn 165. And if it does that, planting the scientist is not worth it. And we have to remember that too. You get Globe here. Could get a bank. Could get the amphitheatre. Start working on Hermitage. Could get the shrine for the faith. Amphitheatre here for Hermitage. Stables, is that worth it? Probably not. A temple for the faith, and then we can go for Hermitage. Let's work. Yeah, let's work on like faith, and then we go for Hermitage. And we can get these musicians up now in this city. So what do? We need to give up that, and then we probably just need to give up another production tile. Our production's fine in the cap right now. We got ahead of our building queue a lot earlier, so we can afford to do this. And that gives us some culture. Our culture is not good, but hopefully it can get better soon. What do we need for Buenos Aires? Globe, really? Globe, and we're miles behind Germany. We're not going to get any more quests though, and that's kind of the last thing that we need. Apparently we allied Jerusalem without building the road, but we can finish it now. Anyway, Babo says, 9-hour streaming already. You should go for a diplomacy victory, given that you probably negotiated a 10-hour stream with the girlfriend long. Oh, nice. I like the tandem to diplomacy, actually. It's kind of funny. Hey, we got the stoneworks. That's good. Grow next turn. Yeah, let's go for the cargo. Why not? I've been convinced. The cargo ship. We could get more production to get this thing done one turn. Will we? There's no need anyway. We want to grow the city. This is the bad city. Anyway, Available says it might be worth Globe given it's a free writer and you can at least be friends for 10 to 20 turns. Yeah, I'm thinking about it actually. It might be a good idea. We get really behind in our building queue in the cap. 7-turn Globe though. Have we got anywhere else to build it? 12-turn Globe. 15-turn Globe. 9-turn Globe. Oh, it's a 7-turn Globe. We can try for it for the writer, and if we don't get it, we'll go into the shrine. It is another writer, you are right. It's more culture, more everything. 7 turns we can spare right now. We got a Chukanu. We've been gifted a Chukanu by Budapest. Nice. Cool. One of them. I haven't used Chukanus in a while, but we got one now. I like that. I like the Chukanu. Right, we need to delete these roads. We can't delete the ones in the city-state, though. We're going to have to, like, sit here and wait, because this profit is in the way of us getting out. And apparently we got a load of iron deals ended. So Nineveh grew. We actually need production here, so let's work that now. Get the temple next turn. And we've got all of our deals run out, so let's trade away everything that we can again. Hopefully the AI will still be accepting it all. At least they'll accept some. Oh, apparently not. They're barely accepting anything. That's fine. We're all good. This cap could kind of do with more food. It's a shame we can't send that third trade route to it. Where actually is this trade route going? Assur, Kartikulti, and Nineveh. Nineveh's got some good tiles it could use. Kartikulti could also... Kartikulti is going to have the observatory. It's almost better to grab this observatory quickly and then go for economics and then scientific theory. Should have been doing that sooner. Kartikulti's got a lot of stuff that it could use as well, and it's worth growing it for the observatory city. So I think we send it from Nineveh to Kartikulti. No, can't get through here. We're going to have to wait. What deal's ended now? Cocoa and gold per turn with Pakal ended. Let's try and get that back. Hopefully he'll still do it. Oh, we don't have enough gold to pay for it anymore. Okay. Oh, we finally grew to our silver. Brilliant. Can we trade away silver for it? I think we're already trading away silver for something else. And another writer in the capital. That's this early national epic doing work for us right now. Can finally get out of here. You can't remove roads in city-state territory, but I don't think you pay for them either. We just get our stuff back home. Yeah, so Kartikulti grew. More food. We're going to send it a trade route, so let's work production. And here we finish the cargo. So we should probably go for something else that's useful now. Don't need a zoo yet. Could use a bank. Literally nothing else to build, so we can do that. 9 gold per turn. Yeah, we got our 9 gold per turn now. We might be able to squeeze in another natural golden age with the World's Fair. In fact, we will for sure. We've been converted all over the place right now. Okay. Observatory ready. So let's build this observatory. It's not worth delaying one turn for. We don't need the Opera House right now because it's a very meager amount of culture and we're not ready to build the Hermitage. Alright, let's delete this road. And then send this to Kartakulti. And so that's got more food now. That's great. We need freedom in order to rescue the food from this start as well. And we will go for freedom. But we are kind of greeding schools a bit. Which means maybe we should Oxford for radio. Don't know. Freedom would be good for growth. We might actually have to consider whether or not going industrialization might be good for getting freedom sooner. There's economics though. No, I mean we're flying in science right now. Let's just greed science because we've got the opportunity to greed science. It's probably better than going for the gold. We're going to grow in Assur. Yeah, it's fine. It's going to do what it wants. We grow in one here. Nope. That's fine. This city grows in 3 turns. It's just going to live or die by what's going on with it. We should maybe try and give it up another food tile. And this city's kind of good now. I wonder if we do this. Oh no, but we don't really. We got no. No, let's just take the food in this city. This city's just not grown enough to be able to work its good tiles. Let's just leave it at that and let it be as it is. Available says, I mean, you could get freedom faster if you have coal. If not, it'll set you back some. I would Oxford radio in a single player game. Yeah, that's where I've lent as well. I reckon we Oxford. Where do we build our Oxford? Capital, I guess. We might be able to grab it somewhere else. Perhaps we actually build at Oxford in Nimrud. Why have we got assault free? Is that... Oh, we were trading with Harun al-Rashid for dyes. And we can instead trade with our great friends with Siam for dyes instead. Yeah, I think we'll Oxford it. We'll get ready for it. We'll pre-build Oxford in Nimrud. Probably before the bank. Because we don't need the bank at all. And we can just pre-build Oxford. So that we can finish it in one turn for when we need it. As soon as we finish the schools. And then this Siamese prophet is still in the way. Let's get a farm there, but it's totally useless. Oh, that is actually useless over there. We've got a musician. We can turn this into great work because if we're not going tourism, this concert tour thing is useless. So we do turn this into a great work. So that's what we get. I don't often have musicians on turn 105, if I'm honest with you. Cheese production. We got our amphitheatre. Need the opera house now, so we can push for Hermitage. Make sure we can get super early culture done. That rationalism finisher early will be big for us if we can get it. We've not really got a good culture because we haven't been able to friend Buenos Aires. They want Globe. Hopefully we get Globe. That's why Globe is so important to us. Hopefully we don't lose it now. And then more production in this city. Yeah, for sure. Needs it. Or does it? It's kind of okay right now, actually. Let's grow it for a bit. It's actually the same amount of turns, so let's not. Okay. And now we've got duplicate silver. So I think that means that we've got some happiness from that now too. There's no need to go through Goa. Don't need to pay any gold for that open borders, and we can finally get rid of that road. Get a trading post there. Anyway, Available says, yeah, but turning a few early musicians into works adds up in the long run. It does, it's true. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing for sure. Just saying I don't normally have it. Which is definitely true. We need to make sure not to finish Oxford. It's important. We can actually afford to finish the bank now. No need for that open borders either. So Germany's been kicked out of our territory. Off you go, Germany. There's Globe. Brilliant. We got Globe. That's going to be great for our city-state quest. Nimrud grew. Work the food. Kartakulti grew. Work this. We've getting our observatory in one turn, which is brilliant. We should just finish this bank ahead of the Oxford because we're not going to be in scientific theory any sooner. Maria Theresa loves us. Can we get a research agreement? No. Siam's not worth it. Arabia, 4 cities, 47 pot. Probably not worth it. We don't have the gold anyway, but... And we've got another writer, so we've got 3 now. Cool. I wonder if we saved a load of writer points, and we're getting another scientist in one turn. So that is the payback from taking that Pisa scientist to save the great person points in the capital. Okay, so we've got a good culture. Returns to our next social policy. 107 humanism is going to be great. Scientist is ready, so we take that out and we put it down. We can move around with these units. Oh, this is kind of pointless. We should just delete the trireme, or perhaps try and give it to a city-state. Probably wants to delete the trireme, remove the road. Don't need it, it's just wasting gold. And then we've got this great person born. We handled that, so we now need to know what to build in the capital. Porcelain's here. Doesn't save us great scientist points in the capital, though. Temple for the faith, and then an ironworks might be useful. Also need an amphitheatre to try and push towards that hermitage. Ironworks would be kind of good, though. Don't know. Just give it to Jerusalem. It says available. Yeah. I mean, I guess we actually probably should. We should probably give it to this cultural ally, Buenos Aires. They're more important to us right now. Just give it away. Oh, we can't go this way because we haven't discovered the world is round. Flat Earth. There we go. Buenos Aires trireme. Done. It's probably a good thing for us to do there. We ran out of growth from Riga, unfortunately, but we don't need it, I don't think. When's this World's Fair coming? 9. Okay, that's good. Open borders with Arabia. No, thanks. We need this friendship from Portugal. I wonder if we try and like give them something for free for it. This scout's being a bit pointless as well. Bismarck was giving us stuff. We can actually get the stuff back from Bismarck, which is good. Oh, keep cheesing it. Finished Opera House here. Don't need happiness, so we can go for a bank. Yeah, let's just turn this into a trading post. Oh dear. Oh, nearly finished Oxford. We genuinely have nothing else to build here. We can't even build the caravel because it can't get out. Would porcelain save stuff? Porcelain would, but we're going to be building our schools in one turn. So we should instead just sink a turn into a zoo might be needed later. Let's sink a turn into a zoo. And then we can go schools next turn. We've got observatory now in Kartikulti. That's good. It's providing us a nice little bonus. One turn for humanism. That's going to accelerate our great scientist generation. We're in with another artist. And we can go and take humanism here. Oh, you said you could overflow into schools. Yeah, I could have done actually. That's a good point. 6-turn school isn't bad. 6-turn school isn't bad. 6-turn school is not bad. And a 7-turn school is not bad at all. So now we need to research electricity. It'll be done in 6 turns. We can probably afford to wait for the school to come down for 1 turn. We've got another artist. We can actually get these schools down. FJS Wolf says Jesuit though. Interesting. Yeah. So the Jesuiting does actually save us 6 turns. I wonder if it's worth it. 32 faith a turn though. From now is what? 30 turns. 140. So if we Jesuit right now, we probably can't afford to buy an engineer and then buy 2 scientists. We might only be 1. We might only be 1. And that's the only thing I'm concerned about. What do we need? So we need, let's say we need, actually, I mean, Jesuiting is probably really cheap, right? It's like 260. Oh, we don't have Jesuit in this city. We only have Jesuit available in a select few cities, do we? Let's take the schools out so we can see where we can Jesuit. Okay, so we can only Jesuit in 1 city. So let's do that. Why not? And then we can work the slot straight away. And that's only 260 faith. So it's still very worth it. 6 to 7 turns faster to a scientist says, yeah, both sides of them says worth it. Everyone's saying worth it. Good to know. And we can grab something useful in here. A stable would be good. A windmill would be nice. A market would be okay. Maybe we get a stable first. It's not really worth a lot of the stable, but that city needs everything it can get. We cannot Jesuit in the capital. Will we get spread it? No, we're not going to get spread that religion anytime soon. Which means that we do want to go schools everywhere else. School, school, school. And now we can probably drop our golden age to get us through schools faster. And we'll only do 1, because then the next one can be... Oh, we've got another... I don't know if we'll ever get Florence. Jerusalem's very much our ally, though. So perhaps we put this one in Riga. This spy. For some more food. Buenos Aires, we're going to hopefully get them next turn. Okay, and then we can Golden Age, get this down a turn sooner, and then we can Oxford straight into Radio. And we'll only do 1 Golden Age, because if we're going Freedom, we can get the extended Golden Ages. And at the end of this Golden Age, we don't actually want to burn the writers yet, because I guess we can save them for later. It's only 8 turns until free thought anyway, and free thought is like probably the most important thing we can do. Anyway, we need to work this slot, and we have. Good. Let's move on. Yeah, 5 turns in here is brilliant. There goes porcelain. We were never going to get that. What do we get given now? A trebuchet. Can probably gift this one to Buenos Aires as well when we get the chance. Let's move it around. And then we got this. This. Yeah, we rigged. Asur grew. 24 pop now. That's good. We can work that because we just improved that tile. Nineveh grew. And we want to work the production. So we are good. Anyway, username says you can do Arsenal Democracy for one turn of production. You can convert it into 20 influence with any city-state and overflow at the same time. Yeah, that's true, actually. I do love Arsenal Democracy for that. That is a very good point you've made. The cap's never going to work this hill either. Let's give them all to Kartakulti. Nimrod, hopefully we'll get to a respectable size. We're sorry this has caused a divide between us. Seriously, can we not get it with Portugal? I would love a research agreement with Portugal right now. If we get one right now, we've got the room to get like 2. Let's just like see if we can bait them into it with a gold gift. And hopefully they'll just try and offer us something. This is kind of good right now, this Grand Mesa. So Kartakulti grew, we handled that. Stable done in here. Let's get a market now. We at least got a couple of extra productions maybe in this city. Totally worth it. And then some more mines to be made. Can we gift this to Buenos yet? Yes, we can. But we can't. Here's a nice tip. You can't gift away units when they're stacked on top of something else. You have to move it off. So just in case you wonder whether or not that goes wrong, that's what we're doing right now. We can gift away that trebuchet. This scout is kind of useless. Maybe we should delete that as well. Jesuit. Love it. Seems like every good game I play, we get gifted Jesuit. Lord knows what's going on with religion right now, but we'll let the AI do its thing. We might be able to Jesuit a lab in the capital. We try hard enough. We've got all of these things standing around that we don't really know what to do with. This worker actually is standing around without any idea of what to do with itself. Let's shuffle. Wait for railroads, I guess. And now we can get bank or zoo. We might need a zoo eventually. A bank is better in the short term though, especially with the gold per turn there. Capital can get the school in 1. And we can, I guess, finish Oxford next turn. Take radio. There's apparently the Maya wants a horse. Wants his kingdom for a horse. Come on. How many horses would you like, Mr. Maya? More than 1? He wants all of them. Wow. Lucky us. Sell for gold, take it. Any AIs hate us yet? No, because we haven't got ideology. Another musician. Let's drop that in. We've got a school 1 turn sooner. So let's go work the school slot. In we go. Can we work any extra food? 4 turn growth. And it's probably not worth it. We can just work the production in the capital now. Come through with the scout. I can do that. Both sides of them says you're going to need some units at some point. We're hoping to avoid that. Let's take 1 turn sooner school. Maybe that 1 turn might matter. That's fine. Yeah, well, we might. We're hoping to remain mostly peaceful, the AI, which will hopefully mean that we don't need to. All schools done, by the way, turn 115. If we remain peaceful, we might not need units, but we can get those units from freedom if we need them. Aluminium discovered. Brilliant. Wow, this one random bad tile. Okay. Now let's see if we get coal. And we can finish Oxford next turn for radio. I mean, radio is also only a 6 turn build. But we're kind of okay, right? We need to work this school slot somehow. This city can't really bear it. But we have to do it. And in here, we can give up one of these random food tiles as well. Hey, we can get this food tile now. It's still early enough for it to be worthwhile. Let's actually work that. And then go send a worker to it. Stuff everywhere. Right, so we work in schools. School, school, school. We are. Yes, let's be friends. Cool. So we got that with Maria. So let's try and get a research agreement now. We need 26 gold, but we're generating 28 gold per turn. So let's wait till our next turn. And then we need 16 now. Oh, she spent it all. Oh. Okay. And Oxfording into radio. And we apparently got some more... Oh, wow. There's another aluminium down here. Didn't even notice. I was so thrilled to have one. I didn't even think about the fact that we could have two. But yeah, both sides of them says, not saying a lot, but maybe some. Yeah. For sure. We really should build some at some point. Our golden age ended. And it's probably just in time for the World's Fair, right? Yeah, 1 turn. Cool. Wow. This is good. We have a spy. Do we make sure to get Jerusalem, or do we try and work on someone else? Let's try and work on the cultural city-state, Florence, because we will get an engineer eventually. Florence. But the reason we're not building units is because often competed settling is what convinces the AI to war you or to not war you. So right now we don't see any AIs that have any bad feelings towards us for our land. No one desires our land or anything. So we're kind of... We can grow in 1 here if we do something like this, but there's no point. Actually, there kind of is. If we also grow in 1 here. Can take that, perhaps. But yeah, so the AI doesn't seem to have any contested borders with us. So they don't want to war us right now. And building units will stop us from building things like banks, hermitages, etc, etc, etc. So we should probably go for super fast hermitage. We don't need the production here. So what we're trying to do right now is to try and keep our unit footprint as low as possible so that we can build useful things for our cities. Like a stock exchange, probably more useful. Actually, a zoo might actually be kind of handy right now. We'll get universal suffrage soon though, so actually let's go stock exchange. We're going to build factories in a couple of turns anyway. Available says Golden Age overflowing to World's Fair. Yeah, that's true. We vote on it next turn, and then we can Golden Age the one after. And if we win the World's Fair, that would be big for our culture. We actually can win the World's Fair if we Golden Age as well. So let's spend the Golden Age on it. Okay, in we go. So ideology. We could go for something like autocracy, but given we're trying to do a super fast science victory, we really should stick to freedom. Statue of Liberty is a fantastic one anyway, and we need civil society to keep growing. So we'll take that. We'll take great people generation. They're 2 fairly bog standard things to take straight away as freedom. Civil society is the linchpin of why freedom is so good. Specialists consume half the amount of food. It's like plus a whole boatload of food for every city. And then avant-garde, which gets you your great people faster. So that's just more scientists. After that, we could take something like universal suffrage. But we also need free thought. So let's pop that. So we're going to get free thought now. So that's going to be even more science for us. We need to work this. Good, we keep growing. So we've got a respectable amount of food in our empire again, which is happy us for sure. Capital's up to plus 36 food now from civil society. You remember it was below 20 before. Everything's up above 21, and this city is actually growing again. This city is fine to end at like 18 or 19 pop, and I think we'll get there. But it's just important to make sure it gets there, and freedom definitely helps. We can build stock exchange here as well now, and stock exchange here. But hopefully next turn we can do factories. Assign delegates, so we can vote for... We're Assyria. We don't need Arabia's friendship. We can vote for ourselves, perhaps. Yeah, let's vote for ourselves. Hopefully we can do a vote of some kind. And then next turn... Man, I would love to have universal suffrage right now. 487. Is it worth bulbing a writer? No, I guess not. I mean, we'd have to burn 2 in order to get universal suffrage in time. That will have given up free thought, which we really didn't want to do. We need to grow somewhere here. Let's grab that. We actually already had somewhere. Ideology turn 117 as well. Now we're going in for factories. Hopefully we get some. Hopefully. We could do with a fast hermitage in Assur. Another scientist in Nineveh. Delete that. Keeping scientists in the cities keeps them safe, in case anyone feels like getting opportunistic. Okay, and so we're in for the vote. Okay, when's this vote then? 1 turn. Okay, next turn we do it. So we grew in Assur. Only production to work, unfortunately, but that's okay. We've got production. In fact, now we've got civil society, we should probably work all of our market slots as well, especially over random raw food tiles, because it's just more food. In here, we really can't afford to do that, but in here, we certainly can. We can actually afford to work maybe both the bank and the market. Yeah, we can. So again, that's using secularism to get even more science. Okay, so Nineveh grew. We handled that. Oh, we got a jungle tile up there that we should be working for sure. Okay, so we didn't get coal. We got no coal notification. Can't see a single ounce of coal literally anywhere, but Jerusalem is going to get it. So, do we pay Jerusalem for coal, or do we wait for them to give us coal? Given that we're progressing towards the Hermitage anyway, I'm not in too much of a rush. And because we're freedom, we should click on replaceable parts right now, the Statue of Liberty. We've been converted everywhere. We've been converted away from the Jesuit religion. No, we've got the Jesuit religion everywhere now. Oh, the Maya's been through converting us. Nice. Maybe we can Jesuit up a lab. That would be good. And now we can vote on World's Fair. We can vote yes. And the question is, do we want to do any funny business to overflow for the World's Fair? I mean, we're going to win it anyway, probably. We just want to burn a golden age for it when we get there. We're actually low happiness. No, I wonder how we get some back. We did lose Hong Kong a while ago. We've been converted away from temple happiness. That's what's happened. We actually kind of desperately need universal suffrage now. It would be a real shame to stop growing. Can we, like, pay for anything? We can't really, can we? I mean, we can pay for a couple of bits of happiness in Hong Kong. World's Fair will give us a free social policy. So I think we just stick with that. World's Fair for a free social policy. Can we one-turn anything? Can't build a scout now. One-turn a workboat. We'll just finish everything we're doing and then go for the World's Fair. Horse, sure. We're being converted away everywhere here. Research again with Arabia is a no, because they're not particularly good in science. Or maybe, I mean, we're probably going to have enough gold. Let's take it. They're probably going to have enough gold, so let's just take this research agreement while we can. It might come in eventual. So World's Fair passed. So now we need to work World's Fair. And let's try and win that thing. And then we can burn another artist for that to make sure we've got top production. Hopefully we don't grow anytime soon. None of these are protected population points though. So we need to watch out and be careful. Nineveh is, so we can let Nineveh grow. But these other cities are not, so we have to watch out for them. There's a pagoda available to buy, says iCrimson. Welcome to the stream today, iCrimson, by the way. Yeah, I know there's a pagoda available to buy, or there was at some point. The problem is that it's 400 faith right now. And we want to save up that faith for great scientists and great engineers. So the pagoda is 2 happiness, but it doesn't really solve our problem. We can afford to grow twice. Once in a city and then once in Nineveh, and that will get us to 0. And then when we win the World's Fair, we've lost Buenos Aires for sugar. That might be why our happiness is so bad. I want to build Eiffel, 24 behind. Hopefully we rig them next turn and then maybe we can coup. But we're not going to do it this turn. Let's be friends with the Maya. Yes, the Maya are top. Man, I wish we didn't just give research agreement to Arabia. Why do we not have one with Portugal? Yeah, we never got one with Portugal either. We really need our gold for a lot of things. Okay, are we now? Yeah, we're now allies with Buenos. Apparently that didn't change anything because we've got 2. We're getting sugar from somewhere else, I guess. Yeah, Jerusalem as well is a sugar ally. Assyria's going to grow. That seems okay. We can let that happen. Actually, we probably can't. We get more out of it right now by blocking a serve for a couple of turns. We let this grow, and then its next growth is also a protected point. Because it's the 20th for the tradition stuff. And then by the time we're done, hopefully we can win the World's Fair. Hopefully we win it. We're bummed to lose it. I think we're going to get enough. We are second production, but only by minuscule to the Maya. So we're going to grow in Carticulti. We can grow in Nineveh. That's free. And we got another aluminium up. We should probably sell our aluminium. We've got no need for hydro plants whatsoever. And we can just get loads of gold from it. So we've got like 6. So we can sell 4 for 148, I think is the going rate that I usually go for. And then we can sell another 2 more for 74. And that gold we can perhaps use to fund a research agreement with one of these AI when they eventually get enough gold. Does the monarchy give the happiness on even or odd citizens in the capital? It's odd citizens in the capital, which is why we're not letting Assur grow right now. So yeah, traditions policy. So you get it on odd citizens in the capital for monarchy, and then you get it every 10 population in each city for aristocracy. So Nineveh's is going to be free. Carticultes is not going to be free, but then its next one after is free. So that's why we're kind of letting it grow towards that. We're getting converted everywhere. I think we might have just gotten temple happiness back or something. No. Hopefully we'll get something somewhere. We lost our cultural ally again. So Carticulti grew, so now we're down to 0. We can work a mine there. We're actually getting a civil service farm over there in a minute. Come back through with our scout. Scout's nearly home. And we can grow in Nineveh, but that hopefully is protected. My calculations. And then when the World's Fair ends, we can take universal suffrage and grow again. No need for open borders. Bam. Win. That's good. That's big for us. And another writer and an artist and a scientist. Oh my god. We've got great people everywhere right now. Next time this comes around, we need to convert to production in Assur. So we can now take universal suffrage, and that gives us our happiness back to grow everything. So we can keep growing in the cap again. And then just in time for everything else. And we got a golden age. I guess we're going to get a natural golden age super soon as well, because of the World's Fair tenet. Can we keep growing? I guess so, but it's almost time to work production. We're progressing really fast through this game, so it might almost genuinely be time to stagnate for production and science soon. I mean, we kind of already are, but what's our population? 80, wow. And then we can finish all of this stuff. We need to get the Hermitage done. I guess we're doing... Is Hermitage 3 turns like this? I can't see right now because I've got a Steam overlay. No, it's still 4. Let's get the ironworks then.
Ireis considerar esta oferta?
Es wäre in eurem...
Can we... I mean... Jerusalem's got coal online. So I assume we can't pay them for coal. Our research agreement with Bismarck ended. Let's get that back again. He needs gold for it. That's okay. Probably like 3, 4, or 5. 4. We can try and get our research agreement with the Maya. Apparently we never had embassies with them. Let's get a research agreement. Nope, they'll want gold as well. 3 or 4, I guess. Cool. And can we get one with Portugal? We actually could if we could find gold. But we could take sovereignty now. Only happiness left in freedom ideology. So let's take sovereignty for more gold. And in a couple of turns, I guess we'll get stuff with Portugal. We grew again in the capital. We were aware that was going to happen. We just work production because we need it. We grew in Nimrod. Nimrod needs to work food because it needs it. Then this tile can now be worked in Carticulti as well. And then that's all done there. So we're practically working all of the best tiles that we can get right now. And we've got all of this stuff just hanging around. We've got 180 culture per turn right now. It's a shame we can't get allies with Buenos. Oh well. Hopefully we'll rig in Florence soon. 180 though, that's going to make us fly through our culture. And a Hermitage. We're being converted everywhere again. We've got temple happiness back. Another musician goes down. Golden Age ended, and we got 7 turns to a natural Golden Age from the World's Fair. So that's good. We can send this to Carticulti for like one more round, but next time round we almost honestly should have stopped now and just sent production. Stock exchange done. Factories. Oh, we finally got stuff from our city-state. Gonna need the factory in the capital. 30.8, 35.2. I don't know where's got the most potential. I guess over here. This 8-turn factory there. Anyway, available says what wonder they want is Eiffel. Which we do. I mean, we have the tech. We could build Eiffel. But I feel like we've got more than enough culture. Like, at the end of the next natural golden age that we get, we will be able to bulb our writers for maximum possible culture. And that'll finish rationalism for us. It'll finish the ideology for us. We probably need to concentrate on gold. And get some. Try Try and sign one more research agreement and then try and stack like 6k gold. And see if we can buy like 3 spaceship parts for the win. It's what I'm feeling anyway. So we need a bank. Oh, we got a factory coming as well. Yeah, we keep paying for that. Where do we have Jesuit? Still Nineveh again. Okay, we've ramped up our culture even more now. We've got another scientist. Yeah, so Nineveh is currently our only Jesuit location, but that's okay. Not a problem. Could work some stock exchange slots, but I don't think we should. 30 turns, we're probably not getting another scientist there. We're kind of okay everywhere else. Grow here, work some more slots. Let's see, available says, I think you should check the tourism. Engineering Eiffel will be 5 happiness. Ally you to a cultural city-state and might save you from ideological pressure. It's something to consider. Yeah, it's interesting actually. We could look at it. I mean, where are we doing in tourism right now? Who's got the most? So the most is currently the Maya. So the Maya are exotic but falling over us. I mean, we'll probably be able to make the happiness work because there's more happiness for us to gain. And we will make inroads on some of these city-states, particularly Riga, I'm hoping. We can become their ally soon. Hopefully we'll get there. But yeah, it does save us from the unhappiness for sure. Hopefully it won't be that bad straight away. We're actually even building a zoo now as well. We can start building zoos everywhere. No, I don't want to war. We can get a harbour for instant railroad connection. Probably makes sense because the city's doing nothing else. It's a harbour for instant railroad connection. Job return ended because we were selling horses and we can sell the horses again. Probably work production. So let's sell some horse. We need to sell one for 37. And then we can go get a research agreement with Portugal. Nope. They need gold. They need 91. We're going to have to wait until next turn and hope their gold sticks around. So it's going to grow. No good slots to put it in. That's fine. We need a bank. We need statue. We can get it next turn with our engineer. And that engineer is going to help us where? It's going to help us in Florence. Do we want to engineer statue? We also need to grab Hubble at some point. We'll have to see. I mean, we've got good faith. So let's maybe take the engineer. If we have to, we'll hard build Hubble. We can get statue. Anyway, Crimson says, what do you mean by instant railroad connection with the harbour? Oh yeah, so this is an interesting thing. So if you've got a coastal city and the city has a harbour, I believe you get instant railroad connection with your capital. So usually when you take railroad, you have to build railroads between your cities in order to get the railroad connection. And railroads are like a plus 20 or a plus 25% production boost in all of your cities. So usually if you have to build the railroad between all of your cities, it takes a finite amount of time. You don't get it immediately. But if you build a harbour and you've got a harbour in your capital and the expansion, you can get an instant railroad connection between them and you don't have to do it. Anyway, Bonfire says, a bit late to the party. Sorry, had to work. No worries at all. Did we use the free tech from capturing a city at all? Or is it just science victory with Civ who has no real bonus? Science victory with a Civ who has no real bonus is what we're going for. To be honest, we were going for over-explained game. But this appears to have gone a lot better than we may have expected. So it might be quite a fast science victory. I don't know yet. We need to figure out what we do about faith, though. And we also need gold. German order's down. Yeah, we lost some happiness for German order, unfortunately. But we don't need our... I mean, we could get instant plastics right now. And Jesuit it down. Oh, man, we just spent all of our faith. Do we really want to Jesuit down schools? I don't know how much it's going to be to Jesuit up a school. 6 turns, though. 6 turns faster for the school. Those great scientist points are going to matter. We can finish rationalism right now and try and Jesuit out of school in Assur, which I think we can afford. And then just build labs everywhere. I guess so. Why not? 6 turns. Or do we bulb instead and save rationalism finisher for later? We could bulb a scientist instead. 2,600. Let's save for later. Oh, I don't know. We could get labs right now. Oh, we're going to get those research agreements come through with it. So let's just take it right now. Do it now. Yep, FJS will said do it now. We're doing it now. Labs, done. Labs then. So 10 turns here, but we can Golden Age for that. 8 turns here. Jesuit in... we need 42 faith for a Jesuit. That's unfortunate. Do we still do it? I mean, 42 faith is 2 turns. It's not really worth it at that point, and we can save for an engineer. Makes it easier to calculate scientist purchases later as well. Yeah, that's very true. We can do that. Anyway, we're now at labs. That's really cool. So we can go for railroad now, perhaps for the railroad connection, and then start looking to really push ourselves towards our science techs. Okay, friendship expired with Germany. Assur grew. Got no slots to work, so let's do that. And we can do another golden age. Now we have universal suffrage. Oh no, we're going to get a natural one in 4 turns. We really don't want to waste that. I guess we just wait. And then this can actually engineer statue. We should get the overflow from that, right, if we engineer statue, and it helps our production with labs. So let's do that instead. And our friendship with Germany ended. Let's try and get it back. Yep, he accepts. And can we get this research agreement with Portugal now? We can. What do you want for it? It's going to be like 4 gold a turn again. Okay, and all of these should come. Oh, available says, I will go straight to medical labs while growth still matters. That's interesting. I mean, we could do, but I mean, I don't feel like growth does matter at all right now. I think we need to go maximum science the moment these labs finish. Because, I mean, we've got 84 population. Once we get to like 90, that's more than enough to win the game. Could work another market slot. Why not? Can we do anything else here? Could work another stock exchange slot if we really want to. And then here, yeah, we're kind of just sort of chilling. Could work another stock exchange slot. We're probably never going to generate this scientist. So why not? Take another stock exchange slot. Anyway, available says, yeah, growth is maximum science. You need all those techs anyway, and early growth is better growth. Yeah, I don't know, actually. I mean, medical labs are so far along, I really don't want to build one. I'd rather go straight into stagnating for research and stuff. For the bulbs. We probably shouldn't build the lab here. I don't know. I mean, we can build the lab, I guess. Statute, done. Another social policy. So that allows us to take some happiness. We definitely need the happiness. Mints, banks, and stock exchanges, because we've actually built a load. We want more. Apparently, all of our cities love the king. And Nineveh grew again. So we can work... We've got chemistry now, so we can actually work production. Almost makes sense to get this lab down sooner. Like that. And then... get the labs out. Then we need to finish factories and then just go full beans bananas for winning the game. Virus says they usually don't pay themselves off. The issue with late game buildings is they only have so long to actually impact the game. It's the same reason hospitals suck. Despite being effectively a bad hanging gardens, you also need to build a hospital before you can build a medical lab in the city. That's interesting. Yeah, I knew some of these things, but we actually did shave a turn off research labs by doing that, so that's great. Yeah, we probably want to go for maximum science. I mean, here's the thing. I have a funny feeling that given how fast we've been going, this game might end by turn 170. And if it does, the medical lab will not pay itself off. Probably don't need to annoy anyone by... Actually, let's... we probably should have friended Siam. It would be nice to pay for a war now. Maybe we can ask them for a friendship. They asked us and we declined. Oops. Okay, so this was food to Kartikulti. But... if we're so close to the end of the game, this should be production. Beat 167 maybe, says Bon Voyage. I would love to do so. I don't think we're going to get enough out of this right now. This needs to be production. And apparently we got some friendship with some city-state somewhere. Florence is good. Buenos is good. We've got loads of culture. And this golden age has just started. So we can bob all these writers in turn like 140, probably. And then just see what we get. We're going to get loads of stuff. We might even get secularism. But both sides of them says, are you going to build hospitals? No. No. The growth from that, we've not even teched hospitals yet. We still need to build labs, and I just don't think the hospital is going to give us enough to pay back just working research once the labs are up. I really don't. We need to buy at least one scientist. Bonvirus says, I'm not sure why everyone in this chat loves hospitals, lol. Yeah, I mean, hospitals are nice, and if they help you to stagnate, they help you to stagnate. The problem is that they just kind of don't a lot of the time. We can probably squeeze out of this 7-turn growth and then be done in Nimrud. Kartikulti is done. We shouldn't be working any food here if we don't have to. We can work the merchant slot for a few turns before switching it to a lab. No. So let's work. No, we want to work the production instead. Let's not chance it with a merchant slot. But yeah, both sides of them agrees we're not building hospitals. Yeah, I mean, I'm very much in the no hospital club as well. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes I do concede it is a good thing to do. But in this case, because I'm hoping the game ends very, very soon. And if it does end very, very soon, we do not need hospitals. Can this lab be done in 1 if we get 6 production? We were already doing it in 1, were we? No, we need to do it in 1 now. That's fine. Get the lab done in 1. And then we need to work on banks, factories, and then start bulbing. Okay, so that's the lab done. So now we need to work it. Let's take one of these production tiles. And we're going to grow next turn anyway. We've got some production to grow to up there. Oh, but we already had a production to grow to. We should probably stop the cap soon. Depends on how long it takes to grow next. But we might need to stop the capital's growth too. We need to get ready for railroads. We are teching for them. Which means we need this pointless worker that's standing around coming back. We actually also kind of need a harbour if we're going to do that. In some cities. Which we could afford to do. We can go like lab, factory, harbour, something like that. There's a harbour here too. Behind the bank for railroad. We've already got the harbour here coming. So we need to work the slot. We did work the slot. We're working all these specialists right now. Let's see what our endgame science ends up at. It might be bad. There's certainly a high possibility that it's bad. But we'll see. There goes our factory. Got another scientist in Assur. Let's leave this here now. And then this can come back for railroads. And then this can also come for... Gotta get into the water. Okay. We can take a policy. We could take Freedom Infantry to make sure we don't die. That's here. Freedom Infantry and don't die. Make sure that AI's got at least something to look at. We've not got any landmarks. We don't need any of this happiness. We don't need combat strength, and we probably don't need to build military units. So let's make sure to just get some army and not die with volunteer army. That's always fun to do that. We can upgrade 3 of them as well to proper infantry, which probably makes... It doesn't actually make too much sense. Let's just keep them right now. Work a factory slot now in the cap. And how much until our engineer? We can work 1 more factory slot for science. So 20 turn scientist, 19 turn engineer. We're probably not going to get the 20 turn scientist, but we can always dream. If it comes to it, we'll unwork some stuff. Because something else is going to produce a scientist first. Yeah, Nineveh's going to produce a 13 turn scientist to knock everything back, and that might be our last one. We finished a lab here, so we need to work that. We can give up this for a lab. And now we're good. We might be able to do a small starve. Yeah, 106 starve. That's perfect. And this Grand Mace is kind of pointless. We should just work more production. I mean, the gold is actually kind of useful to us. So let's work the gold. And then here we've not finished the lab yet. And in Nineveh, it's 2 turns. So where are we doing in terms of scientists now? So Nineveh is 13. Carticulti is 21. Nimrod is 25. And the capital is still miles away from its scientist on 20. Okay, a few more turns and then we can... And we've got our factories up now too, so we've got good production. Eiffel's still there. We need to get banks and stock exchanges in the cap. And we are done now with the lab in here. Oh no, we already finished the lab. We should work factory slots if we can. For science. 29, 20, perfect. We can actually also work a stock exchange slot, 15. Let's maybe save the stock exchange slot for like 1 minute and then just wait a couple more turns. Bonvara says, worried about your gold per turn. Spaceship parts are expensive, lol. Yeah, they are. They're really expensive. Science is funding. Bam. Why not? See if we can get that through. Yeah, we've not got good gold per turn right now. It's going to be a problem. We've only got plus 48 and we're actually in a golden age. We can also burn this to keep golden aging. And we're going to get another artist, yeah, in 5. So let's just burn this to keep the golden age up. We just need to remember 140. We're probably going to get... We might get mercantilism. And if we do, and then we can try and leverage our friends for some gold as well. And once we get these extra trade routes, we can send them out for gold per turn as well. But let's not forget that we just got 6 back. We're just about to build a bank in the capital. After that, we can get a stock exchange in the capital. We're going harbour and then stock exchange. Actually, we can go stock exchange first. Don't need the harbour quite yet. Sciences funding passed, and so did cultural heritage sites. Wow. Kind of need a zoo now. Otherwise, we should probably just work research. Before we get screwed by... Actually, we probably don't need a zoo. I feel like we just need research right now. Like, why do we need a zoo? We've got 24 happiness with only one city-state ally, universal suffrage, and we're about to bulb 1, 2, 3, 4? 4 great writers at the end of a 326 golden age. I don't think we need to worry about ideological pressure. I think we can just work research. As soon as stuff is out of buildings to build, let's just work research and make sure we go as fast as we can. And that's the same in here too. Nothing to build, work research. Available says, wait, do you have an academy? No, we do not. We do not have academies. And a lab slot here, which just needs to be worked. What can we give up for the lab? This production for the moment. We'll grow in 3 and then Nimrod will be done as well. Cap's going to grow in 3 and then we might as well make our capital as done as it can. We kind of already as done as we can. We need to work the bank. We can give up this food for it. Should probably just be working flat out production right now as well. So we'll do that. There's no need for this, is there? Like something like that. Yeah, like 3-turn growth is perfectly fine for us. But yeah, no academy. And hopefully we do golden age until space. We got 27 turns of golden age coming. Hopefully that'll be enough. We can get the stock exchange for more gold. And then we can take the trade route that comes from railroad. And we can take the one from biology. We finished a lab in Nineveh and I didn't notice. We should have worked this slot 1 turn sooner. We can grow in 1, so we can take off some production and grow to the production. And then we're just waiting for railroads. Okay, railroad next, and then we'll go for oil for the next trade route. And then we can perhaps push for... Do we need to go for oil? Probably for the gold. And then we can push straight for rocketry. So, factory's done, and then the stock exchange is done, and then we're going to get an immediate railroad connection anyway, so we'll go research there. We're working research everywhere here. Yeah, we're cool. We're cool. 2 turns here. All right, available says, I was just wondering, maybe New Deal would be better, but you don't have academy, so it's kind of irrelevant. Yeah. Our max science is 879, by the way, so it's pretty low. But we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 6 scientists. We're going to be able to get we're going to be able to generate a 7th. Yeah, 7 turns in Nineveh, and we might squeak the Nimrod one, but I don't know. We're going to be able to get a 7th. And then we're going to have to faith purchase 1 and Hubble 2 for 10. Hopefully that's going to be enough. We lost our faith ally, apparently. 6. Give them the archer. Where's Jerusalem? We'll give them the archer, and then let's run this trireme into their territory, and we can give them that too. We need more gold. We grew here. Max production. No need to grow any more. So let's stop working growth tiles. Can work stock exchanges. Yes, we can. 15 turns. And then plus 4.2. We're still working food on the fish. That's also gold. But we can give up this for these hills now. And then this one is actually a -1 starve. But that's a 75 turn starve. So I think that's good. We never did get a thing up there. Trading post. So Nineveh's done. Kartakulti is done. Nimrod is done in 1 turn. And then Assur will be done, I guess, next time it grows. We've lost all of our allies. That's kind of crazy. -2 coal. We don't have coal in Nimrod for a factory, which is kind of sad. Hopefully the railroad will help. Yeah, let's keep trading away these horses. And iron, apparently. We're not going to need a horse for much anymore. We can give away the iron. We can try and give it all away, I guess. 4 for 148. Might be worth the gold at this point. Yeah, that's done. 9 gold per turn for gems doesn't feel worth it now. We're up to 100 gold per turn. East India can get done for some more gold. Adopt a policy. So we've already got spaceflight pioneers available to us, but there's no way we need to take it right now, so let's open commerce. I wonder if we need to build Big Ben. It's 3 turns. Okay, let's build Big Ben. And we can go for a big purchase. Okay, this is done. We don't have a factory, but we can work bank slots and stuff. Let's take up all of this. Can actually take these as well. Stock exchange. And then this for production. We're kind of maxed out. We can undo this as well. And then these fish are what they are. Nice. Cool. We're maxed out there as well now. Nimrod, 53 production. Not good. But hey. We'll try and get Jerusalem back for our faith. 2 turns for the artist. We'll bulb that immediately as well. I believe we said we were going to go for our writer bulb next turn. So we'll do it now. 141. Sounds like writer bulb time. 1,600. Yeah, that's perfect. And let's get secularism. Not secularism, mercantilism. Oh my god. And then we've got 2 more. Can we take wagon trains as well? Oh man. Oh my. This is kind of crazy. Take wagon trains as well. And then burn the last writer, wherever he's gone. This is ridiculous. Those writers are enormous, says FJS. Well, they really are. These are enormous. And in 2 turns, we can take whatever it is we actually want. Which is the scientist purchasing. Or no, the spaceship part purchasing. It's kind of crazy. Wow. World's Fair win is ridiculous. Bonvirus says, what's making your culture per turn so huge? Yeah, we won the World's Fair. It's kind of crazy. In 2 turns, we'll have everything we want. And we're working like huge gold. 150 per turn now. And then with Big Ben, with mercantilism, hopefully that's going to be quite cheap spaceship part purchasing. There goes navigation. We need a trade route. This artist can be bulbed. This musician can be bulbed. We actually do need those trade routes. I've neglected to build them, but we absolutely need to build one right now. Carticulti, anywhere that can do it in 1. 1, there we go. Then we need to vote 4 for someone. Maybe the Maya, so that they like us. We can give this away as a gift to Jerusalem, and we got them back as allies. Okay. So now we need to think about bulbs. So we probably almost want to work research now. After Big Ben, after the cargo, we want to go research so that we can push our bulbs. We're already at maximum science. 945 right now. So turn 149, I guess we can push these. We can send this one from the cap. It's going to be more gold. And we got railroad, did we, as well? So we forgot to do this railroad connection. I talked all this big deal about getting the railroads up. And we got to do it. But, yeah, we got railroad connection here. And railroad connection in here. Because we're already connected by harbours. We're actually already connected. We're not connected by a harbour in here. 1 turn factory. We lost our coal the moment before we were supposed to build it. We're going to need to bulb soon if we have any designs on winning the game fast. Because we need to get building these spaceship parts. So let's wait until like 149. And then we're just going to have to go from there. Got our biology for another trade route. This can go for highest gold. Palenque. Let's take it. And then we can take Spaceflight Pioneers because I don't want to make sure to not get it. Because we're about to lose all of our World's Fair culture. We can get oil, but we don't need it. Should we build the cargo? Maybe. It's going to be our last cargo. Let's build it. And then, yeah, like 149 and 150 to push the bulbs. We're going to get one more scientist as well. And then hopefully this Nimrod one comes before Hubble. And then this, again, highest gold to Uxmal. And we actually do need to be building railroads to these expansions. Just in case we need to transport spaceship parts to them. So let's go get railroads up. And then over here, another railroad. And then a scientist that can chill next to the capital, probably underneath one of these dudes. I'll just wait here or something. It's fine. Friendship with Arabia expired. Okay. Well, we don't really need that again. They can't hurt us. And we lost Jerusalem again to the Maya. We were just doing all of these. Oh, we should have sent the trade route there. I don't know if we can buy 2 scientists now. I guess if we get another trade route, but we don't have one. There's one at Penicillin. Maybe one will end that we can do. Also, we probably could do with knowing how much spaceship parts are. They're like 1,600 or something like this. Sure, let's be friends. There's order as well. Did that factory get to finish? It did now, I believe. It never finished before, but it did now because we lost our ally for a while. So I believe we do have a factory now. So we can actually work those slots as well. That's more science for us. There we go, into the factory. Good call, FJS War. Maximum science still being achieved. Actually got a bank to work here. Maximum science to be achieved. Maximum science could be achieved here. We're actually going to grow again. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. Just want maximum science for the stock exchange. So that is 11 turns on the merchant, 9 turns on a scientist. 11 turns on a merchant, that's slower. 7 turns on a scientist, 8 turns on a merchant. We might have to unwork a merchant here. Like 1. And go for a starve. And we got another research agreement with Haroon. I guess it didn't push us through much. Not worth getting another one. These research agreements are coming through big time now. We're going to electronics. We should probably really push for our bulbs ASAP. I don't know how close we're going to be, but if we have any designs of finishing this fast, we should be building our spaceship parts ASAP. How much are we doing? 4,700. Let's push some of these through. We'll finish rocketry next turn, I guess. And build Apollo. Gonna get another writer in 5, would you believe? No to that research agreement. Save the gold. We might have to sell labs or something for the last part, but that's fine. We can do that. This is finished. That was going to Nineveh for food. We can send it to Jerusalem. Jerusalem also wants us to get coal. Can we buy some coal? Yes, we can. From Germany. For like 1 gold per turn. Nineveh starved. Oh, Nineveh's got a 6-turn starve. That was bad. Oh dear. Oh man, I didn't realise that. Okay. I've had to give up a load of production in the city. We can build Apollo now. 5 turns, 7 turns, 8 turns, 5 turns in here. I guess that means we should push some more bulbs through for satellites. And then go and look for nanotechnology. So where's the rest of our scientists? Got 4. That's going to get us satellites next turn. We're overflying a lot. Hopefully we can just press another button. Yep, info era. Done. Work on Hubble for 7 turns. So that's what we're going to do. So scientist in 7 in Nimrod, and then we'll finish Hubble, I guess. And we'll take 2 for the spaceship production. We need to move these over. Oh, look, there's a worker down here already ready to build a railroad. In case we need to transport spaceship parts. Let's build some railroads. We actually could go and get oil online, I suppose. No one's working the oil tile right now. And then let's just get these workers out of the way so they don't interrupt our spaceship parts. But yeah, Jerusalem wants coal and they have coal. They want us to get some coal. Kind of crazy. We got more gold per turn. We wasted a lot of production in Nineveh for that gold. Hopefully it was worth it. And the faith. We're going to hard build all this stuff, which means we can afford to faith buy a scientist. Asur grew. Okay, can we work a hill? There. Seems fine. I mean, we really don't want to grow again. But we're kind of working brilliant tiles right now, apart from this wheat. There we go. Give up the wheat. Sleep all these dudes. And I guess get these out of the way. Again, the workers just get out of the way. So that we don't interrupt any spaceship parts. Choose the host. We can vote Maya. Make sure someone likes us. Have we got more scientists to bulb through? I guess we do. Combined arms. Any more? Where's the unit list? We've got 1 more asleep over there. Okay, so that gets us through towards nanotech. We don't have any more free techs. Oh no, wait, we're supposed to go to ballistics. Oh man. Don't worry, we can buy another scientist. Lol. We've got research agreements coming as well. Maya offered us nothing. And these research agreements are going to come in clutch for us as well. It's a shame we don't have porcelain, but we do have rationalism finisher. Bob another one. Vision to ballistics, and then we can push for nanotech. We've apparently got uranium over there in Nineveh. Let's take one of these workers over, see if we can improve it for extra production. And get workers out of the way everywhere. We can probably sell the workers at some point for gold. We want it. Turn 149. Might not beat the 167. Don't know how much we've got left in the bag. Silver to Bismarck ended. We can probably redo the trade deal. There's Germany. There he is. Incense for silver. Stacking gold. Sleep. Sleep. Gotta get uranium. Oil nearly. 4 turns for Hubble. When's our next scientist due? Next scientist is due in 3. Well, we're gonna have to check this once the turn rolls. Another writer, would you believe? Bob that. Okay, great person list again. Scientist in 2. And then we're building Hubble in 3. Yeah, we are. Another research agreement went through. 2 of them did. So we're now all the way up to computers. And we demand crab. We've got a bit of overflow as well to go towards nanotech. Then we need to push for particle fizz. Let's complete that. No more research agreements because we're not going to be here in 25 turns. Just need Portugal's to come in now. Are we going to be here in 25 turns? Don't know. Maybe it's worth doing it just to protect. And we've built Apollo now. So we could do with building some parts. I don't know how many we're going to get to put. 1,350? How many are we going to be able to purchase? 1,350? We can purchase... I mean, we need... What is 6 times 1,350? Just opening the calculator for everyone. Time for Civ 5 Pro strats right now. So 1,350 times 6 is 8,100 gold. Honestly, we purchased them all, right? We only have like 5k gold to go. That's like 20 turns. And we can just use our city state, our AI friendships perhaps to go get a load of gold. How long have we got a friendship with the Maya? 18 turns worth of friendship left with the Maya. 13 turns left with Portugal. 28 turns left with Germany. We buy them all. We can delete some buildings to save gold per turn as well. Yeah, we could. You're very right. We can delete loads of stuff to save... Like, just delete these workers, right? Save GPT. Get gold. We can delete these Foreign Legion as well in a minute. Delete the pike, no. No, we need to delete it in territory to get some gold. We can delete this. All these units just not really doing anything right now. So we're saving loads of gold per turn. Bonvira says, I don't know. I'm feeling you might. It'll be close. You still have another research agreement. 3 more scientists in Oxford. No, Oxford's gone. Oxford we used to get our ideology. So Oxford is gone. We've got everything we've got right now, and that's that. We should delay Hubble, though, if we can get the next scientist in a reasonable amount of time. If we're going to buy all the parts, but there's no rush to finish this thing. Yeah, 4 turns. Yeah, there's no way we finish Hubble right now. 4 turns, research. And then we've got this Nimrod scientist. Blast us through robotics. Adopt another policy. Can we get any more gold? Merchants. Probably don't want to generate merchants any faster. When's our next? Can we get maybe a faster artist or something? Artist in 15. So we could open aesthetics and try and squeeze in a faster artist. I mean, what else are we going to do? Explo? No. Patronage? No. Piety? No. Honor? No. Liberty? No. Something like this for happiness? No. Culture from great works? Not useful? Yeah, okay. Aesthetics? Try and squeeze another artist out. 13 turns. Lol. Okay, that was totally not worth it. Patronage? Science from allies? No. Fortunately, we're never getting there, at least. There's that. We're never getting there. And we got a -2 starve now in the cap. That's fine. We can send this to Assur for production. And delete this pikeman now. There's three policies away. Only if. Yeah, only if. It's okay. We're going to do this. No AI, hopefully, is even in the info era yet. So we can't lose Hubble. Modern. Nope. So we're going to go full... No need to pay for that anymore. Sell the horses, though. Sell the horses for gold. Sell the iron for gold if we can. 4 for 148. Doesn't even sound very meaningful. Sell the oil for gold as well. Or for 148. And then we can sell 3 for 111. We need all our aluminium again. What else can we do? We need all of our aluminium, but we can sell our iron to Portugal. And so Portugal can take 4 iron for 148. Spatial part is definitely 1350. It is, it's 1350. Oh my god. Particles in inerta, yeah, we don't need that oil. Oh look, we can get rid of this artist as well. Bonfire says you could sell salt. You have 23 happiness maybe. Yeah, maybe we do sell salt too. Sell some salt. Have some saltiness, mate. Let's sell some salt. Okay, so that's 4 parts we've got now. Have we got any more scientists sitting around? We want to make sure we haven't got anything like stupidly sitting around. We can sell foreign legions too. What do we do now? We should probably... I mean, we're definitely going to get enough gold to buy the parts, right? Can we not just buy 4k gold off the Maya? Like 3,000? How much for that? 130? And some aluminium and some open borders. What does that do to our GPT? 130 still leaves us on 150. We get 3,000, which takes us to 7,788. So I think we do sell right now. Or do we wait one more turn? I don't want to get warred. This is the thing we're looking at right now, is I really, really, really don't want to get warred. Let's buy like 3,000. Or this is going to be like 3,000. But like maybe 135? 140? 145? Okay. Okay, so we're good. Can we buy the rest from Germany? We need like 8-1 something, didn't we? To buy all of the parts. So if we can grab like 600 from Germany, 7 gold per turn, copper, aluminium. No, it's going to be like 15, is it? 20, 25, 30. Okay, we're there now. So let's purchase all of this stuff while we're here. Yeah, we got enough. We've just purchased 4 and we've got enough for more. So there we go, we can delete this worker as well. Goodbye. Okay, so we're defended now. We've got enough gold to buy all of the parts. We just need the tech. 154. Working full research everywhere. Let's just put these on. The joys of capitalism, lol, says Bon Voyage, yeah. Kind of funny. Put these on. Put these on. This archer can be deleted. Prora went. Not really worried about that. As long as there's no one in the info era, we don't really care. Nope. Scientist in a couple. So that's going to be 4. No interest in war. So that's going to be 4 parts, isn't it? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th, and then we just purchase the last 2. We've got a long way to go in this tech. So we need to squeeze out as many scientists as we can. Research agreement complete. Buy 1 more part. And then we get a scientist in 1. And then we'll see how soon the next one is. Because we're all out of RAs now. All out of research agreements. So what we've got is what we've got. Can't even buy another scientist, I don't think. Not unless we wait a little while. There goes the scientist. Put the part on. We've actually got this uranium now, which is a good tile. Can do a 2 starve there. Okay. How long until the next one? Great personalist. Engineer in 4. Merchant in 4. Scientist in 4 from Carticulti Inerta. So we need to get rid of this 4-turn merchant from Assur. So let's get rid of that. We knew that might have been a problem. And we can just work that. Like -4 starve now. That's fine. And then we need to get rid of the 4-turn engineer from also Assur. And we can just work that, I guess. More production. Okay, so we now got a 4-turn scientist. We might not need it. 1, 2, 3. We've got 4 techs. I mean, let's not repeal sciences funding. That would be pretty terrible for us if that happens. Maybe we can grab some more faith. Maybe not. We've got a load of gold sitting around and we need like 1 part. Let's hope sciences funding doesn't get repealed. It doesn't. No, repeal sciences funding failed. It's no longer active, but we're still getting 3 turns anyway, which is good stuff. We can delete this worker. And then... So it's 3 turns for this scientist. So we need 3 techs. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so we need all of them, right? Yeah, we do need all of them. Okay, that's fine. We can take all of them. We might be beating my previous personal best by like 1 here. There's only if there's only a way to get that 1 turn sooner. And you're so close to sub 167. Like, we're going to do it sub 167 for sure, I think. The question is whether or not we beat my personal best, which is actually something like Assyria 164. We'll probably delete the foreign legions now as well. Make sure we've got enough gold. Let's delete some foreign legion. I've like no units. I think our army is 0. It might be 0 soon. The army might be 0 soon. Alright, 1 turn for the scientist. And then we finish Hubble the turn after. I guess we were just that pointless Harun al-Rashid research agreement short in the end. That's kind of funny, isn't it? We hadn't made that decision on the research agreement. There goes the cargo, which is food to us, sir. We're done in 10. Let's just send production. Burn that. Finish this. Carticulty, yes. Production, please. Okay, telecoms, particle fears, mobile tactics. We're all good. You still have that warrior, so not 0. Oh, where's the warrior? Oh, yeah. We do still have the warrior. We're on 15k. Done. Naught. Hopefully. We've got a scout as well. 0 now. We'll see. No open borders. Let's hope these scientists really punch us through the next text. And then we'll see what we need at the end. Oh, we have no more room for the musician. Looks like we're a tiny bit short. Golden Age ended. Okay, well, we've got what we've got. We might lose to 167. Do we denounce Siam? Sure. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Particle physics. 4 turns. So we are a tiny bit short. No, Carticulty for production. We're a tiny bit short. 4 turns. We're going to be 168. Wow. It's kind of close. Unless this is close. I mean, there's not like anything more we can do. Perhaps. We'll pay. What's we got? We're 200 away. Doesn't feel like there's a lot we can do. But we can go max science now. We sort of gave up some science at some point. Production is science. So we're going to have to figure out what we do here. But we can go factor in stock exchange again. We're minus 15 starve right now. We can squeeze another science out by unworking a sheep. No, we need to unwork a salt. Like that. Yep, 6 turns starve. World leader 10 for us. And it's particle vision 3. Yeah, we need 180. I think we're going to get that. Work the trading post for 1 science. Yeah, I don't think that's going to make a difference for 180. Maybe. I think anything can make a difference for our 180 right now. This artist might be a turn slow. Yeah, we're kind of agonizingly short. Oh, well, make a proposal. Space station. Yep, sell these. So 2 turns. Buy the part 167. And end the game on 168. That 1 faith purchase that we were behind as well. I wonder if we could have got more faiths to do it. Yeah, Ram's plotting against us. We probably could have done that actually from a long way out to get that like faith purchase scientist out. Nuclear plant could have brought it down to... Oh, really? Well, we're good now. Yeah, there's probably something that we could have done to purchase. Let's click stealth. Nimrod's actually going to grow. in the midst of all this starvation. And here we are. Turn 168. Gold to Uxmal, sure. Spaceship Hut. So there we have it. So we did a bit of over-explaining. I seem to get a lot of good luck when we over-explain, because when we over-explain, I seem to get quite fast science victories. But here you have it. 4-city Assyrian Empire, 168 turn science victory. We only ended up with 91 population in the end, but we just got off to a legitimately insanely good start. No filler policies, mercantilism in the end, all of this stuff. I don't know if we could have been a bit faster by trying to save some time elsewhere, but look, turn 168 is turn 168. I think we've got to be pretty happy about that one. So, get ready for the screenshot. Poseidon says, nicely played, thank you very much. We'll pop this on. And then we can check the demos afterwards. Available says, nice game. You ever do any over-explain games where you explain what you think and do in a multiplayer situation? Interesting, interesting. We could do, perhaps. I mean, if we were going to do multiplayer thinking, perhaps we do like Immortal or Emperor difficulty so that we can think about war. I don't know. Although, yeah, maybe like Immortal feels a bit more normal to multiplayer. But we certainly could do that. I want to try and be a bit better at talking through what I'm doing in multiplayer. But you can see I make more mistakes playing multiplayer than single player because it's kind of a bit more of a high stress situation. But I want to try and do that. We certainly can talk through what we do in a multiplayer situation for sure. I think we'll try and get better at it as we play more multiplayer games as well. But yeah, I would love to do that. Like framing some stuff around multiplayer would be really cool. But anyway, Ryan says, I'll admit this isn't what I thought would happen when I recommended Assyria lol. Nicely done. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased. 168 is my third fastest victory ever. So on vanilla maps. And this done as 4-city Assyria. So I am incredibly, incredibly pleased by it. I really am. But yeah, Available says, I think Immortal is pretty close to how a strong player would be performing in multiplayer. I think so too. Like the thing that I notice is that basically you can just squeeze a crossbow rush on Immortal. And that is how it works in multiplayer too. So that's why I'm thinking multiplayer is a bit better. The AI do tend to fall a bit behind in science, but we might be able to go for some fun strategies like kill the world with tanks if we're playing on something like Immortal. Raven says, well done. That was a pretty fun game to watch. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to put this part on though. So happy us. Yes. Grab a couple of screenshots. Rapture says Salt OP. Yep, 2 Salt. Actually, no, we did end up with Salt Regional in fairness. Salt is OP for sure. OP for sure. My fastest victory was Cocoa Regional, I believe, as Assyria. I actually, apparently, so my 3 fastest victories on the vanilla maps: Assyria 164, America 167, Assyria 168. Assyria, guys. Assyria. Take notice. We actually got a Hammurabi level score victory as well, which is kind of crazy. Let's take a look at our... we didn't look at our demographics, but we're kind of a bit behind in everything. But we can look at our graphs now. But yeah, Salt definitely OP. Bonfire says, lol, let's get into space turn at 17:15. Oh yeah, and Civ doesn't give you the highest rating. I know, that's actually true. We didn't get the highest rating. We weren't Augustus Caesar. We were Hammurabi. And we got into space on, like, yeah, 17:15. What's even going on in the world on 17:15? I don't actually know. Something funky, I guess. Maybe people were still using pikemen. I don't quite know when gunpowder came along. I mean, the Chinese people had gunpowder, right? But whether or not Europe had gunpowder... Oh yeah, Bon Voyage taking over America. Yeah. True. Gunpowder did exist on 17:15. Oh, fair enough. Kind of crazy. Well, at least gunpowder exists. But we may or may not have nanotechnology at 7:15 in our Assyrian Empire. Anyway, let's go to the grass. So our score, cool, whatever. Score's always a bit weird, but we weren't last, so I guess that's something. City Connection gold, nice. I wonder if like Matthew was in here somewhere. This is going to be linking the roads up. One, like that's a road. This is a road. This is a road, and this is Matthew, I think. Kind of cool. Lots of gold from that. Deal gold. Our deal gold. Mine's 166. Lol. Love it. Oh, this AI, the Maya who bought all of our gold, straight up. Building maintenance. Always got to spend a load on buildings. Culture per turn, where we won the World's Fair. That was brilliant. That was clutch too. The right amount of excess happiness, barely ever unhappy. Top food for the longest time in the game, actually. I didn't even really check the demos, but we were top food for a long, long time. And then right here is where we stagnated for science and came all the way down. Gold per turn. Yeah. Top gold. Well, mostly top gold, I guess. Pretty good. Golden Age turns, we had a load of those. Wow. That really helped. Improved tiles. Number 1 for a brief period of time. Happiness. Yeah, we were generating a reasonable amount. Military might. No one look at what happened at the end. We had a big bump with the Freedom Infantry and then went back down to where we deserve to be, which is naught. Our 4-city tradition. Fairly bog standard. Number of policies. We actually almost had the most policies for a while. Kind of crazy. Pop. Where we tailed off again. Production per turn. Yeah, we had top hammers for a very brief period of time. And again later on in the game when we're in Golden Age. I think just when we came out of Golden Age, we lost top hammers in the end. Science per turn was just the best out of anyone. Honestly, we actually probably could have gone autocracy tanks on the AI here. We would have out-scienced them to death. Score. Yep, sure. We already looked at that. And some like unit maintenance, work tiles, all of that sort of stuff. But Bonfire says, imagine if the AI were actually good and knew how to play the game well. Yeah, we never beat Deity, I don't think. Imagine if the AI knew how to play the game well, we'd never beat Deity. Anyway, there's probably one thing that I didn't really talk about, which is if we go to the population graph, I think I may have glossed over, not population, the food graph. I think I glossed over the stagnation bit at one point, stagnating for maximum science. So let's cover that right now before we end the game. So what do I mean when I'm talking about stagnating for maximum science? Well, and we'll wait just one more turn as well. Or do we want to go to the maps? We can do the maps in a minute. But so what do we mean by stagnating for maximum science? Stagnating for maximum science uses secularism specialists in order to make sure we get the maximum science per turn. So secularism gives us 2 science per turn. At some point in the game, we do not get enough science from a new population point to make up for just working a specialist slot instead of a food slot, because specialists give science through secularism. Food does not give science except through new population. At some point in the game, that new population point, the amount of food that you have to work to get a new population point just never ever, you know, the amount of science you lose by working the food instead of working a specialist never ever pays itself back in time for it to be worth growing once more and working all of that food and giving up the secularism. A good case in point is that we had like plus 30 food per turn or something at the end game, and we're growing in like 5 or 6 turns. So if we turn all of that plus 30 food into working specialists, we can get like maybe like 6 populations worth of science out of those specialists, and that is just never going to be something that our plus 30 food and 6 turn growth will ever be able to go past. So that is what we did right here in and about the mid game. It tends to happen about when you finish labs, when you should start stagnating for maximum science. And that's where you just start taking all of your food off and you start just putting in every single specialist you can manage. Don't starve, obviously. A -1 or a -2 excess food starve is fine. But yeah, chuck everything you can off food and into specialists once you get to around about finishing labs. And that is what helps power you towards the end game, because that growth just doesn't net you enough science back anymore. And especially if you are freedom, you know, even the better, because you get Statue of Liberty production, civil society food. It's great. So that's the one thing I will say, and the one thing I probably miss is what we do about food. So right as you finish labs, you want to stagnate everything. Work maximum production with all of your internal food trade routes. You want to take all of your food off and put it on specialist slots, every single one you can, without generating a merchant or an engineer, so that you get maximum science to get full value from your scientist bulbing. You want to work research as well the moment that you finish research labs. If you're going to try and do a super fast science victory, there's no need to build any military. Just pay AIs to war each other. Just work research. It gives you more power to your bulbs. So that's the final things I wanted to talk about. Anyway, Available says, you know what would make single player great? If they had AI that had ELO based on how they perform versus other AI like chess AI does. Oh, that's interesting. It would be really cool to know which AIs are best and which AIs are worse. It's not something I've ever known, but it would actually be really cool to know that, you know? It's a good suggestion. Anyway, let's do the map. So you can see our settles were really weird. We settled our weird city up here first, and then we used optics to swim our next settles all the way down into the tundra and behind the mountain, and then proceeded to go and sim, get our national college and just grow. And, you know, what, about turn 85 or something? Well, turn 90, we finished Sistine Chapel. Leaning goes soon. And it's about here where we realise this victory is really on. So we just go for full stagnation, try and get this done, and the game ends in 168 turns. Wow. We can take a look at our cities again. One more turn now, we've seen the maps. Let's have a look at what the AI does first, though. Interesting Pangaea, in the end. We got our own tiny little bay. AIs with relatively modest expansion, I would say. No city spammers and 2 city Maya for the longest time. Yeah, no city spamming. Just people being casual. Portugal starts spamming. Oh, Maya spams as well. And Germany starts going for it. And then I assume Siam starts going for a bit of a spam at some point. The AI start filling in all the gaps on the map. Very cool. No real war. That was a very peaceful game. Anyway, let's go to the map now. And have a look at our empire. I must say, fast victory was not what I expected when I saw this empire. It was only once we realised where we were on turn like 80 that it suddenly sort of came to my mind that we might actually be able to win this super fast. But we don't have a lot of pop. There's 91 population across 4 cities, which is only about 6 population more than, like, yeah, only about 6 population more than what I would say is like the minimum I would expect on a 4-city empire. And we only got to 91. Nineveh was all right. And there's like, I mean, how many freshwater farms did we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We had 14 freshwater farms, but you know what? We only had 1, 2, we only had 3, 4. We only had 4 freshwater farms with more than 2 food on them. 4. All of our river tiles were covered up by resources. And we only had 3 fish in the whole empire as coastal. That's kind of ridiculous. I must admit, I didn't expect this. But that's cargo ships for you, I think. Probably the moral of the story there is that is cargo ships for you. That's what cargo ships do. If you're coastal, as long as you've got production, you can use cargo ships to make the rest of the game just totally insane. Anyway, FJS War says, I feel like just a bit more food in your cities in the mid-game would have been needed to make this much faster. Saved by cargo ships giving you that super start. Well played, mate. Thank you very much, FJS War. Yeah. Like, cargo ships, just legitimately insane. Legitimately insane. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. Ridiculous game. I'm really pleased. We only even got 1, 2, 3, 4. What did we only get? Like 5 research agreements as well in the end? I usually expect to do 7 or 8 for a super fast science victory. We only did 5. And we did this on 168 with this.